begin by measuring from the ground up at 54 inches or 4.5 feet. So for me, that's right at my chest plate. So I can usually just walk up to a tree and put it right up. So today I'm using arbor tape. I'll show you two different ways. One with arbor tape that converts circumference to diameter, and then I'll also show you with a regular tape measure. And in this case, this tree is 21 inches diameter. Now the other method of doing this, which is probably more for typical homeowners, is everyone's got a tape measure in their garage. I got 67 inches in circumference. So now we just have to convert that to diameter. To do that, you're going to want to pull out a calculator. Take the circumference and divide by pi, which is 3.14. So I got 67 divided by 3.14, and I got 21 inches.
Good morning, everyone. Today is Tuesday, June 6, 2023. It is 9 a.m. We are in City Chambers, and I call the City Commission special meeting to order. Commissioners present are Commissioner McDowell, Commissioner Stokes, myself, Mayor Langdon, Vice Mayor White, and Commissioner Emmerich. There is a quorum present for this meeting. Also present are City Manager Fletcher, City Attorney Slayton, City Clerk Faust, Recording Secretary Matt, Police Chief Garrison, and Deputy Fire Chief Herlihy. Mr. Franson, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm requesting a motion to approve today's agenda.
So moved.
We have a motion on the floor to approve today's agenda as presented, made by Commissioner Stokes and seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Let's vote. And that motion passes 5-0. City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do. David Iannotti. I am writing to ask if today the City Commission will set a precedent and validate the city manager obstructing a commission directive without ever bringing that directive back to commission for discussion. Are commission voted directives now able to be reversed or ignored by the city manager with no notice to the commission? Robin San Vicente. Sorry that I couldn't attend this meeting in person due to previous engagements. Therefore, I make this public comment on behalf of myself and the community I represent. The agenda title of conflict resolution is misleading. The matter at hand is not conflict. It is regarding possible code of ethics violations by our city manager and possibly others. It appears that this agenda was crafted in such a way as to fool the public into thinking it is nothing more than just resolving conflicts within our local government, and specifically targeting Commissioner McDowell, which is why she has filed her complaints. The real topic at hand is possible code of ethics violations. No other item should have been on the agenda. This is a serious matter, and after reviewing the individual complaints filed by Commissioner McDowell, we agree that each one of the complaints are valid and requires a full and impartial investigation by our elected commissioners, acting independently in their review instead of continuing to leave the public with the impression that everything is A-OK. Everything is not A-OK. We have a representative form of government, and we need this commission to bring back the trust and faith of the people that has been lost. Thank you. For in-person public comment, I'll call the first three is Mark Brandenson, Juno Enoch, and then Michelle Posey.
Good morning. Mark Franson, resident of Northport. I first want to make mention that, as a reminder, I am one of your employers, each and every one of you who are on this podium this evening, or this morning, excuse me. And saying that, I want to make sure you understand, I do not believe any of you or any employee should ever be ridiculed, publicly shamed in any form. And I believe that we need to reach some sort of level of decorum with whoever is speaking, number one. Number two, I want to thank each and every one of you for being willing to serve our community, leave your families for times to come and be here. And again, we truly appreciate it. The third is I'm very, very, very concerned coming out of the business world that we are entering into a time of what's becoming a hostile work environment. I'm very concerned about that as a taxpayer, because we as the taxpayer have to pay for those actions. When we have gotten involved in lawsuits because of actions that some of us may not understand or not be totally transparent in, when we have now approached the International City Managers Association with a grievance, we've approached the city human resources with a grievance, and we have now also approached the state with grievances. I believe we've probably crossed the line, or maybe as they used to say, we've beaten a dead horse. I hate to remind each and every one of you, we have seen over the last 8 years what it means to constantly attack and look for an issue with somebody. Our country is in turmoil because of what has happened with continual unfounded accusations. And I really, truly do hope and pray that this commission does actively seek out a remedy. Thank you very much. Have a good day, and God bless each and every one of you.
Hello, my name is Juno Enoch. I live in Northport. I first want to thank Commissioner McDowell for standing up for the will of the people and for the procedures that we have in place. City Manager Fletcher withdrawing the Commission's application for outstanding spring status is not a personality conflict between McDowell and Fletcher. This is about respecting the process in place that allows for the citizens' voices to be heard. We rely on the commission to made up of elected officials to serve our interests, and to have a non-elected official overrule the commission without any input or conversation feels very absurd and very wrong to me. This act jeopardizes the ability of the commission to transparently serve the people, and it sets a precedent for the power of the city manager that feels wrong. He's meant to be working for you guys, and we need you to keep him in check. He can't be allowed to do whatever he wants and to go behind your backs. Why the city attorney can't look into this is beyond me, but I think it's a real issue, and I think it needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners, Council, and City Manager, who I can tell is already not going to make eye contact with me, but it's nice to see you over there. I viewed today's agenda, and honestly, I thought I was missing something. Conflict resolution. Nothing tells Northport residents that many of you are out of touch, quite like putting corruption allegations in the last meeting on the back burner and joining hands to, I don't know, practice breathing techniques today. You do understand, Commissioners and City Manager, that there's no amount of cleansing breaths that can be done that will erase what's happened here at City Hall. No offense to our wonderful training I'm sure you'll get today, but we do not need a lecture on why teams have conflict. What I need to know is why elected officials think working past 3 p.m. to settle a serious complaint is too burdensome, as in the case with the last meeting I attended. Should we put "does not work past 3 p.m. on your next election yard sign? You do not need training on the taxpayer's dime, by the way, to help those on the dais get along. Dissension is good and necessary when it comes to allegations of corruption and abuse of power. What is needed in these chambers is transparency, accountability, and elected officials who do the job they were elected to do. Our city manager's employment contract states he must comply with all lawful city commissioner directives, state and local and federal laws, employers' policies, rules, and ordinances, and the city charter. When the dais adopted in the sunshine Resolution 2022R75 in December, requesting the state of Florida designate Warm Mineral Springs and Little Salt Springs as an outstanding spring, that directive needed to be followed through in accordance with the city's charters and our city manager's employment contract. Somehow, that was not done. And I can see he's totally disinterested over there. I appreciate that lack of respect as a citizen. Neither the city manager nor the mayor has yet answered how this occurred. So let me ask you, at what public forum was the hold status decided and who made that decision? You see, we do not need conflict resolution today. We need ethics reform here in this chamber. When over 50 pages of documents presented to our legal counsel and with regard to a complaint filed against City Manager Jerome Fletcher, the response of HR and our counsel was very clear. This was to be decided here in the chambers. He misrepresented that during that meeting, and that causes a whole nother alarm to go off about being able to trust our city manager, Jerome Fletcher. Do what's right, and please get a third-party independent investigation into the complaints filed today after you do your feel-good yoga. Do what's right, do your job, and maybe the conflict will go away. Deal with the allegations of corruption and bring ethics back into this great city, and watch as that conflict miraculously disappears. Thank you.
John Faber and James Strausser.
I brought a Bible today because I want to take oath. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, so help me God. I'd like to thank the Council of American Islamic Relations. I'd like to thank the FBI, the Department of Justice, the Department of Criminal Division, and the Civil Division. I'd like to say thank you to the police officers we interviewed. I'd like to thank the NYPD for helping us regarding the situation that happened to my wife and myself on May 3rd, 2022. On 10:30 in the morning, I contacted the police department because a man pulled a gun and pointed it at my wife. My wife was assaulted and she was headbutted. We called the police department for help. As the police entered, me as a person, because I was here to protect my wife, because she was headbutted, I saw it from the window, and they did not help us. The police lied. They covered up the crime. They even said, and I have to say this did not come from my mouth. This came from a police officer in Northport. All right, fucking slut. That's what he said to my wife in the parking.
Sir, there will not be that language
That
in
didn't come
this
from me.
chamber.
That did not come from me.
I don't care. Continue, please,
Okay,
without
all right.
that language.
Okay, I'm sorry, but that came from a police officer. Also, I contacted Joe Gruder. Joe Gruder said to contact Barbara that never helped us when it came to, because you're an elected official, you never came, and I didn't contact Debbie McDowell because of the situation that she protects the police no matter what. In 2021, I came to a meeting here with Warm Mineral Springs. I was intimidated by Chuck Speak and by Julie. And you laughed at me, and I got that on video because I had a spy cam on my pen because I'm a photojournalist. And you and Jill Luke was laughing at myself when I was being intimidated by Chuck Speak and Julie. Let's talk about the football coach. A Northport football coach was threatened by the city because he came here because the city employees were, they said the city employee swore at a football coach because it has to do with a permit. So the football, if I'm correct now, the guy came, into the city chambers, or not the city chambers, to the city hall, because he was told by, not code enforcement, by one of the city employees to come here to talk and to, work out a permit. As he was coming here, they had 7 to 8 police officers that intimidated the gentleman that was here. And Chief Garrison started to laugh. Other than Chief Garrison,
Sir, your time is up.
there was other police officers.
Sir, your time is up. Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, city staff. Thank you for holding the meeting and allowing us to speak. Yeah, we're here again. I hope that you guys take the time today to set the precedent, not only for the city of Northport, but for other cities in the state, to really look into these allegations and ask the why questions, ask these hard questions and dig into it deeper. We have a city manager over here that's filling out thank you cards or whatever it is along the way. How he's treating the citizens is a representation of you as commissioners and us as citizens. I asked for an email April 10th, the last meeting, like 2 meetings ago. Didn't get any response except for Mrs. McDowell. And she responded back with the best questions. And Pete, you did as well. It's daunting to me that the city manager would reply back. My city staff will take care of that. Please do not reply all. That's it. It's been silence. I felt like standing here for 3 minutes and not saying a word to you because it's a waste of time, just as he's wasting our time and your times over the things that he's doing, the things that are outside of the boundaries and scopes. I don't know. I'm not in that line of business, but please look into it and dive into it so that it can be all cleared out, get it aired out, do your breathing techniques, just like I do before I come to the stand and speak, and just as I do when I try to get unemotional in these situations. A lot of people couldn't make it, just like all these other meetings that we have at 9, 10 a.m. It's great to see some meetings coming into the evening. Hopefully you'll have more people that come in. But I also believe that the lack of people coming in is also the lack of trust. That people feel as though we can speak up, but nothing's going to change. It's going to be the same as it is. That's not good faith. That's not good stewardship in running this business that you guys have to run for us as citizens. So please, take the time, ask the questions, and let us know what we can do as citizens to help you as commissioners to make the proper decisions to guide the city staff in the directions that they need to be guided into, to get the proper answers and questions so you can make your decisions accordingly. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll move on to general business. Item number 23-0929.
Point of order, please.
I didn't get a chance to fill out a card. May I speak?
Ma'am, why don't you come and fill out a card and we'll take your public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Come on down, ma'am, and speak. You can speak now if you like.
Hi, my name's Karen Dill. I'm just a resident like all of you. I personally know all the commissioners and the city manager. I like them all. I wish that we didn't have all the distrust and hatred and stuff that is going on in our country, as mentioned earlier. I also found it a little disturbing that a couple of the people who got up here to speak were ridiculing the people up there as to whether they're making eye contact, if they're doing breathing yoga and all that kind of stuff. Keep your comments to the facts. Mr. Fletcher may be taking notes on what's being said, but someone alluded that he's writing thank you notes. That's disrespectful, and you should be ashamed of yourself. I have my personal feelings, and I think bringing that kind of ridicule is just further putting the hatred and misconceptions and distrust of people in general. There's a lot of people who automatically think that government is corrupt. You know, sometimes I have to wonder where they come from. You know, because if you think someone is doing something illegal, chances are you've done it or you've contemplated following that same kind of action. I lost my train of thought because nothing was written down. And I just want to say, okay, I got it back. Mr. Fletcher was hired by the city commissioners. He has a job to do. I believe it was reported back from the city attorney that he did nothing illegal. Whether we feel he should have done more, the point is he didn't do anything illegal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, at this point, let's move on to general business 29-0929. If my fellow commissioners would join me down at the table, we'll get started with the rest of our agenda. Is everyone settled? That was pretty quick. City Clerk, this is your item.
This is conflict resolution that we're going to do, well, constructive conflict training that we're going to have with Dr. Megan Baskin. Don't really have much else to put on it other than go ahead and take.
Do we have a way to put our slides up on?
IT, can you switch to the presentation? Thank you.
There we go.
Excuse me, Dr. Baskin, do you want us to ask questions as we have them, or would you prefer that we hold them to the end of your presentation?
You're welcome to ask questions whenever you have them.
Okay, thank you.
So my name is Dr. Megan Baskin. I'm here with my colleague Stephanie Tirico. We are, I represent the Southwest Florida Leadership Institute at Florida Gulf Coast University. I just want to give you guys a little bit of background on what that is and what we're going to be doing here today, just so you can have more context. So I am a professor in human resources, organizational behavior, and business ethics. So I was contacted to work to design a customized training for conflict resolution communication for the commission. As part of the Southwest Florida Leadership Institute, we design custom training, we do coaching, we do consulting, et cetera, all in the areas of organizational behavior, how people interact in the workplace, how people interact in teams. So this is very foundational in theory, lots of research, et cetera, about how teams are going to interact with each other. The goal of this training is to provide you some background in the beginning about why teams have conflict, talk about the dysfunctions of a team, but it's going to be very applied in nature as we move through the training. So we'll talk a little bit about some emotional intelligence, how to develop self-awareness and emotional regulation when we're meeting. And then in the latter part of the training, we'll actually get into helping clarify some roles, obligations, expectations, so that there is less conflict in meetings in the future. And so just to give you a little bit more overview, like I said, I'm going to talk a little bit about why teams have conflict and how we overcome conflict. And then Stephanie's going to come in and do some more applied natured stuff before lunch, handling conflict under stress. And then after lunch, we'll move into discussing how to engage in what we call radical candor, which is being direct but caring compassionately. So how do we balance not being obnoxious, insincere when we communicate with each other? And what techniques can we use to practice that? And then moving into having crucial conversations with each other. And then an activity on clarifying roles and expectations, and then active coaching through the complaint towards the end. So that's kind of the overview. But before I get into talking about teams and conflict, I want to set some ground rules for this particular training. I think it's really important to establish ground rules with any kind of team, any kind of training, any kind of organization when we start. So ground rules for this training. I want you guys to take your oath. You will listen to each other's statements before fully responding. You will work together to achieve a mutually acceptable solution because you are a team. You will respect each other as individuals and therefore not engage in personal insults or attacks on each other. That is not constructive. So we will not be doing that today. And if you do, I reserve the right, and Stephanie does too, to call you out. And I would like you to call each other out if you see it in a very direct and caring way, if we can. So before we get started on teams, Stephanie is going to get you set up with a program that we use for some anonymous polling. We found that anonymous polling works sometimes better to target some challenging issues. So she's going to come up here and set you guys up with a program called Poll Everywhere. So you'll need either your computer or a phone because we'll do some interactive work. Because we're going...
How many of us need to get a phone or a computer? I know I do.
This is my personal phone. I can't use my personal phone.
Do you have a computer?
No, I do not. Can I go get it?
Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
we'll have to.
we're good. We're good on time.
Okay.
Okay.
No.
So for those of you who do,
Sorry. Just backtrack a little bit. I was asked to clarify why I'm here. So back in November, there was a request made for conflict resolution training between the city manager and Commissioner McDowell. It was, I guess, discussed and determined that this is a team issue. So I was brought in to, myself and Stephanie were brought in to do conflict resolution training with the team, the commission team. This is separate from the complaint, prior to the complaint. But I guess a perk for me, I guess a positive, is we get to do live action training through the complaint. So these are two separate agenda items. We're just utilizing this process to live coach through constructive conflict during the complaint. So again, two separate things, and hopefully we can help through that process of communication. All right, turning it back over to Stephanie.
does everybody have a computer, laptop, iPad, tablet, something along those lines? If you can go ahead to pollev.com, and what you will type into the screen here is what you see here. Stephanie Tarico 685. You can see it here. pollev.com. Stephanie Tarico, if you look at the business card inside the folders that you have, you'll see my first and last name. So it's my first and last name, and followed by 685, no spaces. This one's orange. I don't know if that means anything.
I think it's fine. Like muted. Okay, so you should be good. Can you do it quick?
So that's
Wait for next steps. We'll all do this together because in order to be anonymous, there's a place where you'll skip over entering your name. Yes. You're in SurveyMonkey. So come back over here to Poll Everywhere, and just you can type in pollev, pollev.com. Perfect. Yep. And then there you go. Yep.
your whole name goes in.
Yes, Stephanie Tarico 685, not no spaces.
What are those numbers
Yes.
again, Stephanie?
685.
There's a number. Did we have a number after your name?
Yes, 685.
T-O-R-R-I-C-O. And then she said 685.
Yes. There will be a section towards the end where there's going to be free form entry, and that is when it will really be more important to have a tablet or a computer at the time. Yes.
This is supposed to be an open forum, and we have a lot of citizens that are watching and participating, and they're not going to be able to participate, not going to be able to see these results.
We will have the results up on the screen.
Okay.
Yes, so they will be able to see that. Yes, absolutely. Any other questions? Did everybody get in? Yes, okay. Give me just a minute to catch up to you guys.
No, I have to launch it. So. It is not showing the things that I said. We're going to have to skip the. Yeah, keep going. I'm going to have to figure out. Just tell them we're going to table that. Yeah. Got it.
Okay. And for the sake of time, she's figuring it out on her phone. She's not letting her walk through the results, so she can figure that out and give a little first activity just to get you started in it for a couple minutes until she gets logged in. Okay, I need to go back to the slide. Here we go. Okay, do you guys consider yourselves a group or a team? Oh, sorry. Do you guys consider yourselves a group or a team?
I would say a team.
A team? Anybody else? Team? What is a team?
We're all supposed to work together and listen to each other and give input as a group and a team.
Okay, so I hear two things. So I think maybe it's important to identify what's the difference between a group and a team. What's a group? What's a team?
I think a team also has a common purpose.
Mm-hmm. So a group is a collection of people, and they can independently do their part. They don't typically have a shared mission and or vision. They might have a common outcome that they're trying to achieve, but they can achieve that outcome through their individual parts. So there's no synergy. There's no interaction. There's no collective. A team of people, they have to have a shared vision and or mission that they're trying to accomplish together. So I would say you are a team, but you might be behaving like a group. And that could be the first issue that we might need to discuss and or resolve. And my slides went away. There we go. So a team begins as a group of individuals typically. And until they establish the process of like team norming, they will continue to exist as a group of people. And they will continue to have conflict because there's no shared understanding or shared mental model of what we're trying to accomplish. Or we're bringing in different values, different histories, different unique skills, different ways of working, which is all a good thing. But we've not defined or normed as a group in terms of how these work together and what we're trying to accomplish. So we have to, as teams, to accomplish teamwork, figure out what are our individual skill sets, what do we bring to the team. We have to establish clear roles, obligations, expectations, a shared mental model of how we're going to behave. But we also have to learn how to appreciate other people's skills and what they bring to the team. And understanding that there are times when individuals' needs might not benefit the team's outcome or performance or individuals' values. So it's learning how to separate oneself as an individual from the goal or vision of a team. And I think that a lot of teams struggle with this if they don't move through the process of clarifying teams' expectations. And so we're going to discuss a little bit about what are the 5 dysfunctions of a team. And that is, again, one of the issues. So teams, we can, in performance, we can have what we call a process loss or a process gain. A process loss, which is a situation where we have a bunch of amazing stars on our team. They are the all-stars in basketball, for instance. Talking to students all the time, this is sometimes how they have to hear about teams. But you have your Durant, your Westbrook, and LeBron James all on the same team. They should, in reality, be amazing. They have the skill set, but they compete with each other too much that it results in what we call a process loss. We are not getting more from our skill set, we're getting less. And we also have situations where we have a bunch of people that come that aren't superstars, but their skills are in their own right complement each other, and it results in a process gain. On paper, they shouldn't be amazing, but they complement each other so well. They have clear roles and obligations that it actually heightens the skill set of the team. We want process gains, not process losses. And one way we can do that is to create those synergies and create situations where we are very direct in our communication without being what we call obnoxiously aggressive. So we'll discuss a little bit about that as well. So I mentioned the stages of team development. And again, a lot of this is important for foundational knowledge before we get into working on our constructive conflict. So in the process of developing a team, going from a group to a team, we form. So you guys are formed, right? You're formed as a team. This is where you get to know your skill sets, but also you figure out what are we supposed to be doing here. So having clarity on what our mission and vision are. We come together, we discuss. We have city charter, we have job descriptions. Those things should help us in that formation stage. Storming is where we have conflicts over leadership, control, and influence. This is where we might start to navigate what do I think this means versus what do you think this means. So we're trying to find that shared mental model in this storming phase. It's where we should have conflict, right? This is where our conflict should happen, pre-performance. It's where we navigate those issues. A lot of teams get stuck in this storming phase, and they start to perform before they've stormed, before they've navigated this shared mental model. So norming is that phase after storming. We've dealt with the conflict. We know what our differing opinions are, and we've learned how to communicate them in a constructive way. And now we develop group rules, group clear vision. We're still allowed to come to the group or team with our own values, with our own mindset, with our own goals. But when we perform, we have to sometimes put those aside for the purpose of team performance. So in this norming stage, we figure out how to be more open to discussing things. We have less defensiveness, and we're trying to accomplish the group goal rather than the individual goal. And again, teams get stuck at the norming phase. And then they start to perform without doing that. Successful performance depends on going through the first 3 phases first. And it can be, you can really see destructive teams happen when you can clearly see that they have not stormed or normed, or they're still storming before they're performing. So that's where we see kind of group infighting, that's where we see covert conflict, that's where we see overt conflict, because we don't have a clear vision, mission, or clear roles, expectations, and obligations. Even if we've written it down, we don't agree. So performing here, the roles are clear, the outcomes are clear, the productive line is clear. We know what we're supposed to be doing. And if somebody steps out of line, we're comfortable enough with each other to call them out in a very constructive way. And then after we've performed, which can be ongoing, or if new issues come up, we might go through this process again, we adjourn. And sometimes adjournment can have be caused by conflict. And sometimes it just can be synergistic. New members come on. So anytime a new commissioner is elected, we have to go through this process all over again. Because anytime team members change, we have to go through the regroup formation. You guys have any questions about this process? Yes.
So I guess I'll say first, from my standpoint, when I look at the stages of team development, my issues and the ones that got us to this mediation were in the forming stage of the development. Since and when I became, appointed, as city manager, I guess even before then, there were biases and the lack of desire to give and get to know before we even got started. And I think some of that's natural. That's just natural as human beings. We are who we are and we feel how we feel. But once you start to show who you are and start to prove your worth and value to the team and how you want to fit in alignment with what we're trying to be doing, you would think some of that is supposed to diminish at some point. And in our case, it never did. It only escalated. And it only escalated from the standpoint of a lack of value for the team to getting to know and trying to figure out how to deal with certain situations, like you said, that would have led to the different phases. So to me, we never got out of the forming phase. And that's where the drawback took place, and it sort of didn't mature from there. And that's, to me, one of the biggest issues I have in that diagram you just reflected.
Now, remind me again, how long have this body of people, how long have you guys been working together?
So I was onboarded in October of 21. And they can all, I guess, speak from their different.
Who's the newest? How long have you been?
Since November.
So we should have formed and stormed when you joined. We should have, again, reformed and stormed when you joined. The process is iterative, right? And if that doesn't take place, there's going to be conflict because you guys don't have shared understanding.
And now we did when he came on board. When he came on board, we had a strategic planning with another consultant that we went through our goals and vision, and it had been done before he got here. So we brought him up to speed and we got his input, and they changed some of the language and not the pillars, but some of the priorities. So it was a way to integrate him into the team. But when I got onboarded, I came in on a split vote of 4-1, and the one person who didn't support me then never ever began to support me at any point in time since I've been here. And to me, those are the two differences between what you just pointed out between my arrival and his arrival.
So I think an important thing, and we can get, but without getting off topic, one of the other things that could be beneficial for this group of people, because I'm going to continue to call you a group right now because I don't think you're a team, is defining who the team members are, who's the in-group, who's the out-group, and recognizing how in-group, out-group dynamics work. So is the commission a team by themselves, and then the larger group a group? So recognizing who do you determine is in the team. That could be important to discuss as well. And that's something that we can work on when we move into a little bit of that constructive conflict later. So that I think one of the biggest issues just in my conversations with all of you guys independently is a lack of clarity of roles, obligations, and expectations. And we're gonna work through that. Defining what can we create a shared mental model of who is the team, who is not, and what are your expectations of each other in this team? What are your roles? And just really kind of highlighting differences in linguistics. What does strategy mean? That's an important thing because one of the directives of a commission is to dictate the strategy, and then one is to execute strategy. So do we have different opinions on what strategy means? Do we have different opinions on what an obligation is? We have different expectations for everybody's different role. So that can help later as we move into discussion about this. But again, can we get to a point where you guys are a team? And first defining what that is. Yes.
Phil Stokes. I take issue, quite frankly, with your categorizing this body of people here as a group because we are a team. We share a common vision, we share a common goal to serve the people of this city and to do what's best for the most. We all share that vision, whether we were elected or whether we were hired and appointed. The real issues come down to a clarity as to responsibility and authority. That's where the difference exists among some of us. That's the issue at hand here. This group works together in almost every way, shape, and form to try to do what's best for this city. We're not dysfunctional in that way. What we have is a situation where sometimes people's perception as to what role, what level of responsibility each of us have. And the job descriptions are pretty hazy. This form of government has a city manager who is our CEO, our COO. He operates and runs this city. It's his responsibility, in my opinion, his or her responsibility to operate the day-to-day to decide how things get done. It's the rest of the team, the commissioners' jobs to set a vision that we all come up with and share. And sometimes it's difficult when certain members of the team decide they need to weigh in on the how of things, as opposed to more of a high-level direction kind of oversight. Some people feel they need to dissect every decision that's made. Other people feel there needs to be that level of delegation. And what it really, when you boil this all down, comes down to a lack of respect and trust and working with the will of the majority. Those three things are the issues here. Okay, so.
I think you make a fair point. So if you would like me to call you a team, I will call you a team, but you're a team that's stuck at forming and storming. Absolutely. I mean, and the question is, do you guys agree? Do you guys agree on what the vision, mission, and values are and how they should be executed? So that again is you might be a team in terms of the scope, and you're not performing as a team because you might be stuck in those early phases. But you have a directive of what your vision and mission are. The issue is a clarity and a shared understanding of that, what that means. So we can all see it on paper. You look at a company and they have their vision, their mission, and their values. But in what we call espoused versus enacted behavior, we can espouse something, doesn't mean we enact it. And that's a cultural issue with a team. So hopefully we can get to a point where we espouse what we enact, or enact what we espouse. Backwards, sorry. Did you have a comment?
I'll hold it.
Okay. Okay. So again, a little bit of background. Like I said, I'm going to talk to background first to give you guys the communication language as we move into it. There are generally, when we look at teams and why they might not be performing to full capacity, we can look at what we call the 5 dysfunctions of a team. At a very basic level, which Commissioner Stokes pointed out, is a lack of trust. Trust and conflict are the foundation of team performance. If we don't trust each other, it's hard to build cohesion, right? It's hard to communicate with each other. If we don't trust each other, there is a lot of what we call insincere manipulation, fake. It's being fake, not directly communicating with each other with care or compassion. If you want to have radical candor, if you want to function as a high-performing team, you can't be silent. You need conflict, but you don't need to be mean about it. You have to care about each other too. You want to be able to have that space where you can do that. You don't have to like everybody, but you have to respect them. So the next step is conflict. If we don't have trust, we're automatically going to have conflict. And again, I'm going to talk to conflict. Conflict is not a bad thing. This group should have conflict. It should just be constructive. It shouldn't be personal. It should be about the tasks. It should be about the strategy. It should be at team level rather than personal level conflict. And maybe that's not an issue, but we can discuss it. So we don't want to avoid conflict. We want to have real discussions about the things that matter to this group of people, to the people that you represent. So I'm not trying to say be quiet, have groupthink, anything. We need the conflict to perform. It's at what level is that conflict going to exist at? So we can look at we're going to look at covert versus overt conflict and what that looks like, and how some of you might be engaging in conflict and not even know it, or not even realize you're engaging in conflict because it's more covert in nature rather than overt in nature. Commitment. So a dysfunction of the team is how in it are you? I feel like if you're an elected official, you care about what you're doing. You want to be here. It's personally important to you. But how much are you committed to like the goals of the team rather than the goals of the individual? So if you are a team, it's the will of the commission. I read that and heard that in all of my conversations. If you're doing your job as a team and as an individual, the commitment should be to the team's goals, the team's strategy, the team's values. I should not be in the conversation. What I want should not be in a conversation of a team. It's we. And even if that we is in conflict with your I, you have to dismiss it when you're in a team. You have to learn to commit to the team. It's at any higher level job. You are a function not as an individual, but as a function of the team, a higher level authority. Accountability. I heard in all of my conversations with you guys, a lot of conversation about accountability. What does it mean to be accountable to both you all serve dual roles. It can be difficult because you have your constituents and you have your team. So what does it mean to be accountable to your team members, but also accountable to your constituents in which you're serving? Again, clarity in those definitions could be important because you could be, again, having internal conflicts as you serve on this team. So taking responsibility, taking initiative, holding yourself accountable when perhaps your actions aren't in alignment with the team, and being able to receive criticism from your team members when you aren't in alignment with the team's goals, shared vision, and mission. And that can be very difficult. Receiving criticism is very hard.
How do you reconcile a situation where members of the team don't recognize and don't support the will of the majority?
Again, that comes in.
Understanding,
Yeah.
let me qualify it, understanding that each one of us are elected officials that have an obligation to think independently, to have our own opinions. Those are valid opinions. They're worthy of discussion, they're worthy of defense and promotion, but when the day is done and the vote's taken and the majority rules, and members of the minority or the dissenting group do not support the will of the majority and create and undermine and obstruct the process, how do you resolve that conflict? I mean,
So I think a lot of
each one of us find ourselves in that position.
Absolutely. I think it comes back to the beginning. If you have not, as a team, defined a shared mental model of this, of what it means to behave of the will of the commission, and it's not established trust to the point where you can directly address it, it's going to continue to go, because you need to be able to stop in that point and saying, this is what's happening. We're undermining the will, the vision, the shared values of our team. And it comes as we develop through the norming, storming, and performing. I think that that's the bigger issue. We can talk about conflict resolution post-conflict, but the goal is to get to the point where we avoid those types of conflict, right? So we're going to do both today. We're going to talk about how do we avoid preventable conflict, and then what do we do when we find ourselves in conflict. So we will get into a little bit of that later when we start working on the strategies of dealing with those types of conflict. to, foreshadow for you a little bit. Hopefully you can get something out of that. But the idea is that we don't have that in general if we've done a good job creating, clarifying those roles, expectations, and that shared mental model as we move forward.
In this dysfunctional pyramid, I just want to try to point out some things that may help us as we go forward. And I know trust is at the bottom of it, and I don't necessarily believe trust is the outcome or what I'm trying to shoot for with the one commissioner I have, my biggest challenges with, and it's because, in my opinion, we don't share the same value system of how we are looking at the community and serving the community. You mentioned, espoused actions, and I qualify it as how do you live the values that you actually want to be known for and modeled after. And to me, my role, my goal, my last 25 years of government have been to uplift communities in a positive way, however that looks, in different ways, different places, but it's never to be the negative mouthpiece of a smaller vocal minority of our community that lives a lot in social media and then sort of be their champion for that. We are, as Commissioner Stokes said, responsible for the global impact of this organization. And I think that we should all take that seriously, and that means making hard decisions that your core group of people may not like and or understand at some point. But that's where I think we have some of our differences as well. When you talked about the conflict and the commitment and there not being any I, when me and this commissioner first began our relationship, the first things that were said that were publicly viewed were about the lack of qualifications that I had based on what she wanted. Not the team, what she wanted. So this was 6 months after the team had already decided what those qualifications were that led me to that point. But yet we were still talking about what she believed that was necessary. And to me, that just goes back to the point of not being able to accept the will of the board that you mentioned when you first began talking. Because at some point, we make our opinions known, but then you go with the majority, and that's how we execute on what that. But to show the proof and the patterns of holding on to what you wanted individually, I think that shows that you are not moving on with the team, and those actions have led us to sort of just deteriorate to the point we're at right now. And I'm sorry I keep
You're
talking
fine. I'm
on
going
any
to pick
slide.
on you
I can talk like
for
every
a little
slide.
bit. I hope you guys are okay with me picking on you. I heard a lot of I's in that. I heard a lot of I's. And it's okay to have values, right? We have our values. We cannot be ignorant of our values. We cannot make decisions. Everybody has a conflict of interest. If you would not be breathing if you didn't have conflicts of interest, right? So the goal is to get over the point of the defensiveness of the I. Like, it exists. We cannot take that out of the room. But we're stuck. We're stuck, right? We're stuck in the I, she, when we need to be we. And we need to find a way to get past that.
So,
Go ahead.
I am the commissioner who's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
When we were doing the initial hiring.
It should be lit up.
Sorry. Oh, sorry, I couldn't tell at the angle of the light. So I am the commissioner that he's talking about that did not vote for him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Prior to, as we were going through the process of hiring a new city manager, I had clear goals and needs for this city's city manager.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I had no choice. And yes, I am using the word I because at that point we are going through the process of selecting a city manager. I had clear goals and wants of what I was looking for in a city manager. No different than any other commissioner sitting up there that had clear goals and wants out of what they wanted for a city manager. We melded together. At the end of the day, my vote was because what I was looking for was not being fulfilled. And the point that the city manager is failing to understand is I didn't vote for him not because of his lack of qualification. I didn't vote for him because he didn't have the qualifications I was looking for. Once he was chosen as a city manager, I tried to embrace that. And it was more abrasive from him because he was not accepting of the fact that I just wanted something different than the group was looking for. Nothing more. And I swear to God, I voted against the city attorney too. And it's not personal. It's what I was looking for in a city manager, just like what I was looking for a city attorney. City attorney and I, we have gotten past it. It was not personal once the group made the decision. Unfortunately, the city manager and I have never gotten past that. I have tried as much as I could, and every chance felt like it was getting sloughed down. When I did his review, again, he took it so personally because I gave him a 3-point something. But he fails to understand, I also gave other city managers those low scores because it's based on what I was looking for. That's all it is. It's not him personally, it's what I was looking for and getting across to him with his review of what I feel that he was missing and not failing at, because in my review, despite popular opinion, there was a lot of positive things in that review. So
I think again,
I cleared the air.
I think again, it comes back to a point of I. So when you're hiring, when any position, you as a team should have decided what you wanted. There shouldn't have been an I, what I want. It should have been a what we want. And we should be able to objectively evaluate based on the shared what we want. You had a job description, right? I have a copy of it in your folders. You had a job description. That was what we wanted. So the I should not have been in that conversation. And that's probably why there's conflict. When people don't feel wanted, they're going to get defensive. When people get evaluations that feel maybe personal or unfair, they're going to be defensive. So I understand why the conflict is happening. I do. But I think, again, it stems back. We have to look deeper. Where does that conflict start? And it, again, comes from the fact that there's not a shared we.
Just 2 quick points. One, when you talk about what they as a team wanted, the first thing that the commissioner said that I didn't have was the ICMA credentialing, which was not a minimum qualification, but a preferred qualification. And I stated that had it been a preferred qualification, I never would have been able to apply for the job in the first place.
Right.
So I went with what the team had said they were looking for, but yet I was still criticized for not having it. And then when you look at the 6-month review process, that was a process that the commissioner requested because I didn't have the experience that she wanted, so I'll review you in 6 months. And then when that time came, half of it was, well, you haven't done this and you haven't done that, and not recognizing what had been done in the 6 months. It was almost like, well, I wanted to review you in 6 months, but then it's not enough time. I think it was even said, it's not enough time to review you in a 6-month window. So you can't keep moving the goalpost down the field. We have to address situations where they are when they are, as opposed to saying what we wanted them to be if we didn't get the way we wanted.
Are we having conflict right now?
A lot.
We're having conflict. What kind of conflict are we having? Who's in conflict right now?
The whole team.
City manager.
You guys are in what we would call overt conflict, right? And it's somewhat passive aggressive. Do we not want to call people by name?
Who, me?
Either. Anybody.
I will call people by name all day. But as I said before when we brought you to the table, this is not Jerome-specific behavior.
It's a whole team. Right. I'm going to touch on everybody.
This is behavior specific to before I got here, through behavior that has permeated through all of us at this table, and it is just now being addressed after such a lengthy time of this city sort of just dealing with it, and it's time for it to stop.
Yeah. So I could, go ahead.
It was time for it to stop when I had initially asked for conflict resolution with the city manager, Jerome Fletcher.
It's
And
not
he
just
agreed.
it's
Hold
not
on.
just this conflict, though.
But it started with just him and I.
Oh,
Back in
I'm
April of
not
last year.
sure that that's
let's
really
let her finish.
accurate.
Go ahead.
Back in April of last year, the conflict that we are witnessing today was really and truly between me and the city manager. And that was within that 6-month time frame of him arriving, give or take a few weeks. And I had requested conflict resolution, to which he agreed and then decided against it.
Mm-hmm.
And then fast forward to December, when he said that we needed to do the conflict resolution as a group, and here we are another 7 months later. So the conflict, instead of trying to get nipped in the butt right at 6 months, has intensified over the past year and a half.
I mean, again, we're getting back to individuals. And I think
And it's affecting the
yeah,
rest
it's
of us.
affecting the group, but also the group, I think, benefits from this too, to know how to deal with the conflict between two members. So I agree that this should be a group thing, because or a team thing. You are a team. You're functioning synergistically. And if we only dealt with two people, then what is the benefit to other people in the team to figure out how to respond, react, behave when conflict happens? Because it's going to inevitably happen. You guys have different goals. So it is beneficial for all of you. And I can see, I mean, I am like feeling all of the covert conflict right now. There's overt conflict. It's there.
Yeah.
But I can see it on the faces of all of you. The head down, the side eye rolls, the silence. The silence is conflict. So let's talk about it.
And I think I'm being anything but
Can I
silent.
go?
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
really was trying to say
Yeah.
something. Absolutely, this conflict is affecting all of us. I have a very different point of view, however. I don't see this as exclusively between the city manager and Commissioner McDowell. From my point of view, I've seen some very difficult behavior on the dais. It was mentioned earlier that, you know, as a team, we make a decision, and yet the conflict about that decision, because it wasn't unanimous, continues. There's also behavior on the dais, anger, throwing pencils. Again, when the rest of the commission does not agree with Commissioner McDowell. And that gets difficult, and it's really discouraging. And I think, and I've said this on the dais months and months and months ago, probably of all the commissioners, myself and Commissioner McDowell have very, very different points of view on what the role of a commissioner is, what the role of the city manager is, what's acceptable behavior for a commissioner. But I really feel as though we were working it out. The longer we worked together, I got to appreciate more than I did in the beginning the value that Commissioner McDowell brings to her job. And I came to appreciate that. But it's been very difficult for me. I just don't view, so if just reference those 8 points, I don't view those as transgressions on the part of the city manager. But again, we just have such different points of view. And we've never really discussed it or agreed as to how we would handle things or look at things as a group. We never really did that work.
I think the positive, I don't know if we're going to get there, some of this conversation, is we are going to do that. I am going to force you guys to clarify roles, clarify obligations, clarify expectations. We need to verbalize them, right? Verbalize what you believe in order to come to an agreement. Because if we come to a shared agreement, it's easier to hold each other accountable to it, right?
So, and to clarify on Commissioner McDowell's point earlier, she conveniently leaves out the why the first conflict resolution went away when it was agreed to in April. So it was agreed to in April, and we were beginning to seek out a consultant at that time. And then I think it was less than 2 weeks, maybe 10 days later, after we had already agreed to the conflict resolution, that she came into a workshop and then read a prepared statement that resulted back in her calling my actions possibly illegal or unethical as it related to a retreat that occurred that she felt so offended by that it just destroyed her in a way that she was not able to allow any sort of grace regarding myself, my team, and the other people who were involved in this retreat. And it was not just a city manager's effort. The city manager was not the only one responsible, but yet I am always the only one that she attacks publicly. The only one. Never does she ever question any other charter officer publicly, and definitely doesn't criticize anyone. But she's always thinking that, and it's about a 6-month cycle. Every 6 months something's happened and she'll pull up something and something else will come up. And she tries and she tries. And, you know, whether it's ethics or something or some other inflammatory words that she likes to use to get people excited. But the bottom line is there are consequences to actions. And when you have someone who agrees to say that, yes, let's talk about this with a third party, you do not, in good faith and good conscience, come into a public meeting and read a prepared statement and then try to smear someone and ruin their reputation publicly. And that, to me, seems to be the same thing that I've had to go through for a year and a half, and it's just time to solve it.
4. Commissioner Emmerich, you want to get past this?
Do I want to get past Do I want to get past this? Yes. Do I think we're going to get past this? No.
Why aren't we going to get past this?
Because I don't think people change just because of having these fluffy little meetings.
I agree with you. We don't. The other thing is we're stuck in the past.
Where?
We can't move forward. We can't move forward, right? We might just have to put it away and start fresh. If we keep going back, we keep going back to the conflict, we're never going to move forward. Can we agree to move forward or try to move forward to deal with new conflicts, to have construct, because what's going to happen is we're not going to get through slide 12. We're not going to get through slide 12 because we're going to continue to go back to what the conflicts are. We need to move forward. There's conflicts in the past. They exist. We're never going to get forward. We're never going to learn the material if we keep going back, right? It's not going to change. What you did, what she did, whether she wanted you, whether you wanted to come here, whether you agree or you disagreed in the past doesn't change, right? We have to move forward. I have to be able to give you the skills to move forward. And if you want to move forward, you need to let me move forward. We need to stop dwelling, and we're going to dwell later when we get into the complaint. But if we want to be able to constructively deal with that, we need to continue to go and learn and become more self-aware and address it when we have the capacity to address it.
So how do you get past what I, and as a group and team, feel was the hugest breach of trust a new employee, new city manager, could have instilled on this team that broke the trust with me, because I can't speak for the others, in that April meeting, that made me go back and make sure that everybody understood what really happened and inform my citizens that I was elected to represent. That happened at that meeting where he taped us and shared it with his staff, didn't tell us, and shared it with his staff.
Trust is one of the hardest things to rebuild.
How do you get past that?
So you have, when we think about you guys as a group at that point.
Did my fellow commissioners know that we were being taped that day? Because I certainly didn't.
I assumed that all of our meetings are public and broadcast.
It wasn't
and
on
taped.
an agenda. There was no agenda, so how could you make that assumption that we were taped? And that it was shared only with the staff and not the citizens?
So
That's what the biggest problem is.
We cannot negate the fact that your trust was broken, right?
Destroyed and not
Destroyed.
broken.
We are a team, though, and you have to continue to function as a team.
I'm trying.
Right? So we need to go back. We need to go back to go forward in the sense of we need to identify what the ground rules are moving forward. I mean, you have to accept that those ground rules weren't there, right? When this happened, you hadn't normed, you hadn't stormed, you hadn't performed, or you hadn't engaged in this process. You hadn't built trust. There was conflict. So anything that would have happened at that point, we have to realize we didn't have a shared understanding. We didn't have shared values. We didn't have shared trust. We can start the process of doing that if we can build it moving forward. It is going to be extremely difficult. You don't have to agree. You don't have to have the same values, but you do have to respect each other's roles on the team, and you have to respect the mission, vision, and values of the team. And we can't do that unless they're shared, right? So we have to be able to establish these things to go forward and get over it. And it takes time.
You know, trust is defined on a whole lot of levels. And if you reduce it to a team that plays the game and has to coordinate their activities together, okay, and they work in harmony, they work as a group to get the ball through the hoop, let's say. And despite all the practice, despite all the discussions, the training, you get out on that court and one person on the team anticipates the other person making a move and they don't. It's a breach of trust. I expected you to be there. I threw the ball where I thought you were going to be and you weren't there. So what does the team do? Nothing. They shake it off. They move forward. They recognize that it isn't about me or you or the fact that you breached my trust or you didn't anticipate what I meant or what I felt, but that we didn't lose track of the goal, which is to win the game, to get the ball in the hoop, to accomplish, to succeed. That's the problem here. The conflict exists because it's, you said it, I, and we're buried in the past. We're here to serve this community. If we don't respect each other, if we don't trust each other, even when we breach each other's trust, we don't get past it, and we don't appreciate and support the will of the majority, how do we expect anyone in the city to do the same thing for us? And that's what's happening here. We got people who distrust, and there are people who inherently distrust government. You know what? That's too bad, because not all government's bad, and the reality is certainly no government's perfect. So mistakes get made. You got to get past it. And that just comes from in here until everybody here just is willing to say enough is enough because it's interfering with your ability to do the job. And that's what's happening here. The people that are hanging on to this are not doing their job for the people out there who elected us and who employ us.
I mean, and how do we, there's something that I want to say. This is beyond the scope of this, but how do you expect your constituents to trust you as a commission if you don't trust each other? I mean, it's an issue. And you can see it. And I want to touch to your point of when there's a betrayal of trust in the moment, and you are so focused on the goal, and you move past the betrayal of trust and never address the trust, it festers. And eventually it's gonna be underlying. It's gonna stay there until you clean it. It's like you pour a gallon of milk in your purse and let it sit there for a month. It's gonna get moldy. And it's gonna sit in there for a while. And then it's gonna become toxic and rancid. And it is going to essentially erode your purse. I heard that analogy somewhere. I don't know why I bring it up. But it made a lot of sense. Like, unless you clean it out, it's gonna continue to become toxic. So addressing it, like bringing it to the forefront is a good thing. That's why this type of activity is good, because if all of our feelings aren't out there in the open, they're going to continue to create toxicity in the group, and we won't be able to move forward. Lost my PowerPoint again.
I just, if I may make just a quick observation, we talk a lot as a group about our obligation to the community and our constituents. but we also have an obligation to each other and to staff. And we have never set any ground rules on what we expect from each other. And even what does staff expect of us? How do they need us to behave? And the team is not just the 5 of us. I mean, the team needs to include staff, needs to include the community. And yet we haven't really established any of those norms.
May I add something too? Since we're on the subject of trust. We can live in the past, we can live in the present, and we can hope for the future. But even in the present right now, the lack of trust is very, very strong. Especially with, if you asked any one of these individuals up here, excluding Commissioner McDowell, how many times they have been attacked on social media for their opinions and what they've believed in when they're trying to represent their constituents, but they don't fall in line with Commissioner McDowell's constituents. So that happens every single day. Brand new posts every day. Somebody's being attacked. Charter officers, commissioners, the mayor, every single day. So.
I get attacked constantly on social media, constantly, by people that are supportive of you guys. All right? It's not just people that support me that are attacking you. I get lambasted left and right. You can disagree with me, Commissioner Emmerich.
I haven't seen any.
Well, maybe it's not on social media. Maybe you're not.
You just said on social media you're being attacked.
One at a time.
Maybe you're not going to those posts. Maybe you're not going to the places that I see it.
Something that you guys can all agree on. You all feel attacked. Yes? Something you share? You all feel attacked. What happens when people feel attacked?
Defensive.
They become defensive. They might. My co-worker here is going to talk about fight, flight, freeze. People become aggressive, or people go in a hole. Those are both forms of conflict, right? So we all feel attacked. We have that shared outcome of this conflict. And maybe respecting the fact that we all feel attacked, and how do we not feel attacked anymore? How do we get past it? But I mean, one of the things that I really want to discuss, even if we can't discuss everything, is when we speak, when we draw conclusions, we respond with those conclusions. But one of the things we don't do is take time to step back and figure out where those conclusions came from. So I feel attacked. Why do I feel attacked? She feels attacked. Why does she feel attacked? So we need to step back from the outcome and figure out how we approach a situation that causes us to make those observations. With what lens do we view those observations? How do we make our assumptions about it in order to better understand the conclusions that each one of you guys are drawing? Because you're drawing different conclusions to the same outcome, right? So why? Why are you drawing different conclusions to the same outcomes? And developing that shared understanding of where other people are coming from can help us communicate more effectively with each other. So what is happening that makes you feel attacked? What is happening that makes you feel attacked? And what is your assumptions about those attacks? Is your assumption that somebody else is inciting those attacks on you because they disagree with you? What is your assumption about why she feels attacked? We need to be able to step back from those conclusions to be able to respect each other, because before we can respect each other, we have to try to develop some emotional intelligence about the way people feel. And because most conflict is emotionally driven, right? I feel attacked. I feel sad. I feel frustrated. I feel angry. I feel hurt. I feel unheard. That causes conflict. It's all emotional. It's very relational. Most of your guys' conflict does feel relational to me. There's task conflict in there, but that task conflict is very emotional as well. So again, there's 3 types of conflict. There's this relationship conflict, where we have our differences in personalities. There's very different personalities in this room. We have very different values. Yes. We have very different interpersonal communication styles. And teams that function well, they understand and respect those differences between each other. They're not going to go away. And in order to resolve relationship conflicts, we have to be able to respect the fact that people do have different values. But that's an I thing. And creating the shared values can help overcome these relationship conflicts, right? So if we develop this shared understanding of the values of the commission, not the values of the individual, we can hopefully deal with some of these team-level conflicts. Another source of conflict is task conflict and process conflict. So this is disagreements in your opinions about kind of these like low-level functional things, like decisions to be made, what is the goal? So what are we doing versus process, how are we doing it? So a task conflict would be like, we're setting the strategy and we disagree on the strategy because we don't have a shared vision mission. And process conflict is how we are going to enact that process. So the way you guys have your system set up, the commission manager model, the way I read it, and I could be wrong, is task is more oriented toward the commission. The commission should be deciding this is the strategy, this is the vision, these are the things that we want to accomplish, these are our goals. And the process appears, based on what I've read, to be more city manager oriented. So how it's to be done. And maybe that's something that we need to clarify. Maybe we're having conflict because we have disagreements on what is task and what is process for the group. And hopefully we can get to a point where we have a shared understanding of, I have autonomy to do this, this is your role, this is my role, and have this agreement to where when someone steps out of line within the scope of these processes, roles, agreements, we know how to call them out or put them back in line. And that comes again with shared mental models, a shared understanding of what this means. That's why that storming phase is so difficult and so important. Because anytime we don't come together with that shared mental model, we're going to continue to have conflict moving forward. We're not going to agree on the task. We're not going to agree on the process. So we have to get to that point where we can deal with that. And then relationship conflict is going to be that continual. We're not going to always have. We're never going to have the same personality. We're never going to have the same individual values. So we can teach you how to deal with conflict management from a relationship standpoint, but process conflicts and task conflicts are completely avoidable if we've gone through the process of clarifying these expectations and roles. We shouldn't be having those, right? And they're just exacerbating the relationship conflicts that exist that will never go away. So I'm going to kind of go through some of this a little bit fast just so you can learn how to recognize some of the types of conflict. So again, I said there's covert and overt conflict. Overt, you can see it. I mean, it's the conversation. It's, rolling, not even rolling eyes. It's actually saying, I disagree with you. I think that is stupid. I think you are wrong. It could be escalated into something more aggressive, like physical gestures, leaving, yelling, etc. I don't see that type of conflict. I don't know that it's not happening, but it's not happening now, so thank goodness. But it does. It happens all the time. What I'm actually more concerned with sometimes is this covert conflict. So do you guys have any idea what we would call covert conflict?
Undercover.
Well, that's what it means, right? So if you're in conflict with somebody, they might not even know it. You might be disagreeing with somebody, not telling them, and then telling somebody else. Undermining behavior outside of the scope of the team without directly discussing. It could be shutting down. It could be not talking. You disagree with somebody, but you don't say anything. You're silent because you're uncomfortable with the conflict.
I don't mean to break your train because I know you're trying to roll with this, but part of the problem we have, is that we live under the sunshine, okay?
You have to stop.
I know, stop reading my mind. And therein lies a huge, huge problem. Like, while the sunshine laws are wonderful because, you know, they make sure and assure that leadership doesn't make decisions behind closed doors without public venting and the sunshine in. But at the same time, it makes it damn near impossible for us to call each other out on things that we don't agree with, or to wrestle with certain types of conflicts, because we can't discuss those things except sitting up there or here. And that causes big problems, because we're forced to hold it in. And to sit up there in a public display where there are people who sit in the audience just chuckling away because they get a vicarious thrill out of seeing that kind of dysfunction. Really, it's an attempt at conflict resolution, but there are people who seek their self-relevance at the expense of others, and that happens, okay? That causes a real problem for us as a commission. And it allows this covert conflict to kind of build within us. And that's why this process is cathartic, whether we solve any ultimate problems here or not. This is going to be a healthy thing, even if we don't get to the end and all give each other kumbaya hugs.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Me neither.
But honestly, I think the sunshine is amazing because we shouldn't be doing those things. We should be able to have constructive conflict to the point where we are not avoiding. We can have a conversation that it's not a reality show. It shouldn't be a reality show. People shouldn't want to tune in to be like, what's the drama this week?
But they do.
But they do. But you guys want to be boring. Be boring. Be boring. You want to be able to talk to each other where people don't want to be like, what's going to happen this week? The sunshine can be really good for that because we shouldn't be gossiping. We shouldn't have rumors. We should be able to talk to people directly and care compassionately. We should be able to do that. And if you guys were a high functioning team, it wouldn't happen. And you should be able to have the conflict and not be afraid of it being filmed.
Well, again, and I'm not trying to steal anybody's thunder, but it again, I think goes back to that respect for each other and the common shared ultimate goal, which is why we're here in the first place. That helps me get by it, okay? Unless somebody's just being personally nasty to me, at which point sometimes I have a difficult time with them. But by and large, I don't really take any differences of opinions personally. And even if I'm in the dissent on a vote or you know, whatever the case may be, like, you just move past it because I respect everyone else sitting here. And I respect that we're all trying to do the same job. And if we can't individually find it within ourselves to do that, then we never get past this. I don't see us. It has to come from within each one of us so that we can recognize the value we each bring to this. And we are a team. Without us as a team, like, it doesn't function. Nothing gets done. We don't accomplish, or it gets accomplished, but not to the extent it could. We don't put as many wins on the board. We don't have as much success. And we could be better. We are better than that. And we just got to let the personal crap go.
Well, it's not that we have to let it go. It's that we have to acknowledge it, right? So when we're having conflict, ask each other, what do you feel about this? Why are you so passionate? What do you feel is not being accomplished for you? Because if we don't understand where each other's coming from, again, that conflict is going to stay covert, and we're not going to bring it to the attention of the group. We're not going to resolve it, and it's going to turn into the nagging, the complaining, the anger, the blaming, arguments, and it's going to move external to the group, which I feel like it has. It's moved external to the group. It needs to stay internal to the group. We can't have a conflict resolution if we're not internally talking about the conflict. If we're moving external to where we're talking about it or complaining to potentially our constituents, our friends, our family, that's not dealing with it. We've got to deal with it internally because it's actually going to get worse. It's going to escalate. So we have a spiral of conflict escalation from this covert eye-rolling rumors to actual public displays externally and internally of fighting with each other. And it can be passive aggressive and it can be very overt aggressive. And we need to be able to understand why. Why do you feel this way? What are you not feeling is being resolved? If we come to conflict with a shared understanding of an outcome, it's easier to get to the outcome than if we come to it with our own sides that we want to accomplish, because negotiation, it's an art, right? And really what you guys are doing is negotiating, even though you vote. But you want everybody to be happy with the outcome. It's not always going to happen, but if you come to it again with the shared understanding of what the outcome should be, the shared goal, it's much easier to negotiate and buy in to the votes, even if you don't individually agree. So calling each other out, I mean, I know it might not be fun, but you can do it in a way that's constructive to be able to kind of keep it transparent. As soon as it becomes covert, again, it's festering, right? It's becoming toxic, it's becoming rancid. So we want that covert conflict. It's like the gateway drug to all of the other forms of bad conflict. We want to avoid it. We want to call it out at the outset, at the beginning. And that's why I'm like one of the things that we want to try to do when we're working through the process later is if we see it, we're going to tell you you're doing it and figure out how we can move past it. So we need to be aware that these types of conflicts can escalate. So like I said, yes.
Dr. Baskin, I'm sort of getting alerts from some of my fellow commissioners that we need a quick break.
Okay. Absolutely.
Okay.
Sure. Like bathroom break, 5-10 minutes. All right.
That's a cigarette break.
It'll allow me to regroup and figure out where I am. that done first, because she needs it ready when she starts.
So it may have logged you out, but if you can check your phones, your tablets, your laptops, and just make sure that you are in the poll everywhere still.
I'm still there. I believe.
Yes, yes, everybody good? Okay. So what we have first is this is just a familiarization with poll everywhere. So we're going to do a little quick competition. Yes.
Mine says, introduce yourself. That's what my
Skip.
screen is. Thank you.
There should, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I put my name in there.
Put my name in there. It asks for your name. I put my name in
You
there.
can
Well, no, you
skip.
just own your comments.
It's okay. The
I can own mine.
activities later on that we're going to be doing in poll everywhere, I have set to anonymous where they need to be anonymous.
Okay.
This is not going to be anonymous. That's okay. But later on we'll need that. But the polls themselves are set to be anonymous. So this is going to be a competition. It's multiple choice. It's intended to be fun. Maybe liven things up. You know, in a
Sorry,
fun
there's nothing
way.
so far fun about today.
Well, hopefully this will be a little bit fun, So if you have your devices at the ready,
I'm
going to go ahead and turn it on.
I am
So-
feeling it today.
You could always make you put
All right, is everybody ready for this competition? All right, 3, 2, 1.
Introduction to poll.
Right, how do you answer?
Do I have to download the app?
What are the answers to?
Click the screen, touch the screen, and then it goes to the choices.
So where's number 5 that says, I have no clue?
You'll just have to guess, perhaps.
Wait, skip. Okay, username.
I think it locked.
Is her name in here?
Oh, I got it
I was
right.
correct.
I just got 1,000 points.
How'd you get 718?
Stephanie and then.
I got 1,000.
And, yeah, and I don't know what
Did
the
you get it
number
right?
is.
Bear with me. I wanted to get it up on the screen so that everybody can see the responses.
What was that number for?
So the
What is the
results.
number for her?
685.
685, yes. So the results, 86% of the people that answered, and some people may have timed out, got the answer correct, which is PhD. Dr. Baskin, she holds PhD. And 14% guessed MBA. Here's the next question.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm still waiting for her presentation.
I don't know how to work this.
You got 1,000 points?
All the cool kids did.
That's for now. I'm exceptional.
All right,
You are?
I am going to reset this.
That's why we're practicing.
Yes.
So later when it matters.
Okay, so we better have 100% on the first
Right.
question.
Don't get it wrong.
I spent a lot of years in school. You better get it.
There you go.
All right, I'm going to join. I'm going to let it time out on my responses, but that way everybody can see. All right, here we go. Is everybody ready? 3, 2, 1. If you touch the screen, it should take you.
Yours is still not logging.
You can get it right this time.
I got it right the first time, Pete.
I think it's easier on a tablet or a laptop.
City phone or your personal?
It's a city.
I don't know. That's why I asked. I go to that
pollev.com.
Some of us are more technologically challenged than others.
Her name. 685.
685. I wanted her here.
That's a little ironic.
685. Skip. 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 Skip.
It'll be my darling.
Does it say that, what
Says
does it
good
say on
luck.
your screen?
Good luck.
Okay, so we're going to restart. Hopefully, third time's the charm. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. What is the highest degree held by Megan Baskin? Yeah, it is so important. We're doing this 3 times just to make sure.
It's supposed to be like thinking.
Yes, it's timing down. It's on a 15-second timer.
Well, that's a long 15 seconds.
Oh, look at that. 100% got that right. All right. Next. We're going to skip this because a lot of you guys are in as guests. That's not important. It'll tell you on the screen how you did on that, how many points you got. All right. What is the highest degree held by Stephanie Tarico? That it was. It's also in your packet.
Yes, I am.
It's okay to be resourceful.
This is where I just.
All right. I love the vote of confidence. MBA is correct. MBA is correct.
Yes.
All right. We've got 4 people that are in the running for first place. All right. Next question. Today's customized workshop is created and facilitated by All right. Excellent. So brand awareness is working.
3 for 3.
All right. Well, we've got 3 people that are in first place. So let's see what is next. Southwest Florida Leadership Institute provides. Yes, I believe you can. Oh, I lied. So sorry, unintentional.
Sometimes you're right the first time.
Right. All right. 75% of you said all of the above. The Institute does provide consulting, which Dr. Baskin mentioned, coaching, customized training programs, which is what this is, off-the-shelf training programs. So the correct answer was all of the above.
How many people were in first?
1.
Right now, there is, who is guest 271? Very good. You would expect that type of attention to detail from your city
I got
attorney,
all
would you
4
not?
right. How did I end up in 4th place?
Yes. Speed increases the
What's that?
points. All right, well, that
Oh, it's not
concludes
fair.
this fun little exercise. So thank you
Oh,
for
I didn't know that.
participating and
I was taking my time. Fourth. That's terrible.
I think that's yeah.
I call foul on that.
All right.
I didn't know the rules.
So that had nothing really to do with the training other than to get you guys familiarized with Poll Everywhere. We're going to use it later when we work through some of conflict styles, talking a little bit about more of our applied nature of the session. So moving now forward, we've talked about what conflict is, some of the kind of foundational elements of conflict in teams. But I do want to touch on, even though I've already talked about it, about outcomes of teams in conflict. Because a lot of this sounds negative, right? Conflict has a negative connotation. When we think about conflict, we're thinking this is a bad thing. But I don't want you to sit here and think you guys shouldn't be in conflict with each other. Because your role as a commission is to bring the voices of the people, and they should be in conflict because not everybody agrees, right? So we need to understand when conflict is good. We need to understand when it's not constructive, and we need to learn how to deal with conflict when we disagree, or when people don't get their way. Because I feel like that those are some of those sources of relational conflict that get in the way, that cause task and process conflict. And they're all very much easy to deal with. So what are some of the negative conflicts in teams? Lack of performance, potentially.
Lack of productivity?
Lack of productivity, absolutely. And that could be because of conflict, but there also could be, we could be productive, we could perform, but we're not performing to the best of our ability. If everybody agrees, we're not thinking outside of the box, we're not being innovative, we're not being creative, we're not potentially solving the bigger problems because we're more concerned with agreeing and getting the job done than finding the best solution. So there are some positive conflicts with teams. So teams that do have conflict with each other, they can't be devoid of conflict, actually find more innovative solutions over the long term. They solve problems better over the long term. So we want to have conflict. We just need to learn where the conflict happens and how to deal with it. We don't want to avoid it. I'm going to get to the last one in a second, have some graphics on conflict. So if you look here, there is a curvilinear relationship between conflict and performance. If there's low conflict, we also tend to have low performance as a team in terms of team performance rated outcomes. So again, the solution is not very good. It might not be solving the problem. It's just a solution to be a solution. But if it gets too high, conflict is too much. We never come to a solution, potentially. So there's too much fighting that it takes too long to get to performance. Or there's so much disagreement that we can't execute. So we can't get into the process phase. Or there's continued disruptions or hindrances. So we want to find that optimal level of conflict. And when we start getting over here, we learn how to conflict manage. And when we start getting over here, we learn how to conflict manage. So that's why we discuss both preventable conflict, but then also how to conflict manage, because we need to have both parts in order to reach that optimal level of conflict and performance. So when we have increased tensions, generally we have higher levels of task conflict, values conflict, emotional conflict. Knowledge, perceptions, really they are more related to task conflict because it's the knowledge and the skills we bring that might create conflict in what we see the strategy is. Whereas differences in values and personality, those potentially come in those values conflicts phases. And those values conflicts lead to those emotional or relational conflicts. So I'm going to touch on what we call self-awareness and self-regulation. Those concepts will help us deal with the values conflicts, whereas the clarifying roles, expectations, obligations, those types of things will help with our task conflicts. So we need to focus not only on one thing, and if we focus on clarifying the roles and expectations, as well as touching on trying to understand and become more self-aware and regulate emotions, we can get to the point where we can have conflict and deal with it constructively to get to the point where we can accomplish our goals as a team. If we don't do that, we won't be cohesive as a team. So we'll continue potentially that covert conflict or overt conflict as we continue to deal with our task and process issues. We first have to resolve of what is causing the relational conflict, right? That's at a very basic level. Because if we look at relational conflicts, there's a direct impact on task and process conflict. Because we could agree on what we're supposed to be doing, but their relational conflict will actually kind of disrupt the task and process. So first we want to deal with that. And in order to understand what causes relational conflicts, we have to start with the individual, right? So you are a group of people that has formed together to make a team. Each person on this team has, again, their own cognitive biases, their own personality, their own values that they're bringing, and they're using, which is a good thing, to solve problems that are shared. So really, I want to give you a little bit of background on what some of these major cognitive biases that we all hold are. I'm not going to go super in depth because this is not my class on organizational behavior. Talk a touch on personality differences, and then a little bit on values differences, focusing primarily on differences in perceptions of obligation. Because I think that's, again, a word I heard a lot from you guys, so I pulled that as a source. So again, we have individual level differences and team level differences. I'm going to start with the individual level differences. So how have your individual differences created conflict? And it doesn't have to be with this group, but in general. Have you noticed a time where you had an individual difference in your personality, in your conflict style, in your values, and how you see the world that created a conflict between a friend, a coworker, a family member? Anybody have an example?
I'll jump in.
Yeah.
And it is specific to this team, and we'll talk about it again later. But I brought an opportunity to staff to consider for implementation. I did talk about it in public and on the dais during my report. And then in Commissioner McDowell's complaint, she called me out for, I forget exactly the language, but overstepping my role as a commissioner. So I mentioned earlier, we just view things so very differently. What I saw as initiative and leadership, she saw as potentially an overstep of my authority as an individual commissioner. So just very different ways of viewing the role and behavior and that type of thing.
So I think with that example, there could be individual difference conflicts there, but I do think that, again, falls more under the team level because it's a clarification in role. So if we think about it from an individual level, was there something that about like how you approached the communication or your personality style that could have caused the conflict? Or even in the resolution of the conflict, how maybe some people are more direct and some people are more indirect. That's an individual difference in communication style that could have caused conflict. But I would say that they could be related, but in that particular example, that's a team level issue with regard to lack of clarity in roles and expectations and obligations. And if that was resolved, potentially that conflict would have not happened. But if you had a personality difference, and even though you agreed, that would be more individual difference. Does that make sense? So let's think about like a personality difference with regard to, let's see, openness to experience is a personality characteristic. How curious, how intellectually stimulated, how open to other people's ideas people are. That's a personality characteristic that everybody holds a different level of. How could differences in one's level of openness to experience create conflict? You could think of it maybe as like stubbornness versus open-mindedness. Think about it. Yeah, go ahead.
So when we're up on the dais and a new idea is being presented, I always try to, hey, let's have a discussion. Let's learn more about what does this look like, and have that discussion and debate and conversation to get a better understanding of what is being presented. And I'm always more curious to learn more, ask questions and stuff like that. That's just my style. And I know that my fellow commissioners may not appreciate it. But then again, there are times where it is appreciated. So it just, I think, depends on the topic and the discussion.
So personality, I'm going to get into personality character. So I don't want to get over it. But
is that what you're talking about?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. So I have noticed that. I've watched some videos. I noticed that you always have questions, and questions indicate curiosity. But then we have to remember that personality characteristics don't live in isolation. So we can be openness to experience and learning things, but we can be not conscientious. So we might learn about something and never do anything about it. So we have to look at all of the different personality profile characteristics together. So why is somebody curious? Is it related to wanting to be agreeable? We have high levels of agreeable or disagreeableness. So I'm going to get into some examples later about how combinations of personality characteristics can clash. And it has nothing to do with the task or the process. It has to do completely with personality by itself in isolation. And if we can recognize that we're not disagreeing about what we're doing, we're just disagreeing because we have different personalities, it can help us overcome the conflict a little bit better. But before I get in, personality is always very interesting. Before I get into that, I want to kind of get into this concept of the ladder of inference. I think this is a really good tool to help us step back when we start to get into conflict with each other or other people. So think about a conflict you've had with a friend, coworker, or manager. We've done this, right? You guys all have a conflict maybe in mind that you've had? Plenty of conflicts? Okay.
I don't have any.
None? Okay. Now imagine your views on a ladder, from observations up to assumptions, up to conclusions. Generally, when we get into conflict or when we're dealing with people, the process of observation to assumption, then leading to conclusion, happens extremely swiftly. Our brains as humans are wired in a way that we need to act swiftly. We need to make judgments fast. Because, in evolution, we had to make decisions that, are we going to get killed or are we not going to get killed by the lion that's going to attack us? We still live in that space, evolutionarily. When we make decisions, we feel the need to go to a conclusion immediately and act without time to go back and think about what lens are we viewing our observation with? How does that lens of observation then help create these assumptions that led to the conclusion that we're acting on? Because we're acting on conclusions without dissecting the observation or the assumption. So let's go back to it. Let's go down on the ladder. Our thinking along this ladder, again, works swiftly and routinely. We get to the conclusion and it appears so obvious. We have our value systems, we have our mechanisms for thinking, we have our mechanisms for making decisions that work for us individually. So when we get to a conclusion about what's happening in a situation, we think we're right? Typically, we've assessed it, we know our values, we know our thinking patterns. This is the conclusion that we're drawing. But why are we drawing that conclusion? Do you ever stop and think, maybe I'm wrong? Or how did I get this assumption? Did I view the situation poorly? And so it takes a lot of mental work to make more informed decisions. Decision making is easy. Good decision making is hard. Very, very difficult. So we have to take a step back when we have an assumption about a situation. And I've heard about a lot of situations. Why did that situation happen? Think about how the other people in that situation were approaching it. How did they feel? What were they thinking? What were their observations? What were their assumptions? What were mine? What shaped that? So we need to back down this ladder and we need to figure out what were the lenses that we viewed the situation with. And I'm talking a little bit about that next. Were they based on our values differences and our personal goals? Or were they based on shared goals of the team? How did we view the situation? And how did that lens or that viewing shape the assumptions that we formed from that observation? And then how did that lead to the conclusion that we drew? A lot of conflict in teams stems from a lack of understanding of both each other and ourselves and how we draw the conclusions that we draw, because it creates those differences. So at the individual level, it all starts, everybody has these. This is not different. All humans suffer from cognitive bias. And it takes active mental work to discuss them. So cognitive bias is a pattern of poor judgment triggered by a particular situation. And generally, we've behaved in the past in certain ways, and it's led to why we behave certain ways we do in the future, because it's either worked for us or not worked for us, or it's self-serving or other-serving. We are egotistical maniacs, humans. We want to serve ourselves. It's actually hard to serve a group. It's very difficult. So one of the best ways we can overcome that cognitive bias is just recognizing it and taking that step back down the ladder. So the existence of cognitive bias has been studied over and over and over again. We can see it through study after study after study of how people assume different things in decision-making and how that decision-making is flawed. So there's like 30 plus different cognitive biases. I'm not going to talk about all of them because, again, it's not a class on decision making, but I wanted to highlight 4 of them that can cause a lot of issues in teams. My personal favorite cognitive bias, if somebody were to have a favorite cognitive bias, is the fundamental attribution error. The fundamental attribution error, really what this says is that we tend to overemphasize personality characteristics that are more negative in others and more positive in ourselves. And they're related to some of the other biases later. So there was a famous experiment, and you guys might have heard of it. It's called the Stanley Milgram experiment. And in this study, this experimenter, he had regular old individuals. He asked them, how likely do you think you would shock somebody to death? He asked them this. And everybody was like, no, I wouldn't do that. And they were like, well, what if somebody in authority told you to do it? And everybody's like, well, maybe I'd go up to like 30% of shock value, but I'd not kill somebody to the shock value. Well, then they did the experiment. Or no, they didn't. Then they asked, how likely do you think somebody else would go all the way up the extreme? And they said, oh, other people, they'd go like 75% up the shock extreme. But I don't know that they'd kill anybody. Maybe some people would likely kill somebody else. Well, then they did the study, and they found that we tend to think we're better. We're more ethical. We're more moral than the other person. And that's flawed because that actually makes us in conflict with the other person automatically. Like we enter situations defensive, thinking other people are bad and we are good. And that's bad because we think they're bad, but that's also bad because we're not recognizing our flaws. We're entering the situation thinking we're so much better, moral, ethical than other people, and assuming they're going to do negative things when really, in all reality, we all kind of suck. We're all going to potentially behave immorally, unethically, and to assume that we're going to behave poorly or better actually is really, really undermining and creating that conflict. So another cognitive bias that we might have is the halo effect. And this one is a more commonly known effect. The halo effect is essentially a tendency, either positive or negative, to if we've made an assumption about one area about a person. So a common halo effect characteristic is attractiveness. So if somebody's attractive, we tend to attribute that positive quality to other aspects of their performance. So attractive people get the benefit of the doubt when they have performance evaluations. Oh, they're a better performer. It's really interesting, the phenomenon. If we want to go demographic, there's quite a bit of research that says that like highly charismatic people that will attribute to performance, but there's a relationship to gender, there's a relationship to physical appearance with regard to like weight. So people assume on average, men tend to be more assertive, better performers than women in certain contexts because of these different characteristics they hold. From a like workplace performance standpoint, if you do really good in one area of your job, like you're an amazing public speaker, but you don't actually do much of your other work, I might give you the benefit of the doubt on your performance in other areas when there's no evidence to support performance in those other areas. So it's this idea of positive or negative that we attribute or spill over our perceptions into other areas. So if we've formed an opinion about somebody, about something in the past, that opinion now could spill over into all actions, even if there's evidence to not support or support the behaviors. So we need to be aware, are we making this judgment about a person because of their actions and their observable behaviors now? Or is it because of something that happened that we disliked in the past or before, or something that we don't like about them, whether they're attractive, unattractive, male, female, overweight, anything, any characteristic that we've made a judgment on could spill over. And so we have to step back and think, am I making this assumption because of observable characteristics or behaviors now versus something that I perceived previously or I like or dislike? Confirmation bias and self-serving bias. These really go into kind of how we seek and use information. So confirmation bias is the tendency to search for and interpret information in a way that confirms our preconceptions. So we enter every situation with what our goal is individually, and we might only, and I'm going to talk about this again later in decision making, it's a concept called bounded awareness. We might only pull information that confirms what we want to do, right? So if I want to do this particular action, I might pick on you, I want to hire this individual. I am only going to seek out information that says I should hire this individual, not information that says I shouldn't. Very notorious study that looked at real life happening that looked at confirmation bias was the NASA space shuttle explosion. They only sought out information that said we should launch because there was pressure to launch. They didn't seek out all the information that was out there that said we should not. And if we only seek out the positive, we're going to go with what we want to do and we're not going to stop. So we have to recognize that most people do this. Most people only seek out self-serving information. So the self-serving piece is the evaluation of information that might not even be factual. It could be ambiguous, that in a way could be beneficial to you. So we attribute, we might gather information and look at it under a lens that it's more credible than it actually is because it serves our purpose. So again, they're very related. So we are evaluating this ambiguous information of like, it's like that idea of the exception versus the rule, or like looking at how many people's opinions. Have you ever seen commercials like dentist commercials? They're like 4 out of 5 dentists agree. I mean, that's 4 dentists out of how many dentists in the world? What is the sample size here? We can't go based off one person's opinion and use that and extrapolate that opinion because it serves our purpose or it's beneficial to us in some way. We need to seek out more information that's factual, that's rational, that's logical, to prove or disprove our point. So we get stuck in these poor decision-making patterns because you remember that top of that pyramid of the dysfunctions of the team were very egotistically driven. And we need to, training is one of the best ways we can stop doing these things, is calling out the biases. I can't change them. They're going to happen unless you do the mental work to stop them. And sometimes it takes like writing down at the top of your paper, why do I think this? How do other people feel? Am I right? Am I wrong? And what information can prove that I'm right? What information can I prove that I'm wrong? And that, again, goes into the decision making. So values differences. Value conflict is generally when we have two opposing belief systems at play. And we can have internal values conflicts or we can have external values conflicts. So internally, like I mentioned earlier, all of you guys are probably do have individual internal values conflicts. So you serve your constituents, but also you serve at the will of the commission. Those can be in conflict, probably regularly, right? How do you internally resolve values conflicts? But then you also have values conflicts amongst your team. So we need to recognize, like, how do we move forward with these values conflicts individually and then in teams? And a piece of understanding that is understanding where the values come from. So values generally are shaped by what we call spheres of influence. What are the things that are important to you? There's general broad categories: family, career, politics, religion. God, I'm missing one. But you get the idea. So what are the things that are highly important to you? Community. I should have remembered that one. Community is a big sphere of influence. So if you think about decision making and you think about how your team members are coming to the commission, their spheres that are really important to them are going to shape the way they observe. And observation is at that very basic level. They're going to see the same situation differently. And we have to recognize, like, when I came into the situation or the conflict, how did you see it versus how do you see it? How do you see it? And how did that shape the interpretations or assumptions that we made about the conflict? So it could be a situation where, I guess to give an example, back to the biases, you're driving down the freeway. How many of you guys have ever been cut off by a car?
Never.
Never. What happens when you get cut off by a car? They slam on your brakes, they almost cause an accident. What you verbally say or in your mind say about that other person?
It's pretty loud and verbal.
Yeah. We might say very mean things about that person. Oh, they're not paying attention. They're a bleep. They're, we again goes to the fundamental attribution error. They're a bad person because they cut me off. How many of you guys have ever cut somebody off? Never. Are you a bad person? Are you a bleep? So when we cut somebody off, we're like, oh my God, we're so sorry. Didn't mean to do that. I didn't see you. I'm attributing that I'm a good person. Again, fundamental attribution error, and they're a bad word. So it could come into like how we approach the situation. Are we approaching it with that fundamental attribution error? Are we approaching it to they're a bad driver, they don't know what they're doing? Or are we saying like there's some sort of like bad driver because of a characteristic? I mean, I grew up in Los Angeles. There's lots of stereotypes happening on the road. So we might be thinking they're, from an individual standpoint, they're a bad person. They don't care about people. They don't care about their community. They don't care about blah 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 because they're doing these bad things. But maybe their kid broke their leg and they're rushing to the hospital, and we don't see that in there. Maybe their wife is pregnant in the car. We only see this much of their behavior, and we're attributing a whole set of assumptions about that observation to that person. So remember, we cannot attribute that. We only know a little bit about what's going on unless we start talking about it, unless we start sharing how we're coming to the situation. So when we move into talking about like the conflict resolution and constructive communication, sometimes it could be important to come to a meeting when we're going to discuss something that needs to be voted on and say, this is how I see the situation, not this is the conclusion that I've made. And I think we approach it at the latter, right? We approach it that this is the decision that I've made, not how did I come to that decision because I observed this situation this way. I heard from 100 constituents this, and this, and here's the documentation. And because of this, I feel this is important. So we work up that ladder from observation to assumption to conclusion, and we get to a better place where we can understand where each other's coming from. If we can understand it, we can be more accepting of it, and we can negotiate better and maybe feel more comfortable with the outcome of a vote. Because we're now attributing it not to you're a bad person and you're not trustworthy and I don't respect you and you have flawed decision making, but this is how I got here. And those values differences, while they exist, they don't have to cause conflict with the team because we have, again, a shared understanding. Okay, so I want to, in practice, talk about values differences. So one of the places we can have a values difference is the understanding of an obligation. So what is an obligation? What does it mean to you? A debt? Okay. A debt to anybody. Okay.
I'm obliged to that person to do this because I either said I would or I owe them.
Okay. Kind of transactional almost in nature, contractual.
Promise and oath.
Okay. So again, very similar, like we've made an agreement, we have a contract, we've made a promise. They're a little bit different levels. What else? Or do you guys all agree that that's what an obligation is?
Commitment.
I've made a commitment. What's the difference between an obligation and a responsibility?
Kind of the same.
Kind of.
I think an obligation is you kind of expressed it, maybe, whereas a responsibility is something that you feel you need to do. My responsibility, if I drop something, pick it up.
Mm-hmm. So it's kind of more individually driven potentially?
That's right.
Responsibility is more I, obligations more you.
Kind of.
For me, when I make an obligation, a promise, or whatever, it is my responsibility to see that through. And I'm speaking for myself, and it even works in team. We made an obligation to do something for the city. It is our responsibility to see that through. So to me, it's like a cause and effect.
Mm-hmm. So a responsibility comes with obligation, right? Exactly. If you have an obligation, generally we think about obligation as something that's legal or contractual. It exists kind of at a broader scope. So what is your obligation as a team? There's different types of obligations and different ways to view obligation.
To always work in the best interest of the community that we represent.
Mm-hmm.
Do the best for the most.
Any other comments? Those are kind of two different obligations too, if we break it down. So we might have obligations as a commission based on our charters, based on your role. So again, it's contractual, it's legally binding, but then we also have a responsibility. So the responsibility might come in at the more individual level of how do I reach that obligation? How do I achieve it? And because you guys, and I'm talking to the commissioners, you have a responsibility to your commissioners. You have an obligation at the commission level. You guys see that? And that's how I would define it. I don't know if you guys see it the same way. So legally, there's not an obligation to the constituents. It's a responsibility. Because if you don't do it, you're not going to breach a contract, go to jail, etc. But at the commission level, you have directives. There's something written that says this is what you have to do. So your obligation is here, and then your responsibilities fall under it. I mean, if we look at the linguistics.
And I hear what you're saying, but as a candidate, when you're running for office, you're making promises. Right. This is what I am going to do to serve my constituents. it is my obligation and responsibility to make sure that that promise is fulfilled to the best of my ability. And a lot of times people, when they're entering in this role, they make this promise and I'm going to do this, and only to find out, yeah, you can't do that because of state statute or because of sunshine or because of whatever, you're one of five.
Yeah. So again, it comes to parsing that out. And I think a lot of conflict is when we have different ideas about what words mean at a very basic level. So if you kind of use obligation and responsibility almost interchangeably. And if we view them as separate but related, maybe we can help clarify kind of like some of the individual versus team level conflict. So we have an obligation as a team, as the commission, to do something. We have an obligation based on our employment contracts to do something because they're binding, right? But if we make a promise is not binding.
Yeah, my word is binding.
And I think that comes into, and I'm sorry, that's hard to see, different types of obligations. So we can look at obligations like an internal obligation, an external obligation, and a moral obligation. I think what you're referring to, Commissioner McDowell, is you have a moral obligation and to your constituents. But we also have these internal obligations and external obligations, and they might also be in conflict with each other because they're not clear. And that could be an issue. So defining what our obligations are could help. So internal obligation, these are individuals within the organization. So you have internal obligation here at the commission level. This is our internal team, if you will, right? And you have your roles and responsibilities. You have your directives. You have your strategy. This is how you're supposed to behave. This is what you're supposed to do. It's all outlined. You have a charter. So you have your obligation internally. But you also have external obligations. So again, your constituents. So the obligation that you have, if you have any contractually, or if you believe they're contractually, external. Internal and external obligations can be in conflict with each other, right? Again, that's that individual conflict. They can be in conflict with your team members. So you all should have the same internal obligation, but you all might have different external obligations. So if we're at a place where we don't think that we have the same internal obligation, that's a problem. And that's why we want to try to get you to the point where you have the same internal perception of obligation. Now, moral obligation, that more comes into place when we're talking about ethics and ethical decision-making, moral standards, religious doctrine, personal views. So we might have very strongly held personal obligations or moral obligations of how people should behave. And that can be, again, driven by those spheres of influence. Some people might see ethics or as hard and fast. Some people see ethics as flexible. So what is that level of obligation to like ethical standard? What is that level of obligation to religious doctrine? Again, those spheres of influence, and how much commitment or less commitment do you have to them? I think that's where you can start seeing these individual different conflicts come into play in one just example of one word, obligation. So if we think about, we have these conflicts with one word, we deal with a lot of things, right? If we don't have a shared understanding of the basics of what an obligation is, what a responsibility is, what strategy is, what your roles are, it can just spiral and snowball into this huge, big misunderstanding. And really a lot of it is misunderstanding that then has covert conflict and we never deal with it. And at a very basic level, it's a misunderstanding of how we view each other. So if we move forward, if we put the past in the past and we figure out how we can deal with it moving forward to not have these misunderstandings, then we can hopefully get to a place where we start to communicate better, and that good communication eventually leads to mutual respect and maybe trust. It's a long-term process, which might take a really long time for you guys to create. If you look at teams, diversity in teams is great for innovation and performance. diverse teams take a really long time to perform. Generally, if we have a short-term team, we want them to be more homogeneous because they're more focused on tasks than long-term performance and viability. So short-term teams have to go through that norming, forming, storming really quickly in order to perform. And sometimes it's not the greatest outcome as it could be because we don't have time to get over some of these differences and create the shared understanding. Okay, how much time do I have? Not much, right? Okay. All right, so I want to touch on personality real quick. So I mentioned already that there's 5 general stable personality characteristics. There's lots of different, how many of you guys have ever taken a personality test? Anybody? Most of us have at some point in our lives. The big 5, that's the most commonly utilized personality characteristics test. It's easy, and most other tests are formed based on this basis. It says all of us exist in a level of extroversion, agreeableness, conscientiousness, emotional stability, and openness to experience. And when we form teams, we need profiles of personality characteristics to be cohesive. So extroversion, it's how outgoing, how talkative, how assertive, social somebody is. Generally, people attribute it with more charismaticness. Opposite of that is introversion. So more quiet, more reserved, generally more observant. So we kind of exist on either a pole of each. Some people say a continuum, introversion to extroversion. Agreeableness and, agreeableness and openness to experience generally are some of the game changers when it comes to teams. We want a variety of introversion, extroversion. We want everybody to be conscientious. So conscientiousness is showing up, doing your work, being dependable, being on time. I would think most people that are sitting in this type of role have a higher level of conscientiousness. So we can agree on that. Where we might start to see issues when we look at team breakdown or team conflict is our level of agreeable or disagreeableness, our level of emotional stability, and our levels of openness to experience. So if I want to give an example, so if you look at teams and you look at the personality trait of agreeableness, do you want agreeable people on your team?
Not always.
Not necessarily. Do you want disagreeable people on your team?
Not necessarily.
Sometimes you need it.
So if we go back to when we looked at those definitions of conflict, it's a curvilinear relationship again, right? So we need disagreeableness because disagreeableness incites conversation. It brings in question. It allows us to maybe dig into the issue deeper. So that's a really good thing. But too much disagreeableness, nothing's ever going to get done. Too little, and we're going to have groupthink. And again, we're going to get the pushback. That's when you start seeing issues or challenges from the community. So either side could be bad. So we want to find ways to kind of have a medium level of agreeable to disagreeableness on our team. Now, if you pair agreeableness with like closed-mindedness or openness to experience. So you have a highly agreeable person, but they're very open-minded. They might continue to be like, well, that's cool, that's good, that's interesting, but there's not a lot of like depth because they're just going to continue to agree with everybody. So they're open and they're curious and they're like, I like your idea, I like your idea, I like your idea, I like your idea. They don't have any discernment because they're so curious and open to experience. So again, that can cause problems. So it's finding this right balance of personality characteristics where it's not oppositional or aggressive, but we're not also like too empathetic or shut down or not giving opinions. We need to find this like right balance of intellectual curiosity with agreeableness, But we also want to make sure that we're conscientiousness and dependable. So that's high level. And we can do these. I can send you guys all a big 5 if you want to look into it. Another piece that comes in when we're talking about conflict is emotional stability / neuroticism. So neuroticism is how we deal with our emotions. And conflict is emotionally driven. So if somebody is what we would high on the neuroticism scale, they become agitated anytime there's conflict. And this can result in shutting down or acting out. So we want to look at neuroticism. It's probably one of the, if you looked at like companies, the person you don't want to hire in your company is somebody that's highly neurotic because they cannot manage emotions in conflict. Versus somebody that's too emotionally stable, it might be good, they might be even keeled, but you never know what they're thinking because they're not emoting. So again, we want to find that balance of like, I'm secure with my emotions, but I'm self-aware enough to know what I'm thinking, feeling, et cetera, and I'm able to express it, but not express it in a very obnoxious or destructive way. So I think that emotional intelligence and neuroticism, the self-awareness and self-regulation piece that we're going to get into is really important for that. Is if we know that we tend to be high on the neuroticism scale, which most people won't admit, we can work on that level of how do I know I'm getting frustrated. I know I'm getting upset. I know I'm getting angry. How do I work on myself to balance, to regulate? And that's where that emotional intelligence or that self-awareness and self-regulation comes into play because we can't avoid that conflict. So it's knowing ourselves enough to be able to regulate it. Questions? Okay. I think I kind of already touched on all of this, so I'm going to move past it because I touched on kind of that concept of bounded awareness, failure to see, seek, use, or share information that does not confirm your hypothesis. Just recognizing when you're doing that. And then the concept of bounded rationality is where we assume people are rational thinkers. We're not rational thinkers. We are very driven by our personality, our egos, our self-serving biases. Don't assume people are making most of their conclusions based on rational decision-making, because they're most likely not. And then shared mental models, again, with decision-making. If we have a lack of shared mental model, we're going to have conflict. Okay. So I am just going to introduce this next portion, and then Stephanie's going to move into kind of some practices for you guys to take into your lunchtime. So I mentioned the concept of self-awareness. I just want to define that for you. So self-awareness and self-regulation, they fall under this concept of emotional intelligence, a soft skill, if you will, but a very important soft skill for leadership teams and getting kind of jobs done. So it's your ability to recognize and understand your own thoughts and feelings and how they might be shaping your behavior. So being able to recognize when you're starting to feel anxious, when you're starting to feel upset, when you're happy, and then understanding what you do in response to those feelings. So I know that, and situationally, I know when I go into social situations, I have high anxiety, like where I don't know people and I don't know what's going to be talked about. So I actually have to like write a game plan of questions that I might ask people to reduce my anxiety when I go into these social situations. Now, if I'm in a work situation, for instance, I might still get anxiety, like, do I know what I'm talking about? Are they going to think I'm an imposter, etc. So what I do to kind of overcome those types of emotions is practice, inform myself. Because I know that I will have these emotions and they will impact my ability to perform in that context if I don't prepare. If you're unaware of that, if you're unaware of how you perform under certain contexts, you're going to continue to have issues in those situations. So if you know that you're going to go into a meeting where it's going to be contentious, In my one-on-one meetings with all of you, everybody said they did not want to come.
Still don't want to come.
Still don't want to come. So how did you mentally prepare for this particular session? Did you think about it? Did you think how I'm going to approach it? Do you think about what's going to happen if I become frustrated? What's going to be, how am I going to be in that situation? Did you assess your feelings going in? Why don't I want to come? Did you guys think about that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why didn't you want to come?
I don't remember.
Or you weren't looking forward to it. I'm not looking forward to this. I don't really want to come. And generally it came out of like, I don't want to deal with the conflict.
Well, that.
But it's like, what are the thoughts and the feelings that were surrounding that emotion? You don't have to.
Past experience.
Yeah. And what caused kind of some of those in the past. So again, it's taking time to step back at that observational level, at that assumption level, and become self-aware about how I understand the situation, recognizing the feelings that you're having and how that might shape your open-mindedness to learn. Maybe, I think, I don't know if everybody said this, but I don't think this is going to do anything. You approach a training saying, I don't think this is going to do anything. It's not going to do anything. Right? Because you're not receptive. You're having these negative emotions. You're not thinking positive that this could help. So recognizing and questioning your judgment surrounding these feelings and these emotions. And it helps, if we actively think about it, it can help with self-control in these situations. We can prepare for frustration so we don't get to the point where we have those overt conflicts. Because we know and we can feel beforehand. We don't want to make decisions under the influence of heated emotions. And we need to step away from them, process them before we come into the conflict. And so doing that work in advance when we know it's going to be contentious can be really helpful to kind of this constructive conflict. And some of so I put these on there, and we'll share the PowerPoints as well, or some of these like practice activities with you. We provided you some in your folders. But some of the questions you can practice answering before you come into conflict or during conflict is what is causing this feeling or discomfort. Why do I feel this way? Why am I anxious? So for me, why do I get anxious coming into like presentations in front of people? Well, I'm afraid that they're gonna like realize that I don't know what I'm talking about. That girl should not have gotten her PhD. I have major imposter syndrome. So like why? Why do I have imposter syndrome? And then realizing, self-talk, like, no, I went to school for this. I have a degree. I've been professing for 13 years. I've done tons of training. They've all been excellent. So it's getting yourself out of that cycle of thinking. Why do I feel the way I do? Maybe think about why do other people feel the way they do? So it's this active mental work to become more self-aware. How is this information influencing my actions? And if we practice actually doing this, you might think this is silly, but the more we practice answering the questions, the better we get at it without actually having to answer the questions. So again, mental work. It might be mental yoga, you might think it is silly, but you don't get to be a better athlete. You don't get to be a better lawyer. You don't get to be a better anything without practice. If you want to be good at conflict management and you want to be self-aware, you have to practice it every day. One of the strategies that I read to become more self-aware is to like analyze your emotions when you're watching films. So don't actually put yourself in the situation, but when you're watching kind of like conflict in TV or movies, like pay attention to how you feel about it. Does it like incite like, different emotions or different experiences and why? So that can be a good way to become more self-aware. It also helps with social awareness, reading the cues of others. I read a paper about the show Friends. You guys all remember the show Friends? Why it was wildly popular is because they did such a good job of overtly cueing emotions and behavior. You could turn it on silent and know what was happening. You could tell how they were interacting. You could tell their emotions. Life is not like that. So we have to get better at reading the cues from other people. So that comes in with like the emotional intelligence and the awareness, and we can again practice it. The second piece is self-regulation. That's when I am feeling angry or frustrated. What do I do with it? Do I act out? Do I roll my eyes? Do I shut down? Do I fight? Do I flight? Do I freeze? So it's thinking about how do I control or redirect impulses. So if people are talking, if you guys are discussing something, and I'm hearing a lot of stuff that is opposed to how I feel, or if I hear things that is in agreement with what I'm thinking, how do I regulate those emotions or moods? Am I outwardly omitting my emotions or my feelings? Am I holding them in? Am I getting upset? Am I sighing? Am I shutting down? Like what is my body language like? So thinking about and watching yourself in those self-regulation phases, again, can be important because we might not even realize we do what we do. Whispering to other people too, I've noticed. Or rolling of eyes. Those are, again, very covert things, and we do it because of internal emotions, really. How we feel about how other people are thinking or feeling, not how they feel. So learning how we respond in conflict to frustration, to anger, to happiness, etc. And we can do some work in this space too. But this is not an emotional intelligence. If you guys want emotional intelligence training, I'm happy to oblige. So we're going to move into the start of communicating during conflict. I've given you a ton of background. I could teach a whole semester-long class on this, but we don't have time. Like I said, conflict is necessary for teams and for performance. But there's a lot of conflict that is unnecessary, that is preventable if we plan, if we work on ourselves, if we recognize cognitive biases, so that we can do a lot to eliminate a lot of the issues. But we're going to get into situations, right? Even if we've done the work where there's conflict. So now we need to understand what we do in those situations. What do we do when conflict is unavoidable, or when it happens and we have to deal with it? And so that's the whole second portion of this training, is conflict management in real time, conflict resolution in real time. So this begins only once the conflict becomes more overt. Okay, I'm going to skip that part and go to Stephanie. So Stephanie is going to start with talking about conflict styles, helping you recognize your conflict style, your acute stress responses, a couple of other things to help you start. And we're setting this foundation to go into a live conflict, which is going to be so much fun.
For you.
I was being sarcastic.
I sensed I was breaking the ice for you.
Here you go.
All right, hello. Am I still on? All right, I'm going to start things off real easy with you guys. You ready for this? Big bang. Have you guys done the assessment? Did everybody?
It did get sent, but not until after the meeting started, so I had her print some off. Do you want me to pass them around?
It needs to be done online, actually.
Okay, then no.
So, this first one, let's see, how can I get you guys the link? The link was in the email. Do you have access to your email on your phone? If you can go into your phone, I think you may be able to do this. I don't know if it's going to be optimized for mobile, but let's give it a try. So if you can go into your email, the very first link.
Anna sent it at 9:10 this morning.
Did she send that to everyone?
Yes. Were we supposed to do it before we got here?
There is an email that has an Excel attachment, and it has a hyperlink, this hyperlink, so that you can go in and do the assessment.
Get this ahead of time.
Can you
possibly forward that? I can't, it looks like I don't have it.
When was this sent?
9:10 is when it's from Anna. Attached is an assessment that Dr. Baker
Oh, here it
would
is.
like participants to complete
Got
either
it.
before the session or during the lunch break.
Got it. Yeah, 9:09 a.m.
We're going to move it forward so that we can have the results during the next part of the discussion. Yes, please. Yes, please. What is your preference? I don't know what it looks like on a phone.
It's like all button,
Conflict styles assessment.
like all words that. I'm going on break. I can't do this on my
Do you guys want to maybe call it a break? I know you guys typically call it a bio break. Do you want to take a break, get on whatever device is
long is
most
it gonna
comfortable
take
for
us?
you? It's 5 to 10 minutes. When I took it, it took me 6 minutes. I tend to be higher on the conscientiousness.
Once you got it up here, like, how do you
Yeah, there's some
answer the
content to
questions?
cover, but it's going to be a lot more
Open
impactful
Excel.
and meaningful for all of you if you have the answers from this assessment
Well, let's
first.
take a 10-minute break. We can combine a bio if anyone needs that, and then completing the
Oh,
assessment.
this link?
Yeah.
I live
Right.
on
I'm
my
challenged
phone.
with this.
Well, I
I know my
thought-
limitations.
I know up there you guys have computers, right?
Yeah, but they're not the kind that we can.
Gotcha.
Sitting
Okay.
They're
next to
just,
you.
what they are screens like this.
Okay.
They're not.
So let's
All right.
come back at 12:15.
Sounds good. Thank you. All right, can you guys hear me? So the conflict styles assessment, you should have gotten a page that at the very top of the page had what your primary conflict style is, and it would have given you a percentage. Could have been in the 80s, could have been in the 70s or the 60s, and then so on and so forth down the list. So the very top one is your primary, your go-to conflict style. The second one is the one that you revert to or resort to next most often, so on and so forth. The reason this is interesting is because when we understand what our style is, sometimes that is a self-defeating style under the circumstances, and sometimes it is the perfect style under the circumstances. So it's really context-based as to whether you're using the ideal conflict style for the situation. But first you have to understand what you're resorting to and what the pros and cons are, and when using that particular style may damage yourself or may damage relationships with people that are important to have good relationships with. So, I forgot. So on conflict styles matrix, it's two-dimensional. We've got assertiveness going up, and so your forcing competing style, your collaborating style, those are more assertive styles, compromising next lowest, and then avoiding and accommodating. Cooperation is on the vertical axis, and so your collaborating and your accommodating are more cooperative styles. Your compromising falls behind, and then your low cooperation styles are forcing competing and avoiding. So you hear the collaboration style as a win-win. It's considered the gold standard, but it's not always appropriate. We think of collaboration, we think of win-win. Collaboration does take more time. We'll get into that in the next slides. Compromising, there's a give and take. If all parties give something, but all parties get something, you meet halfway, you meet in the middle. That's what you think of when you think compromising. Sometimes you can't compromise because you can't take part, and so that's not going to work. Forcing competing, you're really taking. That's more competitive, more gaming in nature, winner, loser. Accommodating is when you give willingly. Give willingly, this is important, we'll come back to this. Avoiding is when something is taken from you, and it could be because the person that you're having the conflict with is using a forcing competing style, because that's the only time when you really would tend to find yourself in a position where you're being taken from, or instead of giving willingly, you give begrudgingly. So when do you use each of these different styles? Collaboration is when you are seeking a win-win. Oftentimes when you guys are up on the dais and you're trying to make decisions, collaborating is the natural style that is designed to be used for you that are part of the City Commission. It also should, ideally, fully satisfy all parties. You use it when time permits. Time does not always permit. And Dr. Baskin talked earlier about how it can take a lot of time when you have a lot of diversity of thought. That is long-term. That's going to bring a lot of long-term optimal levels of success. When you need creativity and innovation, that is another time when collaboration is appropriate. And when you're trying to build relational equity, you really want all of the factors, everybody's ideas and information in the pool of shared meaning, all the ideas out on the table. Compromising, you use it when you're unable to collaborate. You don't have the time doesn't permit. You use it when the situation is complex or time sensitive. Maybe you need to break things into chunks, small decisions to build up to a bigger decision. Maybe it takes longer to get to a point where you can collaborate because it takes several sessions. I think you guys have done in some cases where you've had second readings and such. You use it when those with equal power are committed to mutually exclusive goals. Sometimes then you have to compromise. And also when forcing and competing becomes too disruptive to the group. Forcing and competing, for some of you that are come from backgrounds in sports or gaming backgrounds where you thrive on that thrill of winning, this is going to seem like the place to be. For people that do not like conflict, they do not like the win-lose, they are not going to like to sit in this forcing competing space, but there's a place for it. When there's quick and decisive action that is vital. First responders, they don't have time to collaborate. They don't have time to compromise. It's a forcing competing situation. When important but unpopular actions are required, and also when opportunists take advantage of those that don't force compete, and you would end up giving too much room, too much ground if you didn't force compete yourself. But that's also not good, and we'll see that in a minute. When would you use accommodating? You would use that when you realize that you're wrong and you are willing to concede your position. You would use that when the stakes are low for you, but they're high for someone else. You've heard the phrase, it's not a hill worth dying on. It's not that important to me. I want to pick my battles. Or it could be that it's a subordinate. City manager, city clerk, city attorney, they have employees. They have employees that are new employees that rely on the opportunity to learn. Part of that delegation and empowerment gives people the opportunity to practice and to learn. So for them, it is very important. And so the person who is maybe the higher ranking person that is trying to delegate, trying to allow that person to grow, may do more accommodating and may relinquish some control, but they're doing that willingly. There's a good purpose for that. And also when trying to build relational equity. But again, that's give willingly. So when would you use avoiding? If there is immediate emotional or psychological needs that take priority. Sometimes, and hopefully we're going to find ways to combat this, but sometimes you react in such an emotional way, you have such a physiological response to what you perceive as a threat, or it could be a true physical threat, that you need to avoid. And that's the flight, and the flight or flight that we're all accustomed to hearing. When time is needed to think before acting, at that point, avoidance is temporary. There are some cultures in the world that take time to think through things. It is not as common in the United States. Usually, you listen to information, you're expected to be able to make fairly quick decisions, and we don't always give ourselves, in the United States, the benefit of taking more time to really think through, because sometimes complex decisions, they take more time to think through. So avoiding is not a bad thing. It can mean that you really want to evaluate the information in order to make sure that you're making a more informed decision so that you can go back to the table and go into a compromising or a collaborative conflict approach. When time, I already covered that one, when others are better equipped. Sometimes you just need to back out because you're not the resident expert at something. And so you really need to relinquish that role. You need to give that, even if, boy, gosh, you really want to say something, you have a point, but it's not the most informed for you to make that point. So that is when maybe you do sit back, maybe a little bit begrudgingly, and give the floor to others. And then when the cost versus the benefit is outmatched, when it's a trivial matter and it's really not important, so you kind of abandon that course. There are rewards for each style when the situation calls for it. So for example, with the collaborative approach, both sides win it all. And the most successful organizations in the world that have the strongest C-level group. Thanks. The most effective C-level, C-suite group, the most effective boards of directors of the most successful companies. They're doing a fine job with using collaboration and getting all of the information out on the table, and then any one person's initial stance and what they thought that they were going to do, how they thought that they would solve the problem, they learn perspectives from different people. And so the collective final decision is far greater than any one person brought initially. And that is how you are able to achieve all sides winning. Full satisfaction of all desired outcomes, that's related. Decisions have full buy-in of participants. This is a very well understood concept with change management. If you're in an organization and you're doing a consulting project, or if you're a manager within an organization and you need to make a change, a large sweeping change, it could be an ERP system or something along those lines. When you bring in stakeholders to participate in the discussion and you hear their ideas and they know that you hear and recognize and value their ideas, all stakeholders are going to have buy-in, because even after the decision is made, even if it's not the decision that they wanted, if they truly believe and trust that you listened and you heard and you made the best decision that you felt based on all the competing ideas, or that the group made the best decision based on all the competing ideas, you get more stakeholder buy-in. This is important as a city commission when you are concerned about constituents. It's hearing what the constituents want. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the constituents are going to get what they think they want, because perhaps they don't have enough information, and that is where sharing information later on, but that gets outside of conflict styles. Strengthens relational equity, I talked about that. And then reactive situations, when you do not use a collaborative style, let's say you use compromise instead, if people feel like they had to give, they're likely to need to repeat and come back to the drawing board over and over and over. So in the long term, compromising would not be ideal, because people that are begrudged in what they have to give, even though they're getting something in a compromise, they're not happy about that. They're not willing to accept that. And so collaboration can help achieve full, proactive, long-term solutions. Moving on to compromising, splitting the difference, exchanging concessions, quick middle ground, everybody walks away with something. Most groups tend to use a compromising style. It's what we hear or what we've heard or what we grew up hearing, but compromise isn't the ideal. It has its place, but it's not necessarily ideal. You may find yourself revisiting issues later on. Forcing and competing, if you are into games, if you are from an athletic background, as I mentioned, you have a chance to win it all. I was at a state wrestling tournament last year. One of my sons made it to state, but many, many, many sons made it to state. So I walked in and I saw this floor of young men and young women, and I said, man, there are a lot of broken hearts here today. There were a lot of broken hearts there today. Exciting gamesmanship, and also an exercise of power. We like to feel powerful. There are other ways to feel powerful, but it is a way to allow the exercise of power. Accommodating maintains and may strengthen relational equity. Not necessarily, but it may. And then retaining energy for other matters. Sometimes, it's not a hill worth dying on. Avoiding buys necessary time. I talked on the previous slide about how you may need more time to consider the facts that have been brought before you, And so avoiding can be a reward of that style. And then also, obviously, an opportunity to withdraw from a potentially threatening physical situation or even emotional situation. Any questions yet? Attributes and risks of each style. This is really interesting. This is where you get into the cons, and unfortunately, it's a little smaller than I would have hoped. But attributes of collaboration, it enables deeper learning, it inspires creativity and innovation. It's also a demonstration of emotional and psychological maturity to be able to get into a true collaborative state. Again, it's the gold standard. Risks, it's more time consuming in the short term. And then also, there's a sense of autonomy that is diminished. Why don't more regional blocs in the world do what the EU is doing? Well, they have some loss of autonomy in their own countries because they are at the will of the EU Commission, for example. Compromising attributes. Neither side wins all. Participants become conditioned, this is not a good thing, to seek efficient, but not necessarily effective solutions. Efficient and effective, they are not the same things, although a lot of people will use the terms interchangeably. They are not the same thing. Efficiency, time saving is not necessarily the most effective in the long run. Risk, conflict recurrence is high. I already mentioned that. And then protracted conflicts, because the issue keeps presenting itself, keeps rearing its ugly head, those protracted conflicts, does this ring any bells before I finish my sentence? Protracted conflicts distract from work, may engender bitterness, and ultimately prevent from achieving some of the long-term goals. They prevent you from getting to an optimal state of problem resolution. Forcing and competing attributes. It's a punishment style of conflict. And it may reveal closed-mindedness or self-righteousness. Risks, you can have long-term relational damage and breach of trust. You also may lose it all. Like I said, a lot of broken hearts that day on the wrestling mat. Accommodating attributes, self-sacrificing. Some people feel like it's noble to be self-sacrificing, but doesn't that engender bitterness? Doesn't that make you feel like you're being taken advantage of if you use this to excess, if you are always the martyr? And it can be a signal of altruism. That's a good thing. It can also be a signal of fear to engage in the conflict. Risks, people that are reliant upon you. And I spoke about the city officials and how they have employees that are relying on them to protect, provide opportunities, learn, grow, etc. Dependent others may feel like you let them down and gave up your position, which means you gave up their position. Lowered self-assertion, and that can create a cycle of lowered self-assertion, so you have to be careful of that. Again, accommodating used in excess is not good. Avoiding, it's passive. It can signal a demonstration of fear, not necessarily. Risks, this one, there's a long-term relational damage from constantly fleeing. And fleeing doesn't necessarily mean running away from the situation physically. It can mean psychologically removing yourself and shutting down. We'll talk about this a little bit more later. And then diminished self-esteem, and that is the result of avoidance behavior. So the acute stress response, we're all used to hearing about fight or flight, but how many people have heard of freeze? Anybody heard of fight, flight, freeze? Fight, flight, freeze, fawn. Fight, whatever you do, some fight.
Yeah.
Flight, run away, we're all used to that. Freeze, we'll get into this in a second, and fawn.
Fawn, like
Fawn, like
a baby deer?
fawn, like, I'll say brown nose.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Fawning. You are maybe going into a people-pleasing mode, but you're not really representing your position. You are trying to please others, maybe excessively complimenting. So fight, we're used to this. I'm going to skim through this quickly. Self-preservation, anger outbursts, controlling others, sense of entitlement, narcissistic tendencies, and bullying. These are some attributes of being in fight mode. Flight mode, anxiety and panic. A lot of people, this triggers OCD behaviors, overthinking, analysis paralysis, can't sit still, can't relax, very fidgety, because they want to leave. They want to escape, but physically they know that they shouldn't or they can't. Rushing around and perfectionism. These are signs of a flight response. Now, freeze, difficulty making decisions, you're stuck. You're unable to act. You're literally frozen in fear. And you think of this in a physical situation. There's a threat, a danger, open shooter situation or something like that. Some people freeze. They can't physically move. This is a physiological response. All of these are physiological responses, emotional responses, and behavioral responses, depending on what our natural tendencies are. So brain fog, disassociation from the situation, being numb, being spaced out, isolating yourself. These are mechanisms that freeze is illustrated. And then fawn, if you're overwhelmed, you lose yourself because you serve others. It's similar to the accommodating and the avoidance. You can see kind of a parallel and association there. Little or no boundaries because you're modeling after or you're following somebody else instead of asserting yourself. And you find yourself easily being exploited by others, and you find yourself flattering others in order to regain safety. So again, these are represent some physiological responses. Let's talk about that real quick. So the adrenal glands that sit atop the kidneys, they produce adrenaline, norepinephrine. You have other chemical reactions that occur in the body. So in certain circumstances, when you have a physiological response, breathing either quickens or it slows. Pupils either dilate or they open. You either start sweating or your mouth gets dry. These are different physiological responses to situations. The next slide is the style under stress assessment. Now, this is the Excel assessment. If you guys didn't already do it, that's fine. You guys will have time to do it during lunch, I hope. If not, that's fine. We'll still go through, and hopefully you'll get some out of it. Now, we're going to be talking about crucial conversations later in the afternoon. Crucial conversations uses the terms silence and violence. They don't mean physical violence necessarily, but things that fall under violence are the fight or flight. They refer to that as violence responses. So I'm kind of giving you a map to understand some of the terminology that we're going to see later. And then silence is freeze and fawn. Now, breathing can help reduce a physiological response to stress, to acute anxiety. Nutrition, sleep, exercise, we all know, meditation. These are all things that are very good for keeping anxiety at bay. They're good lifestyle decisions. That's not what we're here to talk about today. What we're here to talk about today is to make sure that when you find yourselves in conflict, we've already had conflict today, and we will have more conflict this afternoon, I'm sure. Our attempt is going to be to keep it healthy conflict so that we can make progress, move forward. But breathing, when you have an acute conflict and an acute stress response, is a way to ensure that people keep their heads. Make sure that they can think clearly, because it's very easy to have the flash of red if that is your natural response to anxiety or to what you may perceive as a threatening situation. So, breathing for clarity. How strict, Mayor, are we on timeline?
Very.
Very.
I think we have a conflict.
10 minutes to get through 2 videos.
And then we're at a natural break.
And then we're at a natural break, and these are techniques that you will, we hope, practice during your lunch break.
Okay, why don't we?
Okay, all right. Also, as you guys are watching these videos, please pull out the cards that you got in your binders, the laminated cards. You can look at that, both sides. On one side, you have the box breathing technique. On the other side, you have the physiological sigh technique. That is for your quick and future reference, so you can look at that as we go through the videos. The first video is Wendy Suzuki. She is a PhD and a professor at NYU, and she's a neuroscientist that talks about how to calm your anxiety. We feel like she is an expert in the subject.
With Upwork, the hiring process is fast and flexible. Look at all that talent.
You know when you get that ambiguous email from your boss and you start to feel sweaty palms and that empty, freaked out sensation in your stomach? Welcome back, anxiety. Most of us think of anxiety as a bad thing, something to be avoided at all costs. But what if it weren't? What if you could take all of that energy racing around your brain and your body and transform it into something helpful? Global anxiety levels, both the clinical kind and what I call the everyday kind, have increased tremendously in recent years. And many of us are noticing this at work. We might think of anxiety as something that we'd rather just leave on the side of the road if we could. But anxiety is an important tool that arose during our evolution that we use to avoid danger. It's essential for our survival. So how come we don't even feel vaguely protected by it? It's because the volume of our individual and collective anxiety levels has been turned way up too high, and too much of even a potentially good thing like anxiety is bad. So I would like to share 2 powerful science-based tools for turning down the volume on our anxiety and helping us get anxiety back to its helpful, protective state. And both of these tools begin by connecting with our bodies. Tool number 1 is breath work. It's just simple, deep breathing. Slowly inhale and exhale. This can be one of the most immediate ways to calm anxiety because deep breath directly activates the natural de-stressing part of our nervous systems called the parasympathetic nervous system. I recommend a boxed breathing approach, which is inhale deeply on 4 counts, hold at the top for 4 counts, exhale deeply on 4 counts, and hold at the bottom for 4 counts. You can even do this in the middle of any anxiety-provoking conversation, and no one will even know. Lots of people, from ancient monks to modern meditators, have figured this tool out and use it all the time. Tool number 2, moving your body. This one also has immediate positive effects on your mood state, but for a different reason. Every time you move your body, you're releasing a whole bunch of beneficial neurochemicals in your brain. These neurochemicals include dopamine, serotonin, noradrenaline, and endorphins, mood and reward boosting neurochemicals that work to both increase positive mood states and decrease negative ones. I like to say that every single time you move your body, it's like giving yourself a wonderful bubble bath of neurochemicals for your brain. So when your boss's email comes in and your heart starts to race, what exactly can you do? If you're in an office, try taking a short walk around the block or even to the supply closet for some sticky notes. If you're working from home, put on 2 of your favorite songs and dance around the living room like no one is watching. Studies have shown that all it takes is 10 minutes of walking to get those mood-boosting effects. But be creative with your movement session, whether that's a quick session of power vacuuming a la Mrs. Doubtfire when you're stressed about a deadline, or doing a set of jumping jacks or getting off the elevator 1 floor early to do a power walk up that last flight of stairs before an important meeting. All of these possibilities will all help your anxiety levels come down. In fact, I tested this effect on my own NYU students. First, I had them take
So I'm going to stop this one here. We covered in her video, she covered the most important things that I wanted you guys to get, that I'm hoping you guys will practice and have an opportunity to move as well during your lunch. And then the physiological sigh. How many of you guys have recognized that sometimes when you're bored or there may be other emotions involved, you naturally breathe and then you take this almost sharp inhale at the end? It could be that you're yawning and then you take that sharp exhale or inhale at the end, and then you just breathe comfortably and exhale. That's essentially a physiological sigh. Andrew Haberman of the Huberman Institute feels very strongly about the benefits of the physiological sigh. He is a Stanford professor, PhD, and he's going to be covering reducing anxiety and stress with the physiological sigh. Three minutes.
You just love commercials.
3 minutes of a commercial? Oh, skip ads. Goodness.
Will suffer from stress. And there are tools to combat stress that involve things like meditation, breath work, good nutrition, good social connections, and avoiding all bad things in life. And while those are powerful, the problem is they require that people step away from the stress-inducing activity. By contrast, my lab and other laboratories have been very interested in developing tools that allow us to push back on stress, in other words, feel more calm in real time, meaning without having to disengage from the stress-inducing activity. The best way that I am aware to do that is called the physiological sigh. A physiological sigh is a pattern of breathing that involves 2 inhales followed by an extended exhale. Physiological sighs were discovered in the 1930s as a pattern of breathing that people go into spontaneously when they are in claustrophobic environments or in deep sleep when there's a buildup of a gas called carbon dioxide in the bloodstream. Carbon dioxide triggers the impulse to breathe. There are neurons in the brain that know when carbon dioxide levels have gotten too high, and when the levels get too high, they trigger inhale and exhale, or double inhale and exhale. Now, you can do physiological sighs voluntarily anytime you're feeling too stressed and you want to feel more calm. You do it like this. So it's a double inhale, and typically the first inhale is longer than the second, but the second one is still important to do, and then a very long extended exhale. Typically both inhales are through the nose, and the exhale is through the mouth. That's the most effective way to do the physiological sigh. However, if you can't breathe through your nose or your mouth for whatever reason, do it all through your mouth or all through your nose. The second inhale is really important because your lungs are not just 2 big bags of air. They're 2 big bags of air with lots of little sacs, millions of sacs. And if you were to lay out those sacs, their volume is as big as a tennis court. And that allows both the intake of more oxygen, but also the offload of carbon dioxide. So when you do the double inhale, it reinflates any of these little sacs that have collapsed. And in doing so, it allows you to offload more carbon dioxide. So if you're feeling stressed in any circumstance, inhale twice through the nose and then exhale long through the mouth. If you want, you can repeat it a second or even a third time, but typically just 1 or 2, maybe 3 physiological sighs are sufficient to bring your level of stress and alertness down very fast and allow you to feel more calm.
So our objective with the information that we have shared here so far is to provide some of the fundamental foundational knowledge that's going to be necessary as we get into more of the activities and more of the conflict this afternoon. So what we're hoping is that while there is a break for lunch, you guys will actively practice those breathing techniques, especially those of you who tend to have the physiological response to the stressors and the conflict. If you find that the blood rushes to the most primitive and primal parts of the brain when there is conflict, and so you can't really think clearly, these 2 breathing techniques are really important. So please practice that. Think about the stress, the conflict style that you came up, that you, or your primary and your secondary styles. Think about if those are going to serve well, and if not, how to enter into more constructive conflict styles for when we work on those things this afternoon. Now we break for lunch.
So we're breaking for lunch. It's about 12:51. We'll come back at 1.
This is a really important.
In an hour?
Yeah, an hour. So we'll come back in an hour.
Oh, all right. So I'm going to let Stephanie debrief you guys real quick on the assessments, and then we're going to move into the second part of the training.
So before we left for lunch, we covered conflict styles, and that was to create a self-awareness that each of you will have that you'll reflect on as we're moving through some of the activities this afternoon. The style under stress, hopefully everybody was able to complete that during lunch, the Excel assessment. Gotcha, okay. That's okay. That's something that you can go back to later, and it will give you some insights into how you comport yourself when things get stressful. So it's not just conflict handling, which can be very generalized, but it's under stress. What do you do? What do you tend to go to? That's good from a self-awareness standpoint, because then what you're aware, you can't manage what you can't measure, right? So once you have an awareness, now you can take steps to self-regulate. So the point of the foundational information that Dr. Baskin went over this morning and the assessments was really to create that self-awareness for yourself. Was anybody able to complete the style under stress assessment? 2, 3 people. Okay. Okay.
And did you tell them how to access the results?
You got to go to the second tab, third tab.
Yes. Yeah, once you are on a device where you're able to access the Excel file, and you'll see the different tabs and be able to do that. Any questions before I turn it back over to Dr. Baskin?
What on the thing, it doesn't really, there's 3 columns and it tells you the types of stress, masking, avoiding, withdrawing, etc. And then it gives you a bunch of numbers, and then the next column has all zeros. What does all that mean?
Zeros means that you did not test positive for those attributes. So that's a good thing. So what you should see on that third slide, and the top thing that you have on there, I think, is the result of the calculations is that page there. So if you have zeros, it probably starts out with well done.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So I took the conflict assessment, and I was actually quite interested to see my results because I hadn't taken it. I'm a compromiser. I have 0% avoider, which is a bad thing, apparently. I'm one of those people that is like, okay, let's just get it out all on the table and deal with it, however long it takes. Whether that's good or bad, I try to not avoid, because I feel like avoiding just delays the dealing with an issue. But we can't avoiding also could be stopping the conversation. So I'm one of those types of people that's like, let's just go. Let's dig in, let's get bloody and solve the problem, which my secondary one was problem solver. So I found that quite interesting.
And problem solver is collaborator.
Collaborator, yeah.
That translates to collaborator, yes.
So, slides. Okay, so just a kind of a couple more foundational pieces that we're going to move into before we start our activity on clarifying roles, obligations, and expectations. How many of you guys have heard of or read the book Radical Candor? Anybody? I highly recommend it as a resource moving forward. So Radical Candor is a really good tool to help with communication in conflict, in terms of like dealing with your different styles, and maybe even dealing with like coworkers, subordinates, superiors, friends, your constituents. And you probably, I don't know what happened. Oops. Okay, so the concept of radical candor, it's the idea that like conflict, constructive conflict, what is it? Has to come at the intersection of caring personally and challenging directly. So if we're not at that intersection, we're having situations where we are either having overt or covert conflict. So radical candor Here we're demonstrating that we care about what's going on, that we care about the people. We don't have to agree, but we care, we trust, we respect. And if you can't, it's bigger on that TV, if that helps. It's being able to articulate our concerns, our needs, our goals, our desires, but understanding that other people don't have the same needs, goals, or desires, and that I care about your feelings as well, but I care about mine. So I can give you an example of a situation that you might find yourself in the workplace. I have a really great friend that teaches about radical candor, and she talks about the art of awkward. So in most situations, we have to have awkward conversations with people at any given time. So you are at a dinner party with friends. Maybe there's acquaintances there, people you don't like, people you do like. I'm sure we've all been to those networking events or those dinner parties. And somebody comes in and they have spinach in their teeth. And they're about to get up and give a talk. What do? Do you call them out very overtly? Do you say nothing? Do you whisper to them, hey, you have spinach in your teeth? What do you do in a situation where it might be an uncomfortable conversation? Do you avoid it completely? What do you do? Yeah. So you might gesture to them like subtly. Would anybody just be like, I'm not gonna, that's awkward for me, I'm not going to tell them?
Gesture or tell them,
So
depending on the proximity.
Sometimes we have people that might be like, hey buddy, you got spinach in your teeth. Very loud so everybody hears, so everybody notices. That is what we would call obnoxious aggression. It's not doing anything to serve that person, it's doing something to serve me, to bring attention to me. And it's not, there's not much care there. You're not caring if this person is going to be embarrassed in the situation. We can also have a situation that we call another form on the caring personally challenging directly is manipulative insincerity. This is fake people. So it would be not really telling, not directly telling the person they have spinach in their teeth, but talking about the fact that this person has spinach in their teeth with the people next to you. So like you recognized it, and you're going to cause rumors, you're going to behave inappropriately, that's neither clear in your feedback. You might be laughing or giggling. The person is like, what's wrong with me? I don't know what's going on. Something's wrong, but I don't know. It also shows a lack of care personally. And then ruinous empathy, which I actually think is one of the more fascinating aspects on the care personally challenged directly axis. This is, I care so much I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to embarrass them. I don't want to cause the conflict. I just am going to avoid. So that avoidant conflict style. So I'm not going to talk about it later. I don't want to make them feel uncomfortable. I don't want to make me feel uncomfortable. And so everybody's going to be happy and everybody's going to be complacent. But the person is still walking around with spinach in their teeth. So it's not caring personally about the fact that this person might be embarrassed and 23 people have now seen them with spinach in their teeth. Extrapolate this to a bigger situation, not spinach in the teeth, but something that could potentially harm individuals' career, reputation, etc. When do you tell them? Another really good example that I teach when I talk about the art of awkward conversations is what do you do when you have an employee that smells? That is one of the most uncomfortable conversations to have with somebody because it takes a lot of care. You cannot avoid in that situation. And I teach human resources, and the best human resource professionals exhibit radical candor. They have to master the art of uncomfortable in order to be successful at their job, and that requires conflict, but conflict in a constructive way. So in this particular 2x2, caring personally and challenging directly, most research suggests that people that are rated as highly effective leaders exhibit the combination of being able to care personally and challenge directly. So in a situation of the spinach, it's being able to tell them, but knowing when and how to tell them. And that's, again, with that self-awareness and the emotional intelligence, being able to read situations and read people to know, how do I confront this situation? So I can go on. So how do we practice radical candor? And this, again, there's a whole book and assessments around this. But it's how do we approach conflict or uncomfortable situations more effectively? So there's a bunch of different kind of things we can do in practice when we have conflict or when we're trying to communicate. So the first one is the first step is to ask people to be radically candid with you. You need to be able to receive feedback and criticism. People will not give it to you, or they're going to obnoxiously, aggressively give it to you if you don't ask. So we have to be open. That's a piece of openness experience, being able to receive and asking for feedback, but also thanking people when they give it to you. If somebody gives you criticism and you react defensively to the criticism, they're not going to give you criticism anymore. I do a lot of training on creating what we call a culture of accountability through developing an ownership mindset. And a lot of organizations, they inadvertently create situations where people become renters rather than owners in the situation, because we are telling them, I don't want your feedback. I do not want your input, by our actions and our reactions. If you want criticism and you want to be able to give criticism, you have to be able to receive and be thankful for that criticism. One thing that I wanted to do, but I was hesitant to do with you guys, was ask you to tell each other what you think each other's communication style is. And that could create some conflict, because sometimes it helps to become very self-aware. If somebody I see myself as a compromiser, what if somebody else sees me as a competitor? And understanding how each other sees each other, that can really help to get a better understanding and help us practice this radical candor. I didn't want to put anybody on the spot specifically. Another thing that we need to do is an element of removing, like, we're caring personally, but when it's task or process related, it shouldn't be personal in the sense of there's something wrong with you. It's maybe you should try to do it this way. It might result in a better outcome. Not you're stupid. Try it this way. So avoiding, like, the insults related to the outcomes, because you don't know, again, fundamental attribution error, what led up to that outcome. So being specific with feedback of maybe I think that this action wasn't in alignment with X, Y, and Z. Not you were purposely trying to undermine X, Y, and Z. Nobody here is trying to purposely undermine anything. We all enter a situation with an ownership mindset, with wanting to serve our communities. So where is that disconnect, and how can we hold each other accountable without personalizing attitudes, values, beliefs, etc.? So demonstrate your confidence in a person. You catch more flies with honey, right? We all can see the positive in other people. We want to demonstrate that I know you're competent in what you're doing, but perhaps maybe you could think about another way of doing it. That was a good idea, but have you thought about this? It can be, have you guys, any of you heard of the yes and approach? The yes and approach is a really good way for teams to communicate and collaborate. You might all come in individually with your own ideas, and maybe you take everybody's idea and build on it rather than pull away from it. So yes, I hear you, and what about this? And what about this? Not, no, we can't do that. So then you build, and then as a group you pare down rather than individually paring down. So trying to demonstrate confidence, trying to then coach and pair with feedback. So was there a question? No? Okay. So coaching is a big piece in radical candor. It kind of goes again with if you have to be open, right? You have to ask for criticism and being willing to receive it. But if you're going to give criticism, it's just, I can't, ooh, my need to cuss. We're talking about it during the break. I tend to cuss a lot when I speak, and I know that it's not appropriate. But we talk when I teach HR about giving feedback and giving performance evaluations. Have you ever heard of the feedback method of tell them something positive, tell them something negative, tell them something positive again? That is crap. I'll use that word. Why does that not work?
Because people only hear the negative.
No, they only hear the positive.
Oh, my experience is
Yeah.
the opposite.
So when we're giving feedback to people and we start with positive, when we put the negative in the middle and end with positive, they diminish the negative.
Mm-hmm.
And they hear, I'm so great, my ideas are so fantastic. And they undermine the negative things because that's, again, self-serving bias. So we need to be able to deal with the negative. When we put the negative in the middle, we're avoiding. We're avoiding the conflict because we want to make them happy. We're uncomfortable with the negative. We're uncomfortable with the conflict.
Because that my training always was if you have some constructive feedback for someone, give them that feedback straight up. Don't sandwich it with anything. Just
challenge directly, right? So that's the piece with like the giving feedback with coaching. If you have to give negative feedback, you pair it with how do I do better? I know that you're capable of doing better. These are the things that you could try to be better or be more constructive. Without the pairing of coaching, it can fall on deaf ears because we don't know how to change or what we're doing wrong. And then paired with sandwiching it between positives is we don't think we're doing anything wrong. It's like an afterthought. We're just focusing on the positive. So learning how to give constructive criticism is also a really important thing because we might get to the point at the end of the year and we're like, we're great. Imagine if you've spent an entire year, and I'm speaking from talking about like performance evaluations. I have been doing an amazing job this whole year. I haven't gotten any negative feedback. And then you come to your 1-year evaluation and they're like, you're on probation. You're like, well, what? I've heard no negative feedback forever. I've not been told how to change or do anything different. And when that happens, you're more likely to have conflict. You're more likely to have disagreements. You're more likely to be dissatisfied than if you knew all along things that you might be able to change or do differently, et cetera. Again, I know this is not an HR class, but when employees get negative feedback at the end of the year and they're not prepared for it or don't feel that is in alignment with their perceptions of their performance, they're more likely to become aggressive in the workplace. The highest instances of workplace violence come during performance evaluations. So trying to find ways to give feedback devoid of a group conflict situation and then coming prepared to deal with it in an unemotional way can help with kind of dealing with those pieces of conflict. So again, thinking about things beforehand, before you come in and being prepared and having a plan of how you might think of different options rather than just one way to see things. Another thing that's important, particularly in our digital world, is being able to have these conversations face-to-face, in person. It is it's harder to be a screen bully in person. Also, context and emotions are lost when we communicate via email, social media, etc. Even phone. So in-person conversations, it's much harder to be the obnoxious, aggressive person. I mean, it still happens. I like to, we'll say the don't be a jerk rule. That's one thing that we can work on. And it's harder to be a jerk when you're in front of a person and you see their emotions and you see how they feel and how your behaviors are affecting them. Doesn't mean we need to avoid, but we might temper our reactions because we can read and we can't read digitally. We can't read people. Very difficult. Another thing that's really important is praising in public and criticizing in private. So calling people out publicly, that is creating conflict where conflict is preventable. Praise people for the good things they're doing and say like, hey, let's have a convo about maybe some things that you're not doing well one-on-one. But this is, we can have these conversations, but publicly criticizing people will cause them to shut down, and then there's going to be no more communication. If we want to have collaboration, which is the ultimate goal of the communication styles, criticizing people puts them in defensive mode, and we will no longer be able to be collaborative. It is done. And then we have to separate. So really trying to focus on the agreements and the praise in public to continue the collaboration is more beneficial in the long run from a constructive standpoint. And I don't say you can't criticize people. I just know that it'll shut them down, and they will no longer be in a space to collaborate with you. And then again, the last one is more self. Remind yourself, I'm not doing this to be mean. Like, I don't think any of you guys want to be mean to each other. That's not the intent. It's to try to be clear, right? We're trying to be transparent. We're trying to articulate our feelings. But there's a better way to do it than, again, the don't be a jerk rule or being insensitive. And sometimes it's important to say like, hey, you're bullying right now, or you're being mean right now. And going back to the first one, stepping back and say, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was being mean right now. Let me reiterate what I was trying to say. So again, it's a lot of different ways we can communicate specifically and trying to be self-aware and self-regulate at the same time. Now, radical candor can be like a whole day long training, again, in and of itself. And I highly encourage you guys to read the book because it can help you just individually as well with like maybe subordinates or superiors on how to have communication that helps you get what you want, helps you accomplish your goals. Because if you challenge directly and care personally, again, you're going to be able to collaborate more effectively. So we're going to try to put into practice some of these in a little bit. And Stephanie's going to build on this concept of radical candor with the concept of crucial conversations. So it's, again, that art of awkward piece. Like, how do we have the conversations that we don't want to have because we're avoiders? Not me, I'm not an avoider. But how do we have those crucial conversations with each other? Because in this situation, you have to. It's your job. So she's going to touch on that.
Thank you. Has anybody here heard of Crucial Conversations? Has anybody here heard of the Franklin Covey Group? Okay. Franklin Covey Group is a group. They're basically consulting. They do large-scale things. Has anybody heard of like 4DX, 4 Disciplines of Execution? 5 Dysfunctions of a Team. Crucial Conversations is written by a group of people that has a relationship with the Franklin Covey Group. So if you follow any of their materials, you would have heard this. It was also a bestseller. It's got a lot of good information in here to help with some practical advice for moving forward into and through and successfully onto the other side of Crucial Conversations and onto action. So what is a crucial conversation? Let's start with that. It's a discussion between 2 or more people, as in the group we have here, where there are opposing opinions, which we know we have some of those. We'll be getting into that in a little bit, where emotions are strong. We know that we also have that. And number 3, the stakes are high. And in this case, the stakes are high. So what we have before us are crucial conversations that we're going to be having this afternoon. So in addition to some of the tools, some of the self-awareness tools that you learned prior to lunch and after learning about radical candor that Dr. Baskin covered, we're now going to move into crucial conversations, and you'll hear some things repeated again that you've already heard, or maybe you've heard with different words, but they all play together very nicely. They integrate very well to help move through these crucial conversations. So examples, some examples, a few, I'm not going to read all these, but some examples of crucial conversations would be critiquing a colleague's work, somebody that's a peer. That might be if City Manager Fletcher was to have a conversation with City Attorney Slayton and address something with her that as a peer-to-peer. Giving a subordinate constructive feedback about their behavior. Managers do this all the time. This is part of growth, improvement. And third, and I'll stop there, approaching a leader who is breaking their own values or policies. These are all three really good examples of crucial conversations. Benefits of improving crucial conversations. The two that I feel are most impactful and should resonate most with this group here today is improving the organization. In this case, the organization is the smooth and effective running for the city of Northport, and improving relationships, because relationships are important to being able to optimally achieve results. So walking the crucial conversations path is about essentially an 8-step process. I'm not going to read this slide, but there are 8 steps that we will be talking through. The first one is mastering crucial conversations, the power of dialogue. Different people may define dialogue in different ways. For our purposes right now, we're going to define dialogue as the free flow of meaning between 2 or more people. Now, free flow of meaning. Dialogue isn't just having a conversation. It's about really ensuring that what you know and what you know, if it's different, and what you know and what you know and what everybody knows, where it is different, this information is brought forth. It's spoken, it's verbalized. It is now in the pool of shared meaning. We can't make any decisions about something that you're thinking if you don't verbalize it. And that could be the key to optimizing a decision, but you are hindered, you're kneecapped when everybody does not add to that pool of meaning. So that's important. And these dialogue skills, they are learnable. They do take practice. Dr. Baskin talked about that already. Anything that you want to do, that you want to become good at, that you want to become proficient at, that you, dare I say, want to be reputed for, is going to take practice. Not many people are just born naturals at something, especially conflict. They're very special people that are good at that, and then the rest of us have to work at it. Start with heart. This is next in the 8-step process. This is a lot of what Dr. Baskin discussed with radical candor. You have to start with heart. But here's where we're going to deviate just a little bit. Radical candor, you have to care about the other person. You have to. If you don't care about the other person, it's never going to work. Start with heart. If you don't first understand yourself and what's important to you so that you can convey it, how are you going to be able to exercise radical candor? You don't know your heart. So part of this element, this step, is really working on me first. What is my heart? Where do I stand? This takes us back to the ladder of inference that Dr. Baskin mentioned earlier as well. You start with observations, you move into some understanding and something that you take from that, and then some outcome beyond that. But where really is the bottom rung of that? And oftentimes what you associate as that bottom rung, not really the bottom rung. How many people have heard the term heuristics? Heuristics, and Dr. Baskin mentioned this as well, not by term, but by definition, these are mental shortcuts. We learn to respond more efficiently, not necessarily more effectively, they're not the same thing, but we learn to respond more efficiently by taking things we have learned and using that to iteratively grow and learn and then make a quicker decision in the future. Sometimes that does not serve us. Oftentimes it does, because in an organization, A lot of times you're encountering the same thing over and over again in slightly different versions. And so these mental shortcuts help you make quicker decisions. They help you move forward faster. But sometimes they don't serve us well. And so we have to back down that ladder of inference, and we really have to drive in, ask the whys. Where does this really come from? So, for example, what would be your objective? And I'll ask you, it's rhetorical, so you don't actually have to answer. But do you want to win? Is that your objective? Maybe the answer is no. Do you want to improve the city? The answer is probably yes. But why? For your career. Or I could be talking to you, for your career. Or no, is it for the city? Is it for the benefit of the city? Yes? Okay. What benefit of the city? The benefit today, or the benefit tomorrow, or the benefit in 10 years? Or I could be talking to you, and I could be asking you the same questions. For the city as a whole, or for a subset of people that have very loud voices? Where do you serve the most, or do you serve the loudest? Where do you make those decisions? So starting with heart is really about really understanding where your purpose comes from. This is about your own purpose, defining your own purpose, and really understanding where that comes from. And a lot of drilling down into the base level of that. The next step, oh, I'm sorry, I did not cover the sucker's choice. This is actually important because the sucker's choice, who's heard of sucker's choice? Yes or no, this or that. How many problems in the world only have two options? Not really very many, but how many times do we say, if it's not this, it's going to be this. If you decide this way, then we're not doing this. That's not collaboration. Collaboration is, instead of either or, maybe there's something on a continuum. Or maybe as soon as city clerk puts her information into the pool, maybe the answer is over here. So really taking a look at that so that you don't force yourself into believing that there are really only two options. So sucker's choice is something that I think is going to resurface later. So I do want to emphasize, start with heart, and don't tell yourself. When you start with heart, you're starting with your own heart. That's where the foundation of radical candor comes from. You start with your own heart, and you're caring for something else. And sucker's choice, be sure that we're avoiding that later in the afternoon. Learn to look. How to notice when safety is at risk. This is our own safety that we're talking about here. So in these 8 steps, we're starting off with us. And then once we understand ourselves and we're aware, not just self-aware, but also socially aware, the emotional intelligence element, and it's time to look outward. But we're still looking inward right now. So when dialogue escalates, oftentimes we resort to the least effective means of conflict. It could be that we're reverting to avoidance behaviors or accommodating behaviors. And neither one of those are going to be appropriate for the types of conflict that we're going to be addressing a little bit later. So to break the cycle, you need to learn to look and recognize when your own safety is at risk. When do you start to notice a physiological response? When do you start to notice behavioral response? Maybe you're thinking clearly, so it's not a physiological response. Maybe the first thing that you notice is some sort of behavior that you demonstrate. It could be a quick retort without really listening, or it could be that your emotions feel attacked, or you feel attacked, and so that creates an emotional response. Not necessarily a physiological. When we think physiological, we're thinking about where the blood is rushing to the front of the brain. Okay, so it's important to notice when our own safety is at risk. The next step is to make it safe. Now this is where we start to look outside to others that are part of the process. And it's our objective, if we truly want to come to resolution, we have to make it safe. And so stepping out of the situation, some people just do this naturally. They tend to never seem to be emotionally charged in a situation. They seem to be clear-headed, rational, clear all the time. And then, there's the rest of us. So when that happens, when you notice that other people are starting to demonstrate signs of lack of safety, and it could be that you're noticing their behavioral cues. And I know there have been in the past behavioral cues. So when do those start to occur? Because when that happens, we have to step out and we have to make the situation safe again, or we're not going to resolve our issues. So there are two components to dialogue. If you're trying to resolve something, then even engaging in the conversation at all, there needs to be some sort of mutual purpose. And if there isn't mutual purpose, and this can come in many different forms, but if there isn't mutual purpose, it's going to be hard to even start the conversation. But when there's a breach of mutual respect, then that's going to kill the conversation. It's going to kill the conflict. It's going to turn a crucial conversation to a failed conversation. And so it's important to recognize when respect is at risk. And if you recognize that there's something that you said or that you did that took someone else out of a safe space, to get them back in that safe space, things have to halt. It's when people continue responding and reacting that we end up in a situation that things go nowhere for a long period of time, and then we've chewed into a lot of time and a lot of energy, vitality that could be better served resolving the problem. So it's appropriate when the situation calls for it to apologize genuinely. So what happens when you don't respect somebody? Are we going to respect every single thing about every single person that we work with all the time? That's not realistic. We'd all be mute, right? But what we can do is when we don't respect maybe certain things, we can always back up and take a higher level look. And maybe I can say, well, I respect the role that you have. I respect what you want to do, what you want to achieve. Or I respect you as someone who's trying to do right. There's going to be something, if you're looking for it, if you care to look for it, there's going to be something that you can respect about another person. Nobody is all good, nobody is all bad. We're all flawed human beings. And so giving some grace and allowing one another to be flawed and giving space to get back on track. But again, getting back to that mutual purpose, and if that mutual purpose doesn't exist, then you have to find a way to create that. I'll get into that in a little bit. So if you are committing to create a mutual purpose where one does not seem to be, and conversation and dialogue don't expose a true mutual purpose, then look at something loftier. Situation where a woman has a promotional opportunity, it's going to require uprooting the family, moving them. The husband says, oh no, definitely not. They get into dialogue and they just do not come to agreement because it's going to mean moving the family. Husband has to relocate his job. Wife gets, the big promotion. That's great, that's exciting, but what about the kids? So when you can't connect to mutual purpose, you have to look at something more important, something that's longer range. Okay, well, when we had children, we decided that if we were ever in conflict, we were going to take the more conservative approach. Or we can't come to mutual purpose, but what we really care about are the kids. What is in the long-term best interest of the kids? And maybe that more higher level purpose will help reframe the situation so that you can create, invent a mutual purpose and build from there. Master My Stories is about staying in dialogue when you yourself are having an emotional response, a behavioral response to something, when you're angry, when you're scared, when you're hurt, because you're not functioning successfully. So when this happens, you need to address this, because if things continue to move forward, well, they're not going to move forward. You may end up in compromise, but as we learned with conflict styles, compromise may resolve something in the short term that's going to just come back again. You're not really going to truly resolve it in the long term. So if you retrace your path and you go back to that ladder of influence and you dive and you drill down into your original motives and really dig, keep asking why, until you really get to something that is foundational, that the other things are resting upon, that will help. Watch for clever stories that you tell yourself. I'm the victim here, or I'm helpless, or something else that is a story that you're telling yourself. You're telling yourself that. Why? Dig into that. Why are you responding that way? And this is also very important. When this happens, you're omitting something. You know, I can go home and I can tell my husband, oh man, I can't believe this happened to me today. You'll never believe this. And then I can say my side of the story because my husband, he's always going to side with me, right? But what am I omitting? I mean, let's be honest. When he sides with me, it's because I didn't tell him all the bad stuff that I did that was part of the contributing factors to that. But that's okay. You know, he doesn't need to know about that unless he's watching maybe today. So mastering your stories and really getting yourself out of those, the victim and the helpless stories, which is really essentially because something that you're telling yourself is being omitted. So go back and look at all of the facts. Don't omit anything. And state your path. This goes back again to radical candor. If you are speaking persuasively, you're probably using some form of radical candor to do so. If you're speaking abrasively, it's probably an illustration of obnoxious aggression. And people that are persuasive, truly persuasive, you feel safe. When they are persuading you, you feel like they care. That's important. If people don't feel like you care, then you have to go back to make it safe. There has to be mutual respect. There has to be mutual purpose. This also demonstrates itself, this rears its head when you're so convinced that you're right, that you behave in a self-righteous way. And oftentimes, you disguise a story as fact, and you say X, Y, Z, and as a result, this, and it's fact, but that's not. It's an interpretation in some cases, often in many cases. And if you are stating your path, sharing your facts, telling your story, asking for others' paths, there's an element of care, true care, and wanting to get all the information out there, trying to increase the information that's in the pool of shared meaning. And it is helpful to encourage inviting whatever those opposing opinions are. And as long as a person is not omitting information, this should be productive. Now, when others are blowing up or claiming up, it's important to explore their paths. Talked a little bit about this in the State My Path. So actually during the lunch, I mentioned to Commissioner Stokes that some of the time before lunch, his head was down, so I wasn't sure if he was receiving the information well. And he actually said that things were going really well. So the fact that I shared with him what I perceived from his body language and how he clarified that that wasn't the case, that that was misperceived, That was, mirroring. I felt this from you. Paraphrasing is important. What I think you said is, and then that gives the person an opportunity to say, well, no, what you're kind of missing the point that I was trying to make. It's more something else. It's more fundamental than that. When you prime somebody, you say something like, oh, well, nobody's foot is bouncing, but hey, your foot is bouncing. Are you having, is this making you anxious? Is this making you frustrated or angry? Priming to try to draw people out, because a lot of people are not sharing information. So we can speak at about 125 words per minute. But while I'm speaking, and when any of you are speaking, you're thinking in your head at 900 to 1,600 words per minute. Now that's me speaking. I'm able to think at 900 to 1,600 words per minute, but I can only verbalize about 125 words a minute. So there's a lot that I'm not saying. Are you receiving what I'm not saying? Are you looking at context? Are you looking at body language, behaviors? Now when you're listening at about 400 words per minute, because you're hearing what I'm saying, you're processing that, you're thinking, not quite at the 900 to 1,600 because you're on the receiving end, but how much are you also not able to receive? So sometimes you have to prime somebody to get more information so that you are picking up and really pulling everything out that, again, needs to be part of the pool of shared meaning. So when you get to this point, one of the tools that you can use says the ABCs: agree, build, and compare. So you can say, yes, I agree with you about XYZ, and then build. So you and I both have the best interests of the residents of the city of Northport in mind, and we want to ensure that the city flourishes in the long run. And then you build from that and compare. Where you see, and I'm going to talk your language, but please don't criticize or let this trigger any emotional response, because I'm going to get the details wrong. But where I see that warm mineral springs, how we need to handle that is XYZ. And I think that is the way to achieve what you and I both agree we want to see happen. It seems that what you want is a different plan to achieve the same goal, but it's a different path to get there. So that can be an example of where you agree, and then you build from there, and then you compare the differences in perspectives there. Move to action is the conclusion. Decide how to decide. Luckily, there is a city charter that says how you guys will govern, how you will conduct business, how you will make decisions. So the decision about how to decide is provided to you. And there is some room to maneuver through there. And then finish clearly. Once you are able to successfully move through crucial conversations and make those final decisions, accountability. You determine who does what by when. 4DX, 4 Disciplines of Execution, talks about how to develop cadences, how to frame your goals in the way of who does what by when. Okay, City Manager Fletcher is going to do X. This is going to happen by December 31st, 2023. So that is kind of the framework that is talking about. The deliverables have to be crystal clear. Part of the forming, storming, this kind of takes us back. If the forming and storming are not done early on, it's going to be hard to make it out on the other side of a crucial conversation. So that really has to be addressed, and we are going to do that this afternoon. We're going to talk a little bit more about that and see if we can come to some maybe clearer general understanding and perhaps path forward for additional future conversation to identify some parameters, maybe get consensus, or perhaps collaborate and determine an approach. And then, once you have crystal clear deliverables, let's call them SMART goals. They are specific, they are measurable, there's no ambiguity, they're actionable, they're relevant, and they're time constrained. This is one of the standard frameworks that probably many people have heard in terms of setting goals and establishing deliverables. Record the commitments, follow up. You guys have a good system of doing that already. And then, of course, holding people accountable to their promises. But none of this really can happen successfully without completing the forming storming stage. Does anybody have any questions about crucial conversations? I'm not sure who that is. Sounds like somebody's listening to music. If no questions, then we will go ahead and move into the activity that we have. Is everybody ready to move forward? So we're going to clarify roles, obligations, and responsibilities.
When's nap time?
All right. So I'm going to guide you through a little bit of an individual exercise first, because we know that a lot of conflict comes from the individual understanding. So we're going to individually work on what our perceptions are before we come to try to create shared perceptions. So the first activity, and I see all of you guys have something to write with, so that's good. I want you,
Oh, she's on the move. If everybody can get their pollev.com up and running.
Do you have the questions in the poll EV?
It is.
Okay, good.
Yes.
You don't have to write it down then.
This is going to be more challenging if you have a smartphone, if you have a tablet. It's okay.
I wish we knew this ahead of time.
If you have the opportunity to switch, now is a great time to do that. If not, you can still.
This is all I brought.
The one right on the one you used to vote.
You can, but this is going to be free-form comment, so it's not going to be as easy as the multiple choice. You can still get some ideas out there.
We were doing all this. I'm going to just have to muddle through it.
This one is not a timed competition,
Yeah,
so
it's
we're
not
able to give a little bit of time so that you can get some thoughts out there. And the exercise is no decisions are being made. This is just some information to add to the shared pool. So this is actually going to be anonymous. Different than that, because that's the 5 that I can.
To the commission as a whole, individual.
Here we go. Can you read that?
Yeah. So while we get those figured out, the first question that you guys are going to work on is your individual perceptions on the role, obligation, and responsibilities for the different people sitting in front of us. So the commission as a whole, so what are the roles, responsibilities, and obligations for the commission? Then the roles, responsibilities, obligations after that for different positions. So we want to get your individual ideas, because then we can help create shared meaning of those roles, obligations, and responsibilities. 685. No. Yep.
Even if you do put your name, these responses are programmed to be anonymous.
Okay.
Spelling count?
Nah.
No.
I'm a horrible.
We don't have time for spelling.
Anybody want?
Perfection.
No. I think they're. And don't feel rushed. This is a working session. We want to get all the ideas out there.
Oh, you are?
On it.
Yep, it just takes me a long time to type on my phone. We're gonna be here a while. If I had known we needed our iPads and stuff, I would have brought it.
Commissioner McDowell, if you'd like to use my laptop, I can loan it.
Thank you.
Did you time this? We need a psychological sigh. Psychological sigh. Right. Mhm. We'll have an opportunity.
We only answer one at a time, or can we go to the next question?
We're gonna stop at the end of each question and then discuss. Shoot.
Would you finish or do you want?
No, it just cleared it off.
Might
I'll
be.
offer again if you want to use my laptop. I'll go get my damn laptop. Because I try very hard to be
Acting
prepared,
out.
and I don't know this stuff.
Well, one thing I did.
Awkward.
No, the one that had cleared showed up at the bottom. So I don't know how to run it. Just an observation. It was still there.
Once I submit it, it's here.
No, it should be on the bottom.
Yeah, go to the bottom.
There it is.
It's right there,
Good.
right there in
Black
white,
and white.
white and black.
Harder clicking away there. Impressed. 5 lines. Didn't run on.
Sentences are
Well, then I
okay, but
run on
now
complex.
when we see a run-on
Complex.
sentence, we're gonna know
Let
it's
me
by
rephrase that, complex.
Leftovers.
We don't have to do that. What's the next one? Oh, individual. Okay, yeah, yep. And then the next one is it might. That's because this I'm in as a respondent and I have not. And so I'll be able to see.
Who was that? Rodney Dangerfield.
Z was me.
Yeah.
Is everybody done adding their ideas? All right.
So I can read them. That might be easier so you guys don't have to read that part.
Good, because we can't see them.
We can't see this. Is-
Let me do this.
There
I'm
we
going
go.
to,
There we go.
we'll start here, and as you read them, I'll scroll. These are the most recent.
Okay.
Yeah, these are the first.
So what I want you guys to do while I'm reading them, I want you to pay attention to shared meaning and different meaning. So where you see the shared comments that you're tracking or theming, and where you see diversion from the shared. Okay? I'm not going to do it, you guys. My goal is not to create your shared meaning. So to establish high-level and strategic priorities for the city, to consider, approve, and provide input on major city projects and initiatives, to establish ad valorem tax rate and approve the budget for each fiscal year, to appoint and review the performance of the city's charter officers. The City Commission acts as the legislative body for the city. This includes a variety of actions and powers that are primarily concerned with matters of policy, budget, and local legislation. The City Commission is responsible for approving ordinances, resolutions, and various contracts and agreements, and land acquisition. The single most difficult job of a commissioner is to balance diversified views and find the common interest. It is easy to respond to a group of interests without considering if this is the majority viewpoint. The commissioner must consider all of those affected. Am I at to represent?
Yes.
Okay. To represent the best interest of the city, to provide high-level goals and objectives, to approve the city budget, codes, and regulations. policymaking, strong leadership. To create an overall vision for the city based on the heartbeat of the community as indicated by the actions, communications, etc. of that community, and submit ordinance, actions, etc. to make the vision a reality. The commission is responsible for setting strategic direction, approving the budget, and ensuring operations track to strategic priorities. Our obligation is to ensure decisions we make today do the most good for the most and help us prepare for a better future. The commission gives clear direction to the city manager and charter officers to approve the budget, approve and change codes, interact with citizens, educate them on issues, create a path of the city's future, even when situations make us pivot, and to be respectful. To act as stewards of the citizens' tax dollars, pass ordinances and resolutions, offer direction and guidance, approve the budgets, provide oversight and accountability. The commission, did I read this different?
Yes, this is the notes.
Okay. To approve budget, give clear direction, concise direction to city manager, and ensure directives are followed and carried out, interact with citizens and inform them of issues, make sure code is enacted and written as accurately as possible to avoid ambiguity, mayor to run meetings, sign documents, and speak at public engagements, vice mayor to fill in when the mayor's absent. That's all of them? Okay. I think we get a general consensus. Where do we see consensus in these comments? I see consensus. Budget, I saw that, and pretty much all of them. So we're focusing on approving budgets. Strategic priorities. Policy. Strategic priorities. I would say that's pretty fair to say that those kind of fell out in every single one.
Direction and guidance.
I don't know if that was in all of them, but I think a general sentiment was there to provide kind of fits with like strategic priorities, like guidance on where we're going. Would you say that fits under there, or is it separate?
I think it's ambiguous.
Okay.
I think
So
direction and priorities is ambiguous. At what level do you set direction and priorities? Do you set that at the strategic level or the operational level? So I did not see that necessarily consistently. I'm sorry?
I said both, strategically and operationally.
And that I don't think we have consensus on, but that is where we will have.
So would we say, let's stop, let's backtrack, find the commonalities and agree. We agree that the commission's role is to approve budget, to set policy, to set strategic priorities, and legislation. Do we have agreement on that? Okay, shared understanding. We are one step forward. That's a foundation which we can move forward on.
This is the agree part.
Yay.
And then next we build.
Right, so we agree. So the building, there's places where we see kind of ascent and descent, but they're mixed, right? I saw some commentary relevant to the community in some of them, but not all of them. So where can, if we see some comment like, oh, can you go to one that talks about community?
This one, create an overall vision. Yeah.
Create an overall vision for the city. That's kind of like high level strategic. But we're looking at like the heartbeat of the community. There was one that talked about like providing insight to the community or something along those lines. All the ones that talk about community.
Yeah, this one has, as indicated by the actions, communications, et cetera, of that community.
Helping people interact with citizens, educate them on the city's path. So where do you guys stand on the commission's role relevant to the community and constituents, above and beyond or different from approving budgets, setting policy, strategic priorities, and legislation. Commissioner McDowell.
Citizens are our boss.
Right. So what do you see?
So you have to engage with them and hear what they have to say.
Okay, so we have to, as a commissioner, and we're going to, as a commission, not an individual commission, because we're talking about the commission as a whole, we have to take feedback from all the citizens. Or listen, at least. We listen to all citizens' voices. Would you agree or disagree? This is not an individual commission. This is individual commissioner. The commission as a whole.
I would agree.
I would think that the commission needs to hear from the citizenry.
Yes.
That's it.
We listen.
We listen.
Because in order to set, approve budgets, policies, strategic priorities, strategic priorities, and then it helps dictate, right? It helps dictate how we look at budgets and how we policy make. And
Provides
how we,
one piece of that.
Right. But it's a piece of information, right? That we have to collect.
One piece of information.
Right. But is there anybody that would disagree that you need to hear the voices of the community?
As a commission as a whole. And perhaps what you can do, this is programmed so that you can enter more information. So you're not locked out like you were with the competition that we did. So if you want to all jot down your thoughts specific to the community and get those words and those concepts in here, we'll be able to see what different people think. Yes. If you don't have anything to add, that's fine, but specific to this, now that we're talking about community and the position as it relates, the commission as a whole as it relates to the community, if there are some insightful phrases or a combination of words that you think are insightful, then they can be added in. And the same thing is true as we move through this. We'll stay here, and you can add to, you can supplement your answers.
Okay. Let me get my other sheet of paper. So we have our agreement. We have a baseline level agreement. We've pared down of we need to hear the community. Other pieces. There are commentary about providing direction to charter officers, but it was directed solely to city manager. So what about the other charter officers, and what is that directive and direction?
The city manager is a charter officer.
Right, I know, but it was the only one mentioned. What about the other two?
I think that city manager is inclusive of charter officers. That, in my opinion, that's what, when I see city manager, I think other charter officers at the same time. We give all of them direction.
I think that when I read these, I feel like when we single out one charter officer, we need to focus on all of them, right? The directive needs to be equally applied to all charter officers, and the understanding of how we direct their behavior should be shared, and it should be the same. So we might want to change the language to gives clear direction, concise direction to charter officers, not just one, because that's confusing, right? We need to clarify what that concise direction is, and that we need to make sure that this is an equal application to all individuals that hold these charter officer positions, because even if it's not meant to, it does single out. And we don't want to single out because the direction needs to be the same. So would you agree that the role of the commission as a whole is to give direction to the charter officers and in the enactment of their roles? No. Is that a fair statement? No.
Is that because there's a word missing from what she just said?
Well, I think
because they're different levels.
Strategic direction.
Okay.
So I see our job as making sure that what's happening operationally is lining up. to the strategic initiatives that we agreed to as a body at the beginning of the year. And then I look at it for me, I don't know if my fellow commissioners would agree. I think my role is giving feedback to the charter officers on how it's going.
Okay.
From my point of view, but not direction when it comes to operation.
So could it be, I think that, and again, this is not my shared meaning, but when you set, I think if I'm hearing what you're saying, when you guys set as a commission the strategic direction, that is the concise direction. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yes.
And then there's autonomy to then enact.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I'm hearing you say.
I would say it's more so direction. They provide direction on us regarding the legislation, regarding the policy. They want us to draft a resolution, provide direction and that. We don't just go draft a resolution.
Right. Because that's policy and legislation and
And we
whatnot.
get that direction from
Mm-hmm. Okay. Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, and strategically, that to me is the overarching futuristic of the planning for the city, strategic planning. This is what we hope to have in the future. To me, the direction of charter officers is the day-to-day directions that we give, regardless if it's city attorney, city clerk, city manager, different directions. We do that in each meeting. Make a motion to direct the city manager, or to direct the city attorney to do a legal analysis on XYZ. City clerk, we give you direction to bring back a policy on ABC. City manager, we give you direction to do MNOP. That to me is not strategic. It is done clearly and concisely, should be done clearly and concisely at the meeting for that specific item. Strategically is big overarching.
One of the activities that we're going to kind of get into in a minute is what does the word strategic mean?
Right. Yeah.
And I think that could help maybe clarify, because there can be strategy at different levels, right? So there's overarching strategy relevant to vision, mission, and then there's strategic implementation, and then there's a process. Yes.
Maybe the word direction is where
The
people
issue
are
is.
having a hard time. I think as a commission, we give directives. Direction is sort of tied into how you do it. And I just am of the belief that commissioners should not be involved in the how of things. We have oversight, we can give feedback, but we do not run the day-to-day of this city. We should not be involved in telling charter officers or their staffs how to do anything. We should only give them the directive. Here's what we want you to do. Here's the direction we're sending you. Go do it. You worry about the how. We'll grade you by it. We'll oversee you. We'll hold you accountable. But we don't tell you how. Because if we do, what do we need them for? We can do it ourselves.
Yeah, I heard the word operational come out, that there's a difference between giving a directive and determining the operations that are going to get us to that.
I think this is a big stick.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's a big one. So you can define those, and you said strategic, what does that mean to do?
Building off Commissioner Stokes' statement, without checking the numbers, which I probably could, I can safely say less than 5% of my work is specifically directed from the commission. There are occasions where the commission will say, City Attorney, we would like legal research on a certain subject. Please bring us back a memo. But most of the time, they said, something higher level. Yesterday, we talked about possibly exploring increasing some impact fees. I, in my office, will do an extensive amount of work behind the scenes related to that, but the commission did not ask me to or direct me to. And that is how most of the work that I do and that filters down to my team. When I say most, I mean, I think 5% may be conservative. I think it may even be less than that, where the commission specifically asks me to bring something back to them that was not otherwise in motion.
Yeah.
So I think it's not necessarily mutually exclusive. And there are directives that are given to you, but then there are also acts that you take out, that you undertake yourself of your own volition in order to best carry out the strategy.
I would definitely say
But
that
you
was
would-
true, but the proportion
Right.
is.
Right.
But
So-
I also think too, when it comes down to her office, sometimes it's a package deal. When we give direction out there, it may need legal review. And rather than us saying it has to have legal review, it automatically goes that route too. So I believe her numbers are correct.
Right.
I just think that sometimes it's bundled into other directives.
Let's kind of think about it a different way. As a commission, how would you feel if the charter officers essentially came back to you and said, I need your approval on making this decision, and this decision, and this decision, and this decision, and this decision? Where is the autonomy level? They can't ask every single question, because again, what would they be needed for? We need to have an understanding of where that autonomy lies.
That's, I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
The autonomy lies because we can't carry out those directives because that has involved staff.
Right.
We cannot direct staff. We can only direct the charter officers. So if the city attorney has a directive to do an analysis, legal review on something, her and her staff have to do that. No different than the city manager working with his staff to determine when the trash gets picked up in this neighborhood. So we're giving the directive, pick up the trash. He then has to determine how that's done.
I think you guys are all saying the same
City
thing.
clerk is doing it with public records.
Right.
We say, you are responsible to fulfill public records. She then has to determine how that's done.
So the role, what I'm hearing from the commission, is the role of the commission is the what you are to do. The role of the charter officers is how. So the commission should not be involved in how one makes the choices to enact the strategic directives. So then the charter officers do not need to come back for approval in their enactment of the strategic directives as long as they're in alignment with the what.
I have a question if I may.
Yeah.
So I just want to use your example because I think it makes a good example. So you use the example of you need to pick up the trash in this neighborhood. Isn't that a what? Or isn't that part of a how? Like at what level? What would make the commission need to intervene at a neighborhood level with trash pickup?
We get an email
Because
from
that's not strategic, that's definitely operational.
Right,
So
so
just
if we
trying to
get-
understand the difference there, because I think that's a really
If we
good
get
example.
an email from a citizen saying, hey, how come my trash wasn't picked up? Sorry, Frankie, I'm picking on you. Then we forward it to the city manager and say, could you please look into this?
It's part of the hearing from the community.
Correct.
But is that a directive? Or is
Directives
that,
happen as a commission body
Right.
up at the dais, not individually, except a little, hey, we got this email.
right, but to use this example, because it is a really good example, what is the difference between a constituent emailing you versus a constituent calling trash pickup directly or escalating it in city manager's office?
They can do both.
Exactly. So is that a directive or is that funneling the information to the office, redirecting a phone call? You know what I'm saying?
But a directive is what happens up at the dais.
So maybe I think what you're trying to say is that maybe not all of, like, there's community concern, right?
Right.
Trash pickup. But it doesn't need to be something that's discussed at the dais. It could be forwarded to the person that can make the how happen.
Well, actually, our practice is everything goes to city manager with copies to the two assistant city managers.
Unless
We
it's
don't
strategic.
direct.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So currently, solid waste picks up the trash.
Right.
But if solid waste comes back and says, hey, we're having a constraint And we currently have a policy that says 2 free bulk pickups a year. And they say, really, we need to increase it to 3. That is a commission's decision because I believe that there's a commission decision because there's a financial component, a staffing component, and all of that. City manager, in my opinion, would come to us and say, hey, staff is looking to increase bulk pickups to 3 a year. What does the commission think? Yay or nay? And the commission body as one unified group team then says yay or nay to the city manager, and he carries out that directive.
I've got a question because I want to follow. Yes.
And I take a bit of an issue. In concept, I hear what Deb's saying, but ultimately, if cleaning up the trash is a responsibility of city management, okay, and his staff, and there's a budget of $1 million to do that, and it's determined because of whether it be citizen input or staff reaching out to their superiors saying, we need to make some adjustments, modifications, increases, decreases, whatever. That, to me, is within the wheelhouse of city manager, because I don't really care whether it's twice or 3 times. I only care that the citizens are happy, and if it falls within the budget we've approved, and it's within the authorization of city manager, which it is, to clean up the trash, then that's his gig. Why should I sit there and ponder over whether we should do it twice or 3 times? Because you know what? I'm not really that swift when it comes to being the trash man. I might not know what's the best way to do it. And maybe we just need to work longer twice a week, or maybe we need 3 times a week. Who am I to say? Because I'm not the subject matter expert there. And that's where I see the bit of a distinction, you know.
I want to
So it's a
clarify
level
the
of
two.
what
Can I
comes-
clarify the two, what I heard you say and what I heard you say from like outside of a trash pickup situation? So one, I'm hearing if there's a budgetary decision, no matter what that budgetary decision is, if it's affecting how we're spending money, it should come back to the commission to be voted on. That's what I thought I was hearing you say. Is that fair?
There's a written policy
Okay.
that says there are 2 bulk pickups.
Okay.
And if the city manager and his staff say, hey, we need to increase it to 3 free bulk pickups, there's a written policy, and that policy has to come back for commission to be approved.
So it's not necessarily the budget. It
The
goes back
policy and
to a
budget.
policy. You set policy, and it's a policy change issue. So I think again, it's kind of it's process, right? We have agreed as a commission that the commission sets policy, legislation, budget, not how, but if it requires policy change, then it would come back to the commission. If it does not require policy change, and it's within the scope of one's duties and within the scope of the budget and strategic initiatives,
And existing
then you have,
policies.
and the existing policies, then there's autonomy on the how. Would you say that that's fair?
Yeah, I'd say
Okay.
that's fair.
So I have 2 questions. Did you know about the policy of the two trash pickups?
You know, my focus would be that it wouldn't be us trying to decide. It would be city manager saying to the commission, I need to do this. Yes, would it probably require approval? If so be it, so be it. But very often, you know, we meet 3 times a month. And the reality is that intent, okay, you can't just, this isn't just some schoolroom thing. This is a day-to-day living, breathing city with 85,000 people in it. Decisions get made all the time. And when you work closely with your charter officers and they in turn with their staffs, that working relationship creates understandings and trust. And while, yes, ultimately, I suppose if there's a policy that commission has to approve, commission has to approve it. But the reality is, like, the job also needs to get done. So I'm kind of the belief that sometimes leadership and operational leadership needs to lead and operate and do the job. And then dot the i's and cross the t's. It's just a question of what gets done where and who directs who. And the problem is that our city commission, I don't believe, has the time, the inclination, the ability, the talent, you name it, to follow every single thing that gets done. While I appreciate that approvals need to happen. So I'm not trying to say, the heck with policy and the heck with, commission authority. I'm trying to say that sometimes it flows both ways and it's fluid and it involves trust and respect that the people who work for you, in our case, the charter officers, in their case, their staff, are moving in the right direction and doing the things that are in the best interest of the city because the intent is there to do the right things. If you're going to come back and dot an I, cross a T, I'm good with that. That has to get done because that's what the rules say. But when you stop the process because everything has to be done, first one, then two, then three, you know what? The system breaks down and things don't get done. And that causes a whole new set of problems. So I don't know if I'm conveying my thoughts here because,
The spirit and the intent. And I want to hear from city manager, but I want to ask one more question because you understand the policy. Does the policy say that it's required to be picked up twice, or does it say at least twice?
So the policy is that they get, and this is just a little nugget, okay?
But it can help clarify.
This is a perfect example. This is
currently
a low
solid waste-
stakes example to help us with this process.
Currently, solid waste offers to the residents 2 free pickups, bulk pickups a year. Okay,
Take them or leave them.
Take them or leave them. If you don't use them, that's fine. I can donate it to somebody else. Okay. But if you go over the size that is outlined by policy, or you have a need for more, then there is a fee. And that fee is X amount of dollars, which we approve through fee schedule. And the minute that you don't follow policy, that's where you run into the problem of, well, wait a minute, I called and I got 3. What do you mean you got 4? I had to pay for my 3rd one. He got 5 free. You have to have policy and you have to have processes and you have to have procedures so that everybody is on the same page so that if somebody gets hit by a bus, everybody knows what's going on because here's the policy, here's the procedure.
I just wanted to add one thing to what Commissioner Stokes said. For me, another element that comes into it is how material the decision is. So if we're talking $300, I don't want to talk about it. I really don't. If we're talking, I don't know what the number is, we've never had this conversation, I don't think, as a body, but if it's, I don't know, 500,000 or $1 million, then I want to know about it.
Maybe even 30,000.
Well,
So
I don't know
perhaps
what
that's
the
I think that's perhaps a discussion that you guys need to have to create policy of what's the threshold. Potentially, or you have, no offense, trash pickup policy is stupid, change it. It's too specific. So if you're going to make decisions about something, you have a scope of when it meets a threshold for commission discussion.
But we do have policies
But you
out
do,
there.
so you
I
have to
believe
maybe
it's like
review
The
policy.
city manager can make a decision up to $100,000 or whatever the case may be.
So the question is.
that policy is set.
So they're
to
in
give him
conflict with
leeway
each
for
other a
that.
little bit.
Right. So the question comes to you now, your understanding of the policy, and just frankly, what would you do given that situation where there's somebody in a neighborhood, they want to pick up, there needs to be more, how would you operate?
So I believe I'm in alignment with Commissioner Stokes, but just to expand on it a little further, as we do have the flexibility to move funds in and around certain departments within our budget and our authority, we can't move it from fund to fund, but we can move it around because that's part of the management of the day-to-day operations of the various departments. When you look at an example like this one, which does deviate from policy, it really just boils down to what are you intending to do? Are you intending to create a solution for a problem that needs most likely immediate attention, is time sensitive, and you have to make a decision? And then maybe there is an overarching policy change that needs to accompany it so that everything can be in alignment with that decision going forward. But these are what I would call like real life examples that you don't always have the time to collaborate your way through, and you have to make a choice in a time-sensitive situation, and you make that choice. Where I think we go wrong is the labeling of that choice as an ill intent to circumvent the policy process in that example, and that's not the intent. The intent is to make sure that you are timely, you are managing resources properly, you are not bringing smaller decisions to the commission every single day. If there were no independent thinking in the role of the city manager, we would have meetings every single day about every single thing. And that's not the best way to run a government that's already criticized for not being as effective and efficiently operating as possible.
I can tell you that if we don't resolve this strategy, operations, delegated authority, we don't address this with this low stakes matter of trash, the stakes are going to be higher when we talk about something where there are more emotions involved.
Well, and for full transparency, that's part of what we're talking about on the next agenda item, that exact same thing. And again, it boils down to intent. You know, what were you trying to do on these items? You can see the intent of the items, but when there is a lack of trust and all the other things we've already talked about, definitely to go into all of that, it skews how you view those actions in the lens of where you sit from. And I think that there are differing views of the five about why did you do this and why did you do that. I understand this, I don't understand that, explain this. But for the majority, I think it's the intent was understood that we were trying to do something positive. Could we have done something better and or differently? Sure. Communicated better? Sure. But you're never going to blame the intent on something that was malicious. And I think that's the harmful piece of where we are.
I'm going to move to the next question. Nope.
And see, this is perfect
Can I challenge directly?
Yes.
Did you, Commissioner McDowell, did you believe the intent was to circumvent policy in an action to make a decision? Because do you feel that a decision
Are we
that was
talking
made
about trash or something else?
Trash.
No, nothing happened with trash.
Okay.
I was using it as a very
if the city manager,
unambiguous-
in his autonomy, in his position of how, allowed for third pickup without coming to the commission.
No, it's policy.
I know, but
Policy has to
do
be
you
followed.
believe that the intent was ill will?
If he broke policy? Yeah, because there's nothing time sensitive about picking up a bulk pickup.
After a hurricane, it could be.
He had full autonomy with a hurricane.
Okay. So intent. If I'm hearing, because most of us were coming to this with our intent, which is to serve the people in an efficient and effective way. I'm assuming the coming to a trash conversation would be, I'm not serving the purpose by not making this decision within the scope of a budget. So there's a policy, and then there's serving, and those values, they're in conflict, right? The team is in conflict. It's not the individual. You're not trying, the intent would not be to cause ill will, it would be to serve. So coming into the situation while policy might be broken, that's an opportunity to provide feedback, to have discussion, but not a challenge directly, but here personally at the same time, I know your intent was not to do this, but we might need to have a conversation about how things are done in the future. There's a way to approach
have that conversation with him individually because it's not what Debbie wants. It's a policy of the commission body that we have to do unilaterally as a body for majority rules, whether that vote is 3-2, 4-1, or 5-0.
Right.
Or even 2-3.
I don't think we're saying different things. It's the approaching of the conflict.
You said ill will.
Yeah.
You used that word.
It's not what I think the conversation and intent is. Remember, we're wanting to come to the conflict with a shared understanding, which when people make decisions, my understanding was I was doing this to serve the community. I was not doing this to cause ill will or break a rule. Well, it might have happened. And this is a hypothetical situation.
Right.
So it's not an issue of I'm trying to cause harm. We call this actually pro-social rule breaking. So it's a breaking of a rule or policy to serve. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but they happen, and pro-social rule breaking actually helps change policy.
But when does it become pro-social rule breaking and pattern and
I agree with you.
It's, well, I did it the last time, I'm gonna do it this time, I'm gonna do it the next time, and then what's the role of the commission?
I agree with you. So we have this challenge, right? There are situations where we have policies and we need to work within the scope of those policies, but sometimes those policies get in the way of effective functioning. Happens in workplaces every single day. Then you change the policy.
Well,
since there's
The policy is the policy until it's not the policy anymore.
Exactly.
Since a million things go on in a million different venues and a million different situations, I don't disagree that when there's a repetitive disregard for policy of the exact same nature,
right,
that needs to be called out. But when you're running a city of $200 million budget and 85,000 people, and how many people? 850 some odd people. Decisions are made every minute, every hour, every day.
Mm-hmm.
And it is not the exception, but very often the routine that decisions are going to be made like this.
Mm-hmm.
And when any one commissioner takes a position that this is just a flagrant violation of the rules. You're just breaking the rules. This is the policy. Why aren't you following the policy? You're supposed to come and ask permission for this or get our okay. On the one hand, yes, but on the other hand, you can't operate like that. We hire in every entity, non-governmental, everywhere there are people who are CEOs and COOs of businesses, of organizations. They make decisions.
Mm-hmm.
They lead. Leaders lead. They trailblaze. They sometimes get a bit ahead of themselves, and sometimes boards have to rein them in a little. But if they're not working in the best interests of the organization with the right intent, you replace them.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you let them roll, because if you don't, you limit your ability to succeed and win. And that's the philosophical difference. And I mean no disrespect to Debbie. I don't. It is a difference in philosophy here.
Mm-hmm.
And four of us share one perspective. One of us doesn't. The real dilemma is, how do we respect those differences and find a way to trust in our collective group of people here, to believe in each other, to work in the best interest of the city. And if somebody makes a mistake, goes a little too far, whatever, we come back and we fix it. And it's not, you're a bad guy, you're breaking the rules, you got your own personal agenda, and it feeds and fuels the audience out there who just get a big chuckle out of seeing this go on, and it feeds their distrust with government. And this isn't what we're all about. We are not all about this. And I don't know how we do that, because I respect the difference in perspective, but it is a clear difference, 4-1 on the philosophy of this issue. And you took a very simple issue like trash pickup, but it is huge. It is prevalent. This is what this whole thing's about right here. And we got to figure out how we do that, because I want Commissioner McDowell to trust in Jerome Fletcher's commitment to do the best for this city. And I know that's what he's trying to do. And I know that's what she tries to do. And I don't know how to merge those two, because there is that distrust, there is that dislike, and there is that lack of respect. And unless you guys can figure out how we bridge that gap, this is a waste of time.
So we're having some escalation in our conflict. I'm seeing like the head shaking. Right. So I'm also seeing passionate, like raising of voices. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with head shaking. It's showing dissent or disagreement with what he's saying. So what do you disagree with?
This is our charter. This is a citizens' document. The citizens approve this document, And this document gives clear, defining roles and responsibilities to this commission, to the mayor, to the charter officers, to the city manager. Clear roles are defined in here.
Can I interject?
Hold on.
Real quick. I don't think they're clear. We wouldn't have this issue.
I was going to say that too.
Then this is what needs to be changed.
That's what we're trying to do, is to help clarify.
But until this gets changed, the city manager takes directives, direction, I don't know what other synonyms to use with direction and directives, from this commission body. Only the body, not
Right.
individuals.
Right.
Okay?
Absolutely. The question is the subjective nature of what that means.
And I have a-
defining that is what's
Devil's in
important.
those details.
Exactly.
Right.
And part of the problem is early on, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Stokes, I agree, there is a philosophical difference between what the commission's role is and what the city manager's role is. Then it needs to be clearly defined in here.
Right.
All right.
So I can say I can read that I'm a rule follower. I am 100% a rule follower. I like to anchor myself to rules. I feel like you are very similar in that. I don't deal well with subjectivity. I want, this is what I read, this is what it means, but you have to remember when you're reading that and you're deciding this is what it means, it's your conclusion based on observations and assumptions and values. So if you read it
Past
and you read it
experiences.
and you read it and you read it, you're all going to come to a different conclusion of what a word means.
And see, the key part is you could never build a charter that defined every level.
Right. There has to be a level of subjectivity.
There has to be some subjectivity, and there has to be a level of respect and a level of trust and delegation. Every organization I ever spent time in, the only way to succeed with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of employees was delegation and the trust in those people. When they screw up, you hold them accountable. When they continue to screw up, you replace them. But if you try to manage their actions and activities and give them direction on a day-to-day basis, chaos ensues.
I think the problem with, and I've done quite a bit of work now with public entities, is there are guidelines or rules that are different than public organizations. And there's also elected versus appointed versus hired. So we're in an interesting dynamic of who we serve, who we are, what our role is. And again, that's a conflict that we need to overcome. So let's go back. We have something shared. We agree that we set budget. We agree that we set policy. We agree that we set strategic direction. We agree that we set legislation. We agree on those things. So I want to actually take a moment to move to the next one to see where we agree on the city manager's role. And we're going to pick on city manager because there seems to be a lot more, the broadness of scope of the role
And
is
it's
different.
what we do.
And if I may just interject something, I kind of fall in the middle. I think if a decision has been made, policy or ordinance by this body, and I do appreciate the fact that there are times, it shouldn't be all the time, but there are times when in the operation of the day-to-day, a decision has to be made in the moment, and it goes against an approved policy or ordinance, then city manager or any charter officer should inform us of that change. And then if any of us feel that it, because of its severity or strategic nature or the personnel or budget implication of that change is such that it should come back to this body for discussion and decision, any one of us can put something like that on the agenda. And in my mind, that's the way it should flow. It shouldn't be documented in a complaint against the city manager. It should follow that kind of flow. So we have had situations where updates or those memos maybe weren't as timely as they should have been. That's something, in my mind anyway, that's fairly easily addressed, but not, burn down the building.
So perhaps one maybe like actionable item that you guys could work on is a policy for exceptions. So there are going to be times where there need to be momentary exceptions, and defining the scope of what that time is. Is it what that discretion is? What is there a monetary something tied to it? And how many times does that exception happen before policy change is initiated? So I tell you, I work in higher education. We have to make exceptions for students' courses. They have a defined curriculum that they have to achieve to get a degree. You know how many times we have to make exceptions for courses because they're not able to complete it? That violates our ability to assess whether they've completed the degree requirements. And every year we say we had this many exceptions. It's still under the threshold of exceptions to create change. But if it's over the threshold, it ignites a discussion of a policy change. So one actionable item, so you're not back every single time there's an exception, is to create a policy on exception.
And one question that I have, I want to come back to something that Commissioner Emmerich said. You mentioned that there is a $100,000 discretionary threshold.
Yeah, to sign contracts or whatever the case may be, he is allowed to do up to that. Anything over that would come.
But
As
that
long as
doesn't
it's
within the scope of policy.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
So we need
there's
to understand at what point is it okay to make a decision in an emergent situation that doesn't meet a threshold of coming back to the commission. I think defining something as small but as big as that could help general operation, because we need to follow policy. We need to follow it. That is how we operate as a city. The more times we break policy, the easier it becomes to break policy. The more it snowballs into breaking higher policy and results in what we call a permissive social culture. We don't want to be functioning in an unethical manner, because eventually that could happen. So policy is important, but there's going to be times where we have to be able to operate within we need to have the pro-social rule breaking. So what is that space? Defining the space is important. So if we can come to an agreed understanding of what that autonomous space is within the scope of decision making, it could be valuable. Do you think that there could be a place of an exception at all?
How can you ever determine what situation and cover every feasible
It's got to be broad.
situation?
It's got to be broad enough.
Well,
so in the trash situation, for instance, somebody needs 10 people in the city need an extra trash pickup, a third trash pickup. It's not. I would not think that would be over a budgetary threshold to make an accommodation in those situations. But if it continues to happen, then that might ignite or trigger. We need to have a discussion about this policy.
But then there's not.
So there can be a scope.
But then there's not the fairness. If you're giving 10 free additional bulk pickups to 10 people, but now number 11, we got to change the policy. They got it free.
Well, they still get it, but it would ignite it would trigger the conversation.
So I have a question, and I understand following policy as well.
Absolutely.
I have a background in finance and accounting, so trust me on that. So the question is, sometimes we can dig our heels in with a policy or with a rule of some sort. My question is, would you consider saying, this actually dig your heels in, but then this isn't really a great rule. We should modify the language so that instead of just digging heels in,
option 3,
there is, but let's fix this. This does not allow for this today, but this isn't the spirit of what it should be. Naturally, absolutely. I agree.
We're talking hypotheticals here, and
Right.
the trash third pickup, whatever, is a very benign example.
Benign or not, it's an issue of policy, and the same policy would apply. Any policy, any big policy, any small policy.
Exactly.
How we handle exceptions to policy and what triggers policy change is perhaps something that could help you guys move forward so that not every single issue is an issue. And that could be, I would say, have that discussion. Is it valuable discussion to have? Absolutely. Because I think it could resolve a lot of the conflicts, because it allows a little bit of subjectivity, but it also creates a compromising situation. That we are allowed to compromise and then collaborate. rather than this or that. And we don't want the this or that, right? There's the third option of, hey, this is an issue. We need to have a conversation about it. This policy might not be that great because we've had to make too many exceptions to the policy. And you can set bounds around it, like financial bounds around it. He has latitude of $100,000 if he needs to make an exception to so many things that are within the scope of that budgetary X, Y, and Z, then there's latitude, but if it becomes outside of the scope, it triggers some sort of discussion or policy change. And I agree with you, we shouldn't break policy, but there's got to be some middle ground of latitude because one cannot operate if there's no latitude.
And I keep going back to what you said about what was the overall intent.
The intent was not to cause harm.
Was it to serve the people? And yes, this is important, but the fact that we do deal with people, that's very, there's a lot of variables there. You don't, no matter what this says, that this is our guide. I see this as like the guideline, but there's always going to be things that come up, like somebody says, I need this bulk pickup. I don't have any more. I don't have the money for it, but they got this huge pile out there. Somebody has to make the decision, say, let's just.
There's also emergency situations.
And we also have a donation system. So there is checks and balances already in place.
There's an aspect of this that we're not addressing, and as I'm listening to everybody speak, I'm realizing that while, as big as we are with as many decisions that get made day to day, this happens to a greater or lesser extent all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly enough, the only time it ever becomes an issue, or usually the only time it ever becomes an issue, is when it is of a subject to which one or a number of people eminently disagree with. So if it's a policy concerning or an act concerning a ULDC rewrite or a mineral springs, there is a huge reaction to what otherwise in another subject might be just a, hey, gee, I wish you had let me know about that. Going forward, let me know about it. And I can't help but feel, not that I'm a cynic, perish the thought, that sometimes people jump on those situations and use them to fan the flame. And it goes back to the issue of intent. Just because person or persons within the organization or outside the organization don't happen to agree with a particular act, action, direction, or whatever, to seize on that to put blame or ill intent on the part of any of us is a problem. And that is also at the genesis of what's going on here, because the issues, not to jump ahead till later this afternoon, there are a number of issues that rise to that issue, which is they are things that are highly volatile, that are contentious, that are debatable, and that are hot buttons in our city. Yet, interestingly enough, those are the areas where a city manager crossed the line and just did the bad thing. You ill intent, horrible guy, what are you doing? And I'm trying to make a little soft of it or light of it, but that is really what at least I feel goes on. And I take issue with it, because what it does is it feeds, again, a community distrust of government. And the intent is what this is all about. And it always seems to rise to a bubbling level over subjects that are highly contentious.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's
natural.
It's used as a vehicle. And,
So
and,
again-
and it's truly undermining and destructive.
So, I mean, what I hear from that too is, again, an issue with unequitable application of everything. So even if you all agree, if you agree with something, everything, I'm sure there's times where you all agree.
Yes, there is.
Absolutely.
Many times.
Do you guys follow, is there times where you all agree, but it's still a violation of policy?
No.
So there could be situations. Do you have any kind of situation where, like, you have groupthink and you all agree, so it's okay in those situations and not okay in others because there's dissent? So is there always, are we always paying attention to policy? Always. Even if we all agree. So I think what I'm trying to say is we need to have we need to objectively apply the rule to every situation. Every situation.
Yeah.
Even if it's contentious or not. So even if we all agree, somebody should be saying, does this follow our rules?
While also evaluating the rules to see if they really are serving
rules.
the best interests. Because if they're not, and I really believe that there is some probably policy language in legislation that really should be considered by the commission, because there should be space. My opinion is that I am a rule follower, and I buy into the importance of following rules because of the precedent that it sets when you don't and how things can snowball. However, when you hamstring a person in a role or a situation, now we're not effective. So the spirit of the space that a person should have to operate should be looked at. And I know that you said that you don't believe there should be any discretion, but I think that if you look at some of the other city charters for some of the other cities in Florida, you'll find that, especially those that are larger, but also several of them that are smaller, have added some language that allows for that discretion. And some of them are very specific and some of them are more broad, and that is at the will of the city commission. But I do think that that is the direction that this commission needs to go, and maybe I should fill out a thing for public comment, but I think it's perhaps legislation, because a person who is a rule follower has a moral obligation to follow those rules and following the letter of the law. That's not necessarily at odds with everyone else if it is written in such a way that it is constructive and allows the city to continue to move forward.
That's a great point, and if you need a few more minutes, but we've been at it for 2 hours without a break,
Yeah.
so I'm
So what
thinking
we'll
maybe
do
10
is
minutes.
we're going to put up the next question, take a break, fill out the next question, the roles, obligations, responsibilities of the city manager, see where we agree on that. And so we can at least exist in a space of what do we agree on, what are the roles, responsibilities that we agree on for the commission, what are the roles, responsibilities that we agree on for the commissioner, and that serves as a starting point of where we can move forward. We start with agree, then we build. And then if we can at least get to those shared ideas, I think it can be a little bit more constructive moving forward into the complaint. All right, break. And then this is up to
10 minutes. So let's come back at 4:05. Thank you.
People have already entered in full EV. Okay, so we'll give a few minutes now that everybody is back I'll bring that up on the slide. I do have a request. I did see a copy paste. So rather than a copy paste into.
Mine kicked out again, damn it.
Higher.
This is so frustrating.
What we're looking for is not rote policy or rote job description, but a belief that would be more of a summarized version. So I'm not sure who, because it is anonymous, but if you...
Because again, it's that enacted versus espoused.
Yes.
I will change my response.
We know what it says. What do you think?
Right, this is belief, not...
What's that magic number?
685.
685. I'm playing the lottery tonight. Don't anybody else, because I'm going to win. Then you guys can be rid of me. I have fat thumbs, and I don't have this.
And just as with the prior, if there are any additional thoughts that anybody has, feel free to add them in as we go through discussion.
Oh, yay. I get to read a bunch. Okay. So again, finding commonalities. Where do we see the commonalities between the descriptions? I want to focus on agree. So, are we at the bottom?
Yes, it keeps moving on me, even though
Okay.
I'm holding the mouse,
Okay.
because I think there are additional entries going in.
All right. To manage all employees under the city manager, to enforce policy and procedure, to provide oversight to the use of city funds, to provide process for the accomplishment of the city's strategic plan pillars.
Somebody copied and pasted.
Well, that's this one right here. We're going to skip this one.
Yeah, I'm not reading that.
It's in the charter.
To execute the strategy and vision established by the City Commission, to oversee city services and operations, to manage all city employees other than those in the city attorney's office and city clerk's office. Oversee day-to-day operations. His job is to determine and manage the how of things. It's their job to get the job done. It's his job to lead, to carry out the visions, wishes, and policies put forth by the Commission in the most efficient and effective way by putting in place the best directors and creating a healthy, inviting work environment for everyone. City manager is responsible for running the day-to-day operations of the city. He determines the how things get done. He shares a responsibility along with each commissioner to establish open lines of communication and trust with the commissioner. He is also responsible for implementing strategic directives and priorities, policies, and ordinance established by the commission. The role of the city manager is to manage day-to-day operations of the city, to lead, supervise, and hold accountable their employees, execute on the policy direction of the commission, be a positive impact and role model within the community, listen to the community via various citizen engagement pathways, being a willing stakeholder with our business partners to find solutions, and at all times represent doing the best for the most residents in the city. His job is to operate the day-to-day business of the city, report to the commission, follow commission directives and policies. To follow the directions given by the commission body and to complete them timely with updates on delays or needs to pivot. Provide a recommended budget to commission and allow changes to the recommendation after commission body consideration. To fulfill the day-to-day operations of the city. Direct staff to fulfill the role of government, listen to feedback from citizens, staff, and commission. He's also responsible for communicating progress to both the commission and the community. Is that all of it? Yes. Okay. Lots of commonalities in there. Where do we want to start? Day-to-day operations?
Day-to-day operations.
Employees.
Follow directives and directions given by commission.
Mm-hmm. So I saw budget in some of them, but not all of them. We'll come back to budget.
But I think budget and day-to-day.
Yeah, within the scope of budget.
Right.
Because he does not set budget. Okay, what else?
Somebody say employees?
Yes. Manage the employees, manage the day-to-day operations, follow the directives of, like, do we want to leave it at that, or directives of the commission strategic policy? Because, or within your scope, you said budget, strategic policy, legislation. So does it need to fit within the scope of that? Follow directives relevant to set budget, strategic initiatives, legislation. What was the other one? Policy, legislation, strategic, budget. Yeah. So following directives, that scope. Should that be the only scope?
Who's the commission? Is it individuals or is it?
The commission as a whole.
Just making sure.
Are we?
Because we're supposed to be a whole.
Right. So
It's
is
not.
it, do you guys agree on that? Is it the commission as a whole voted
Of course.
policy? So not to follow directives, I think that's per your guys' charter, of any one individual or any one constituent, but the policy, strategic direction, budget, et cetera, of the commission as a whole. Do we see any other commonalities? So day-to-day, manage the day-to-day operations, manage the employees, follow the directives of the commission as a whole, work within the scope of the budget set by the commission. Anything else?
Pretty darn clear.
Right. It is clear to an extent. Those things are clear. But what if something falls outside of that? Or there is not enough, if there's subjective strategic direction, or so where does that subjectivity come in again? Because not, like, policies are gray. I mean, it's not, everything is not going to be clearly defined. So how do we find that, again, that space of how does one behave? How does one manage the day-to-day operations if there are not clear directives?
The one thing it did say too was it was his job to lead.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and sometimes you have to make that hard decision to lead and get the job done.
I see a definitional ambiguity to leadership.
Lead.
I think if you can define what your intent is, go down the ladder of inference, because to you, leadership means something based on some context that you have.
Well, it
So
also
come
means
down
he's managing the day-to-day operations by leading. So that's where I'm getting that from. So he's up here at the top and the operations come down in pillars. So it's his decisions that actually affect the operations through his directors, through staff, and back up to him.
Because it's impossible to define in a charter, a job description, or anywhere else, each and every type of decision that might be made. In the fuzzy areas, it has to go to intent.
Right.
It has to go to intent as to what is the purpose of the action or the decision. And if it's for the best interests of the city, best interests of its citizens, within the parameters, obviously, of the rules and the charter and all the other things, because there is egregious behavior even in the best interests. But if it is within reason and it falls into that gray, shady, fuzzy kind of area, I think it's intent that guides as to whether or not it's acceptable type behavior. And it still doesn't mean that if it's a repetitive thing, if it's something that warrants the commission looking at a change in policy or a clarification, then it needs to be done. But it just can't define each and every single thing. It's just an impossibility that a chart or a job description or whatever is just never going to be able to be comprehensive enough to cover this all. In the open day-to-day dynamic of running any organization this big, there just has to be that area of discretion. And it has to go to intent as to whether or not the actions, decisions are appropriate or not.
We were speaking during the break about policy and talking about how when we make new policy, oftentimes we don't reform old policy. And so we just build on policy, and then our policies become contradictory. And that could be the source of a lot of the problems. I will give an extreme example, and it might be offensive because it is offensive. I went to college in Montana. And in Montana, if more than 4 Native Americans come on your property, you're allowed to shoot one of them because it's considered a war party. That is still a law on the books. Would it be enforced?
No. In the city of Suffolk, Virginia, I lived in Virginia Beach and the Hampton Roads area for 7 years. And the city of Suffolk, in their policies and ordinances, it says that you're allowed to beat your wife on the steps of City Hall at 1 p.m. every Sunday. Just something that wasn't stricken. There's nothing like that in the city of Northport charter, but the concept of, what warrants some updates based on maybe more current times, more current city commission body. Again, that goes back to what we were talking about before the lunch, or before this last break, is looking at some of the laws and what should they be.
Mm-hmm. So I think there's actually quite a bit, there is quite a bit of agreement here, right, on both sides of what your roles are. And then the issue is that space in between, right? The space in between of what things mean, that what does strategy mean, what does directive mean? I think that's one of our sticking words here is directive versus direction, and then latitude or exception. Does something, per our 2 examples, always exist within the scope of policy or law? No, because it's contradictory to new laws or new policies or effective functioning of government. So that rises to the occasion of we need to have a discussion of where that third, not the agree, not the disagree, not the this or the that, in between lies. That's where you guys need to figure out that scope as a team, in that you guys have formed, you're storming, that norming space is where that latitude lies. And I think if you can get to a place of shared values, teams with shared values actually function more effectively than teams that focus on rules. Because then we know how to behave. We don't have to consult the rules every time, because if we consult the rules every time, not every situation applies to the rules, right? Rules are black and white, but situations are gray. And when situations are gray, we interpret rules in different ways. And sometimes rules don't apply and we make a bad decision. Sometimes rules do apply and we make a good decision, but later it's a bad decision. So we need to figure out the values, the purpose, the intent, and understand that we're approaching these situations with the intent of these shared commonalities, not to break a policy, not to break a rule. And coming to these discussions with, my goal is to serve. My goal is to manage the day-to-day operations. My goal is to manage my employees. My goal is to follow the directive of the commission. My goal is to work within the scope of the budget. My goal is to follow the strategic initiatives. Your goal is to serve your constituents, listen to the people, and set strategic policy. You guys are all doing those things. You are all doing a very good job of those things, but you are not doing a good job of listening to each other. And when I say that might be harsh, but it's listening within that gray space, in that subjective space, because you're in that gray space. When we don't have policies, procedures, laws, we bring our individual, not our team. So if we can define a team-based understanding of that gray space, we're going to stop bringing those individual elements, those individual values, personalities, rules to the subjective space.
How do we do that when one or a couple don't feel that way?
I mean,
when there isn't that shared commonality.
we
in the gray
storm.
areas.
We storm until we get there, until we have something written down that we agree on.
What if you reach an unresolvable situation where some do, some don't, 4 do, 1 doesn't, 3 do, 2 don't?
Then that's the purview of a commission. You vote.
So then majority rules.
Right.
The will
of the commission.
And
what
then
happens
what is
after?
the obligation? Then what is the obligation of the dissenters?
Then you deal with that through that constructive conflict. I mean, you're going to have
The
it.
dissenters, though, continue to dissent and refuse to bow to the will of the majority and support the will of the majority to make the organization function better. How do you resolve that?
Those are very strong words, because I don't think anybody should bow to the will of anybody. But we also need to be respectful in serving the role, right? So
I
it's
don't mean
not,
bow to the will. I mean,
you know what I'm just saying, it's strong language.
to the majority. The majority rules, and when the minority, the dissenting minority, doesn't support the will of the majority after input, after feedback, after discussion, after dialogue, after a vote, how do you resolve that? When the dissenting minority refuses to support the majority.
I think that comes into what we were trying to do when we were giving you some of the tips regarding constructive conflict, being able to have enough to not avoid, to be able to confront, to discuss, but not obnoxiously, aggressively, to have that radical candor and saying, hey, the commission voted on this. This is how I see your comment undermining it. Not you're a bad person or not you're doing a bad thing, but this is what we voted on, and this is how this fulfills that, and this is how this does not. So it's honestly communication and holding each other accountable and then being able to move forward. You're going to have the conflict. It's being comfortable enough to deal with it.
And to, I think, answer a perhaps more fundamental question, the will of the commission, anybody that does not support the will of the commission and continues a dissenting opinion undermines the entire commission. And so that's where the accountability concept comes in, and radical candor, and having that accountability conversation and discussing that.
Thank you
But it
for
is
that.
essentially undermining
Thank you for
behavior.
that clarity.
And that undermining behavior is a time waster. It prevents progress. It doesn't prevent all progress necessarily, but it prevents optimizing progress. And if you are truly committed, starting with heart, if you are truly committed to serving the constituents of the city of Northport, you're not going to undermine. You're going to find new ground, some other place that you want to get to and bring up something new rather than undermine the decisions that become the will of the commission.
I think a lot of it too is asking questions. So when there is dissent, why are you dissenting? Do you disagree with, what's the source of the dissent? We voted on this. What could get you onto the page of support if there isn't? So focusing on, again, the commonality piece, but getting down back to the observations and the assumptions, and then holding each other accountable to the ground rules that you set forth. I think a lot of it is practice, maintaining that steadfastness in the accountability, because eventually, and this might be harsh, eventually people are going to comply, or they're gonna. There's 3 outcomes. We're going to have a change of heart, we're going to comply, or we're going to leave. And that's the goal, really.
And this is also an example of why compromise, which is when the will of the commission is a 4-1 or a 3-2, anything other than a 5-0, you're compromising. There's a give and take. Somebody is losing something in the process. Compromising causes issues to reoccur. So if you can try to hit that gold standard of collaboration, try to find a win-win. That doesn't mean you're always going to get there. But at that point, you've disagreed, but now you have to commit. Once the vote is done, you disagree, you commit. You no longer disagree, which undermines the will of the commission.
Because you're still storming, right? You're still storming if you're still disagreeing. You're not norming. And you can't effectively function if you're not following that directive or your purpose of the will of the commission. And again, a piece of it is holding yourself accountable to be in those uncomfortable spaces. Being uncomfortable is hard. It's difficult to have them. It's difficult to challenge directly. And it's difficult because oftentimes we don't care personally. Every single person in this room is a human being with their own values, their own lives, their own opinions. They have every right to breathe, eat, live, have their values, have their conflicts, have their opinions. And you wouldn't want that taken from you either. And that's where that basis of caring personally comes from. Try to understand that their purpose in the challenging is with positive intent as well. If you come to every conflict thinking, they're trying to do good, where can we find the good together, changes it from like a challenge, a negotiation, to something different. We're not battling here. We're not trying to give and take. We're trying to build and agree. I think the mental space that we come into these situations, if we change it, we're allowed to agree, build, etc. But if we come into it with contention, it's not going to work very well. So we have to change the thought process that we enter into conflict with. The best debaters and best negotiators never come into a negotiation or a debate with the intent to win. They come to it with the intent to listen and build and find commonalities. Because if your intent is find commonality, you win, right? Not to get what you want, to find commonality. Then that's the win, not to get what you want. It changes the dynamic.
Right. And if you do approach it with the desire to win, you really need to back that down and figure out why do you want to win, what do you want to win, go back down that ladder of inference and really find the base motives and understand those. If you don't understand those, then you're blinding yourself.
Okay, I think this is a good point where we can hopefully go into your next piece while practicing, hopefully, some of the things that we've learned, but also approach it with the intent of this shared idea of roles. And if we see, I challenge you guys, if you see people not approaching the complaints with that shared understanding of roles, to talk about it. Like, hey, this is not within what we just talked about. So holding each other accountable, but again, caring personally, challenging directly. Don't be obnoxiously aggressive. I mean, that's not going to get us anywhere.
And I will ask that everybody recognize the sucker's choice, that this or that, yes or no, without recognizing that there is something potentially on a continuum or something over here. And perhaps that could be something in the case of the trash scenario, that could be some difference in policy. So avoid the sucker's choice.
Again, we will send you some of these resources, so some of the questions you can ask yourselves, some of the stuff on the slides, a handbook on radical candor, all of that stuff I'm going to put together, compile in an email for resources for you guys.
Yeah, in our slides.
All of that.
Yeah, in our slides, and I believe also in your packets, we took a variety of different excerpts, obviously first from Northport City Charter, but also from some Fort Myers City Charter regarding the city manager powers and duties, homestead.
They're all on the folder.
Yeah, it's a variety of information to give some different ideas about how some other things are worded. This may not come into the discussion this afternoon. This may be something that is reflected upon for later reference, but these are just additional tools that we provided. But what we'll do is leave it here and then this can stay up, or however you guys want to manage the screens.
Okay, well, let's get up on the dais and start our second
Mayor.
agenda topic.
Before we start that, we do have
comment.
public comment.
Thank you.
Do we get to sit here while they do public comment behind us?
Right.
Get over that way.
Let's get over that. Public comment on the.
This is on this item,
Which item?
the training.
There's not a voting issue here.
It was on every item.
Are we going back up to the dais?
Why don't we wait till after public comment?
Is it okay now? Great. I'm Connie Bruni. I pay taxes here in the city of Northport. Today, your consultant explained task is a policy direction. That's the city commission's job. And process is an administrative carrying out of that policy. Let's look at one of many issues that brings us to today. In December, the commission adopted 2022 R75, setting policy to seek designation for Warren Mineral Springs and Little Salt Springs as outstanding springs from the state. The city commission did its job, right? They did it in public. Somehow, the process was put on hold without any public direction to do so. Neither the city manager nor the mayor have answered how that task was stunted and ignored, and outside the sunshine with no public direction to do so. You want to talk about what causes problems with trust? There you go. One example out of many, and there are many. Trust is earned, not demanded. One of you here stated you didn't like people like me coming here and calling you out. My answer to you is, if you don't like the heat, get out of the kitchen. It comes with the territory. Criticism is part of this job. It is. It's a part of the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution that all of you swore to uphold. I'm shocked to hear that. The mayor said it was discouraging and tedious to hear two bicker. How do you think it feels to be an elected official and have your brave, heartfelt complaint pushed to the end of the agenda? Like it was immaterial. To be constantly berated, sidelined, and impeded from performing your duties. Shame on you. As to the city manager, you are the problem. You never got over being McDowell's number 2 choice. Get over yourself.
That's all, Mayor.
Thank you. Then let's go up to the dais. We take our name. Yes, you are.
My butt's used to sitting on a different chair.
Everybody settled? Okay, moving on to item 23-0772, discussion and possible action regarding potential violations of the city charter and employment contract as outlined by the complaint filed by Commissioner McDowell against City Manager Jerome Fletcher, City Clerk. This is your item.
This was in regards to the complaint filed by Commissioner McDowell against City Manager Jerome Fletcher, and it was carried over from the last meeting.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. Before I open up the floor to commission questions, just as background, all four commissioners and city manager are in receipt of a 4-page complaint with 37 pages of backup material prepared by Commissioner McDowell and submitted to the city's HR director and city attorney requesting an investigation into the city manager's actions. So the decision today will be around whether or not to request that investigation. So I think based on those documentations, I think we have a pretty good idea of what Commissioner McDowell's issues are. So I'd like to suggest the following, 10 minutes. I'd like to have city manager's perspective on the situation. Then we'll have 2 rounds of 5 minutes each for the remaining 4 commissioners to share their points of view on the matter, and then give 10 minutes for Commissioner McDowell to share whatever she feels is necessary at that point. If by the time we finish that, it's the will of this board to extend the conversation, we can certainly do that. I just want to make sure that everyone has equal opportunity to either ask their questions or make their statements on this matter. City manager, let me just say before we start that I hope that this conversation doesn't become a litany of complaints. I would certainly hope that part of our conversation today would be identifying steps we might take as a path forward to resolve this situation. But City Manager, this is your 10 minutes.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor, I appreciate it. First of all, let me thank Dr. Baskin and Ms. Tirico for their guidance in the session that we just had. Should have helped influence all of our responses to the complaint that we're addressing right now. The first thing I'll say is that several of these items fall into a similar bucket of explanation. When we look at the submittal of the federal appropriations, that is not something new. We have done that for the same way for 4 years, and our grant manager has processed those in the exact same way, and never has there been a discussion on it. The Warm Mineral Springs passes. That is an operational decision that was caused due to us changing multiple vendors over a short period of time. So we did what was in the best interest to make sure that the process was running operational and smoothly. When you look at the pay study and the Good Neighbor program, these are not new items. These are items that are being brought back up because of a resolution that was not agreed upon. The pay study, when we moved those funds from one area to another, it was well within the rights and authority of the city manager to do so, especially during a time where our staffing levels were suffering based on the economy and everything was going on. The Good Neighbor program, which didn't even occur but was proposed, the intent of that program was to reinstitute a program similar to one in the past where we were trying to rally our community and come together for unity in order to handle difficult situations. And it would have been a great thing to have had we had it prior to Hurricane Ian last year. The comment about the Northport Squared situation, the commissioner was given information regarding the resolution that was being compiled and composed. No money has been distributed because the program is not active. It was only active to receive applications. So, and the commissioner was well aware of that as the conversation went through the city attorney's office. The Northport United speaking engagements, we're happy to go do a sponsorship if that will solve that issue there and make sure that we are not in any sort of discompliance with partnering with a nonprofit, which I believe the city has already expressed its desires to be a stronger partner with our nonprofits as well. The incubator conversation that was listed in the complaint was not accurate. There is no young entrepreneur program. The city has been involved in roundtable discussions as a convener of those partners who are trying to solve for a common problem, which is the Hive building, which was destroyed due to the hurricane, and being able to provide a new short-term space as well as a long-term vision for this particular effort. We have put out 2 memos to all of the commissioners and the public stating where we are at in those efforts. We were partnering with the State College of Florida, and we are trying to find a location. But when we met with Greg Bidet from the Department of Economic, Development Opportunity, we were now put on a timeline of having to apply for some funding prior to his recess in August as well. So we took that opportunity to move that forward, knowing that it was well within our right. But when you look at that, you will see that that intent also is designed to ensure that we uplift our community. When you talk about the outstanding springs and the designation for it, we had 2 policy conflicting directives, one of which was to push forward the outstanding springs designation, which we advanced at the end of November, maybe the early parts of December, which was still multiple weeks following the hurricane. But prior to the hurricane, we actually were given direction to make sure that we explore the P3 partnership. And that P3 partnership is something of the larger vision of what this body is trying to solve for. And knowing that we were trying once again for the outstanding springs designation, which we had not been successful in prior years, nor did we lose any opportunity cost for funding, which it was misstated as well. I took the decision to make sure that we chose the path that was in alignment with the best interests of the board. It was not intentional for any way to say that, well, we or I do not care about Warren Middle Springs, because as I've proven, we put a lot of time and effort and a transparent communication through what we're doing, where we're going, and the steps of that process. But like we just talked about in our communication resolution meeting, it all, to me, boils down to the intent of what I am trying to establish in this city and this area. I believe that we are at a very critical point where we have to stand up and make sure that we continue to do the right thing, and we continue to answer for ourselves and explain ourselves. And the attacks from our public, they are very well expected. There's nothing new there. You can express yourself any way you want because that's your right. But when you have someone who questions your intent on things that you do on a daily basis from within the team, then I think that's where we have to put our foot down. And I think that when you look at what I've done over the body of work that I've done it for the year and a half that I've been here, I think it speaks for itself. So I do not need to, nor will I, go and get into a back and forth regarding what I've done, because I believe that based on the other feedback from everyone else on this board, from the community and our business partners, lends to my level and my body of work. I do believe that we need to just be prepared to move on. You know, one of the facilitators today said, let's not look back. So you know what? If we're not looking back, we need to move on. We need to move on with the same spirit and the energy that this community expects. We need to move on without pointing fingers. We need to move on and get things done. It does not mean that we will forget what has happened, because I think that's how more mistakes could happen, but we need to move on and not allow what I believe to be 20% of our board to be 80% of our time. We spent an entire day based on this request from one commissioner. we are now talking about a complaint of items that some are multiple years old from one commissioner. We really need to have a better balance and make sure that we move on and are able to accomplish the work of the city. Madam Mayor and other commissioners, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have regarding any of the other items of complaint that you would like for me to discuss.
Rather than using our iPads, I think I'm just going to go round robin. So why don't you start with your first 5 minutes?
Your audio, someone's audio.
That would be me. If you would start us off, Commissioner Emmerich.
Yeah, I believe there was a total of 8 complaints here. And you had, when you first started speaking, City Manager, you had said that similar items had the same response. Out of these 8, could you pinpoint the ones that had the similar response, saying that basically it was operational?
Yes, sir. So when you look at the complaint about, I think it's number 2, the submittal of federal appropriations, that was not anything new. We had operated within that same context, not only for federal appropriations, but state appropriations over the last multiple years. The Warm Mineral Springs passes, that is day-to-day operations of the actual springs. That was number 3. Number 8 was the pay study, which is, again, day-to-day operations of how we move money around in order to get things done. And then the other ones I put in the same bucket with the Good Neighbor program, which did not happen as it relates to something that was tried and was not received well, so I did not move forward. And then the other one was the incubator program, which is a program of just conversation of convening. Nothing had been done at the time of that complaint. It was just a matter of information was not provided back to the requester in a timely sense. And there was even a public request on that as well. And again, was not satisfied. So again, I believe that when you can't get the result that you want, you start poking holes in the process. And I think that's where I've sort of kind of put them in various buckets. The Northport United, happy to do that if that's the will of the board. The resolution, as I said, was being composed for the NP Squared program. No dollars have been expended. And the outstanding springs designation for Warm Mineral Springs was a result of a policy directive conflict.
Okay, and I'm going to just jump back to I agree with you on the other ones, but on number 8, when you're talking about the funding for the CIP project and the pay study, that seems to bring up a lot of contention up here, but it was still a CIP project, and the commission did not decide to fund that project in that budget cycle. But it is normal if money is found, then it can be done.
Yes, sir. And it wasn't a CIP project. It was just a pay study project that, from my understanding, our team removed that funding request from the budget process because they said they could go another year without it. So without having the funding there, it is within our authority to find funding based on different spending decisions from the year. And if you recall, that was one of the times of this, not only this county, but this country, where making sure that people were properly compensated was so important to keep our activities going coming out of the pandemic. So it was an important process. It did lead to a lot of decisions that helped us get our high-performing team right now. But it was not a direction where I believe the commission said, you did not want it to be done. You chose not to fund it.
Correct.
And then we said, yes, we needed to have that funded.
And I understand that being a tool in the toolbox. We just went through that with other departments just this year.
Yes, we did.
On keeping compression and everything going and retention, and it happens all the time. And to have the most current data is probably the best way to deal with those subjects. So I agree. How much time do I have left, Mayor?
You have about 1 minute and 6 seconds.
All right. On the springs, where it says the springs designation and stuff like that, yes, we did put in for it. It was failed. We put in for it again. The P3 putting in for that, That was after the original, that was the newer directive, correct?
It was given to us back in the summer of 2022. So I would say that the directive of the Outstanding Springs was a continuation from the prior year.
Correct.
Now, at that time, hurricane aside, we had also onboarded our legislative analysts who also helped do some of the research and sort of catch it before we actually got to our elected officials. Now, you can debate whether or not how the conversation came out in advance of our legislative action days, but we did send a memo out that went out before. I do have my notes from March 29th that says it was on my item of list of things to discuss with the commissioners that week. So I do believe that we had those conversations, but I'm not going to get into a he said, she said. It doesn't do us any good. But overall, to answer your point and your question, in order to make sure that we didn't do something that was so detrimental to how we move forward with the exploration of a P3, that's why the decision was made.
Right, my only clarification was that was the current directive. There was two, they were conflicting, and that was the newest one.
Yes, sir.
All right, I know that's
Anything
my,
else we'll take
that's
up
my
in
5
the
minutes. I'll
second
take
round.
up my next round.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have questions now, but I just wanted to share what I've researched and what I've come up with. This by Commissioner McDowell. The words that came out at me was, in my opinion, that she said these actions are in violation of the city charter. So I keyed in on that word that was of her opinion, but looking through the 8 circumstances here, I couldn't help but notice that 4 of them deal with people. They were what I call people-related programs, and that's always near and dear to my heart, things that are going to affect directly people and make people's lives better and enrich people. And we determined our pillars. We spent a lot of time, and Doug Thomas was here determining our pillars, which I saw that as that creates our direction, where we want to go. And there was nothing that was done that was, in my opinion, that went against any of those pillars. And I brought up our strategic planning here that specifically dealt with quality of life. And priority 2 was encourage the emotional well-being for all ages in Northport, encourage the availability of cultural, music, entertainment, and public gathering opportunities, support nonprofits providing programs to our community, support efforts to partner with residents and community agencies to beautify neighborhoods. So when I read that, and then I read things like the Good Neighbor program. To me, that just falls right in line to what we were talking about. And we did have a workshop on that. And I review the videotape of those meetings again, and 4 of us were in favor of going forward with it with a lot of tweaks. We were talking about, I had said, I'm not painting anybody's house, and we said things like that, but 4 of us wanted to go through with that. And it was disappointing to me that it didn't. The NP2, we had a workshop and we had a commission meeting, and I went back and looked at that tape, and the motion was to begin the inaugural application process, including the change of language approved by consensus given. That motion carried again 4-1, but when I read the complaint, it seemed to be like there was no direction given to put out that application notice, but we did give direction to do that. So I was confused about that one. The Northport United Tour with Northport Forward. Again, this involves resident engagement, and we had mix and mingles. I think that was last year. Mm-hmm. And there was nothing at that time brought up that, hey, wait, where did this come from? To having Northport Forward, a nonprofit, and again, it's one of our pillars, that we do utilize the services of our nonprofits. If people are willing to do something for nothing, I never would refuse that. But it's a great group, and they put on those mix and mingles. They're now doing the United Tour. I just think that's great. And the Incubator Entrepreneur Program with the mayor and the city manager. Again, if somebody's going to take the initiative to go out there and seek out information, and in this case, help our businesses after Hurricane Ian, when the Beehive was destroyed and there were businesses using that and they had nowhere to go. I go back to what the words that we heard in our workshop today was, what was the intent? Was it the intent to do harm to somebody, or was it to help people and move forward? So I just don't, I don't agree with that there was any underlying bad intent of the city manager at all, that he was following our direction where we wanted to go. And in closing with the War Mineral Springs resolution, again, five of us, that was a 5-0 vote that we pursue a 3P. And my understanding was we wanted to see all the cards on the table. We wanted to have all the facts in front of us so we can make a clear and educated decision whether to accept that or not. And maybe something like an outstanding springs designation, if that was going to throw a cog in the wheel, then that should be off the table until we continue and finish our initial process that we started, and then that can be brought into the mix. So I just thought that to be looking out for our best interests. So that's all I have to say.
I hate these beeps.
I know.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Stokes.
Rather than rehash over what my two fellow commissioners have already stated, I just want to focus actually on the one that seems to have caused the greatest public outcry or concern, and that's the War Mineral Springs designation. And I don't know how many people actually read that document and reread it again, but I did. And that document is so fraught with danger to the financial affairs of our city, and not only our city, but Charlotte and Sarasota County. The financial implications in that designation are something that I don't think this commission wrapped its head around, quite frankly, when we promoted moving forward on it back last year. I don't say that it may not result in a good thing, and potentially there are some monies there that could benefit us in the Springs, but clearly the downside or the potential financial implications to the city, to counties, this could have applied to 14,000 plus acres, way beyond the scope of the Springs. I don't think we have any real idea the implications of this particular designation. And for city manager to have taken the action he did, which is basically to pull it back, maybe it would have been nice to have come to us and asked permission, but we were all off and running to Tallahassee to advocate for our various interests. And I don't think it was a bad thing. It didn't kill the potential to do this designation. It allowed us to explore the P3 and see where and how that might develop, and then to see if this designation may well play a part. So I really don't see it as an issue. I don't see the other 7 as significant issues. I read them. I read numerous times the allegations. I read the job description. I read the city charter. I read the employment agreement. I thought about the intent of each of the actions taken by city manager here, and I just cannot, and I did not take this lightly. Any allegation should be taken seriously, but I don't feel that
any one of them rises to the level of malfeasance, as I said earlier today, I think intent is so important in these grayer areas. And even when lines are crossed sometimes, I think it still goes to intent. The city is a dynamic entity that operates day to day to day. And I just don't believe that any actions this city manager has taken with regard to these 8 items rise to any level of malfeasance nor requires any action on the part of this commission. It's just my personal opinion. And again, it's one that I take with great forethought.
City manager is responsible for implementing commission directives and running the day-to-day operations of the city. Our city is growing rapidly, and there is an awful lot going on. There are times when a major implementation decision has to be made quickly, and when the timetable of our commission meetings is not conducive to getting input from the commission in an open setting. We hired a competent, experienced city manager to make sound judgments and decisions in these situations that reflect his understanding of the will of a majority of the board. It is also the responsibility of our city manager and each commissioner on this dais to establish an effective working relationship and to maintain open lines of communication with city manager. I would also like to address 3 of the points Commissioner McDowell made in her complaint against the city manager, including the 2 in which I am specifically mentioned. The Warm Mineral Springs designation. The commission did vote to submit Warm Mineral Springs in Little Salt to the state of Florida to be named an outstanding spring. In a different meeting at a later time, the commission also directed city manager to pursue a public-private partnership to help finance the restoration of the springs and explore enhancing the area outside of the 23 acres of the springs itself to increase the property's economic benefit to the city. Shortly before several of us left for legislative days in Tallahassee, city manager and I discussed his concern with pursuing the Outstanding Springs designation in that it might conflict with our P3 process. I agreed with him that we should delay requesting Springs designation until after the commission had an opportunity to decide whether or not to pursue the P3 arrangement. There was no time to bring the issue to commission before our departure for Tallahassee. Item 4, Northport Squared. Prior to city manager bringing this idea to the commission, he and I discussed it in our one-on-one, and I expressed support for the idea, but with a limited budget to start. I want staff to be innovative and to bring ideas for new initiatives to the commission. We might not always support a new idea, but I do want to see those ideas flowing freely between them and us. Item 6, the business incubator. I welcome innovation. After hearing at a meeting that all 5 previous commissioners attended that federal monies would be made available to assist unaffected communities to create business incubators or entrepreneurship centers, I immediately contacted my network to test an idea with business leaders in our region, including SCORE chapters and mentors in 3 counties, the Northport Chamber, some venture capitalists that I happen to have relationships with, and others. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive. So I brought the idea to city manager as a possible initiative that I thought was consistent with the city's economic development strategy. For the past several months, staff has been researching what such a program might look like, what the city's role might be. I believe they are close to having a path forward with roles and responsibilities defined and a budget for commission consideration and direction. At no time did I direct staff or did I create policy. Clearly, Commissioner McDowell and I have very different interpretations of what constitutes an overstep on the part of an individual commissioner and what constitutes leadership and innovation. That's me for that round. Commissioner Emmerich, do you have any more to ask or add?
Oh, I thought Commissioner McDowell was going to be able to go, but.
And once we do our 2 rounds, she'll
Oh,
have
okay.
her
No,
time.
I didn't have anything else. I think Commissioner Stokes brought up a point that I was curious about, but I'm good right now.
Okay, good. Vice Mayor?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm good.
I do have just a few more things to say. Whoops. I'm well aware that Commissioner McDowell does not enjoy the same kind of working relationship with city manager as do I. I believe the topic of this morning's training, communication, is so vitally important. And in reviewing Commissioner McDowell's complaints, I really feel that a lot of them have at their root a failure to communicate and a failure to communicate effectively. So I hope that today's training is the beginning or the start of a process of improvement in their communications and ultimately in their working relationship. I'm hoping that as a result of this meeting and any communications that we have, that we resolve this issue or at least identify a path forward for resolving this issue. We have an awful lot of work to do and we really need to get on with it. So that is it for me. Commissioner McDowell, just give me a minute to clear the timer. Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Breathing techniques. Trying. This complaint was not filed with any other intent as to make sure that the city's charter is being followed. And when you look at the 8 complaints that I had outlined, the 7 of them, individually, it's really a non-issue. But when you stack one on top of the other, on top of the other, and then add Warm Mineral Springs on top of that, that was the icing on the cake. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Add to that the fact that, which was blatantly clear, the city manager and I do not communicate. The city manager's first words this morning were, one person didn't vote for me, and that is the biggest crux of the whole problem. It is something that he has not been able to get past. I have tried repeatedly to work with him and communicate effectively with him for 6 months, and I really thought we were on a good path until April. We know what happened in April, and it was just this downward spiral. And the lack of communication to this entire commission body, which is the citizens, nobody will convince me otherwise. We are here to make sure we serve the citizens. And the intent with the lack of communication between the city manager and myself is not anything but filled with malice towards me. And I'm sorry, it's my opinion and I am entitled to it. The Warm Mineral Springs, we gave 2 resolutions to have this be an outstanding spring. The first time there was huge discussion. Are there any consequences? What are the pros? What are the cons? We need to know this information. The cons outweigh the pros. We get all this extra money with this designation.
So we proceeded. The second time around, because it failed, we did it again. Yeah, in between somewhere, we got War Mineral Springs, the P3 and all that. You cannot dismiss the fact that staff provided and started a memo on March 9th. It did not get sent to the commission until March 29th, 3 weeks later. And if you look at the digital signatures, there was a week in between where people signed that document. On March 22nd, when you look at the state's Senate listing, the state paused the designation on March 22nd, a week before the memo came out. On April 2nd, up in Tallahassee, I heard from my fellow commissioners thanking them, our state legislators, for putting this on pause. I was shocked. Why did we put this on pause? What happened? Why did we put this on pause? And then I found out former Commissioner Luke, who was the spearhead and the person that really wanted this designation, who even took time out of her personal life to go up and advocate for this at the delegation meeting in January of 23, on her own accord, because she's no longer an elected official, promoting this designation, knew that it was paused. I didn't. On April 2nd, when I found out about this, I immediately returned to City Hall and sent an email to the city manager asking what happened? How did this happen? What's going on? I got crickets. April 18th, I sent an email to the city manager. Are you going to be addressing this? Could you please answer this? And he said that he would address it during our one-on-one, which was later that day, verbal conversation. I followed up that verbal conversation with an email. Funny thing is, on April 25th, the PIO of the city of Northport issued talking points as the reason that this was paused and that the commission wasn't informed of it, which means the citizens were not informed of it, was because it was time sensitive. March 9th to April 25th, all of a sudden it's time sensitive. Folks, there were other entities involved with this designation that we asked for their support with the state for this designation. The most egregious part is citizens came out and spoke positively for this designation. They wanted this designation. You want to know why people are mad as a hornet? They didn't get an input as to why it was being paused. That in itself is the reason I firmly believe our city manager violated his role as a city manager, violated his charter. He went against a commission directive without consulting us or our citizens. The other 8 items, done and over with. Yeah, we get to move on. But it's the pattern, one on top of the other. And the fact that the mayor knew about it and talked to the city manager, and he didn't have the common sense to pick up the phone and talk to 20% of the commission body, blows my mind. There is so much more I can say, but I know I've got only about 1.5 minutes. I think I made my point. And if this is allowed,
Again, it's setting that precedent and that slippery slope. What's going to be the next time? Is it going to be something maybe Commissioner Stokes feels that is a violation or doesn't agree with, and he approaches the city manager, and now all of a sudden the city manager is going to treat 40% of the commission with malice? Maybe it'll be the mayor, maybe it'll be the vice mayor, or the Commissioner Emmerich, and then it's 100%. Is that what it's going to take? I am an elected official. I am 20% of his boss. There is no respect for this 20% being portrayed from the city manager who we appointed. And just because I didn't vote for him is irrelevant.
Okay. We're at the end of the structured part of our meeting. Is there any desire on the part of this commission to discuss this further? I just have to share that I'm a bit discouraged. Based on Commissioner McDowell's comments, I don't see a path forward. If any of my fellow commissioners have more insight than I do, I would love to hear it. I was just hoping that we could end this meeting on a more positive note or more of a conversation on how we go from here. Commissioner McDowell, I'm happy to acknowledge you for more time, but I don't think a litany of complaints is going to advance what we need to do. I mean, we need to figure out how we move forward as a team.
May I speak?
Go ahead, Commissioner Stokes.
We spent the better part of today talking about how we work with each other, how we should interact, and we shouldn't lose sight of the value of today's session. These allegations are perceived by the five of us as we individually have perceived them. We're entitled to our perceptions, we're entitled to our opinions. Mayor brings up a good point. Where do you go from here? I don't think, and I don't mean to speak for all my fellow commissioners here, but it appears as if there's no desire on the part of the majority to take any action. So yet the five of us continue to sit as commissioners. City manager continues to sit as city manager, and I think we need to reach back through today's session and think about the things that we heard and we talked about and go back to the basic tenets. And I appreciate that respect and trust is earned, but I think that if we're going to get past this and move forward and learn from it, we do need to learn from it. We need to wipe the slate a bit clean and decide that we're going to take some baby steps towards respect and trust and try to work together and work majority rule and appreciate it's the only way to get things done here. And all of us are here to put the best interests of the city and its citizens at the forefront. And if we continue to allow dissension, ill feelings, the past to interfere with our ability to do that, then we do a disservice. Each one of us does a disservice to the city. And so for those people who want their pound of flesh or blood to be let, I don't see how it serves any purpose, since
the majority will of this commission is not to do so. So we have to take a deep breath and say, we're going to move forward. We're going to learn from the things each and every one of us may have done or not done and do better going forward, but try to work together in some mutual trust and respect and with majority will. And if we set that example, then perhaps the people, our citizens out there who look to us, will treat us in the same way we treat each other. And I don't know that there's any other solution to that. So without being redundant, I guess I'm done.
Commissioner McDowell.
When I'm sitting up here on the dais, I am the voice of the people. And I recognize it's not just the people of today, but it's the people of tomorrow, 10 years from now and 20 years from now. And I try very, very hard to show respect to the roles each of us have sitting up here. But I can tell you from my seat, that is not shared with everybody up on this dais. It is becoming more and more obvious to myself, as much as I try to look past it. It's becoming more and more obvious to our citizens. It is becoming more and more obvious in the emails between me and the city manager, where he is constantly showing one side of a situation to my fellow commissioners, knowing damn well I cannot respond. That in itself creates division up here. We have all gotten those emails. I can count probably 5 of them within the past 2 to 3 weeks. One of them had to do with a one-on-one conversation during one of my one-on-ones about project graduation. When he explained, hey, we can't put it on the agenda until the end of May or June or whatever that month was, whatever the date was, irrelevant. And I said, why? Because we can't. But why? And I kept asking the why because I wasn't getting an answer that made logical sense. And that's what happens a lot between me and him in our interactions. But he shared with my fellow commissioners a 1-page reason why we couldn't put it on the agenda. Well, damn, my fellow commissioners got the answer. I got the answer now too. But my response to him, which couldn't be shared with everybody, was if a morsel of this information had been conveyed to me during our one-on-one, there would have been no reason for me to ask twice the why. That email he sent creates division. I try so hard to not have division, only to be met with more division.
Commissioner McDowell, I'm going to.
I didn't know I was on the time limit.
I'm going to give you.
I didn't know I was, I'm done.
I'm going to give you 5 more minutes. I was hoping that your comments might shed some light on a path forward.
A path forward?
But I can see
I was
that
trying
you're
to,
just stuck.
that's where I was.
Okay.
I had to share the backstory to understand this path forward is not as easy as everybody thinks it's going to be because you don't know the other side of the stories. You don't know where I'm coming from. I would very much like to have a better communication with the city manager. I would very much like to be able to pick up the phone or have a conversation with him and even disagree with him on things. We aren't there. How do we get there? I don't know. The trust, as I said in the meeting, is gone.
Okay. At this point, I'm not sensing that there would be any vote to move forward with an investigation on Commissioner McDowell's complaints.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead,
Put it as a
Commissioner.
vote. That way then we have it on the record for prosperity. And I
Okay.
think we need to have public comment before I make a motion.
Yes, we do. City Clerk.
Yes. We have Susan Gastoni. Followed by James Strausser, and then Jeffrey Scott.
It's been kind of an emotionally exhausting day for me, and I almost feel kind of sick. I'm sure all of you do. I have a degree in psychology, and I think what the presenters did was good. However, I think there's more to this issue. I think it has to do with ethics. And when I was in college, we asked Elie Wiesel. I don't know if any of you are familiar with him, but he's a Jewish writer, and he wrote the book Night. And he just made a really huge impact on me. And he said one of the things that we always have to do is we have to take sides. And sometimes when we take sides, we become really unpopular. And I feel like there are some indiscretions that have happened with the council, and I think that Debbie McDowell has been very brave in order to bring some of these issues forward, and so I have a lot of respect for her because Elie Wiesel said that we can't be neutral, even though we want to be, and it might be very easy to be neutral. We have to take a side if we see that there's something wrong. And so I hope that we can all work together. We have differing opinions about warm mineral springs, but I think all of us want it to be protected. And so I see that as one of the things that was huge, that was overlooked. And I hope that we can move forward. I think I saw a positive thing I'd like to really say. When I watched the news the other night, ABC 7, I saw Mr. Fletcher do something very positive, I thought. I really wish you'd look at me because I think you're a very intelligent man, and I think you're very capable. But I think that the citizens want to know that they're heard when we talk to you. And we want to know that our voices mean something. And so it's important to look at each other. But what I want to say is that you said that moving forward with the spring, that you were going to look at how the public felt about it, Mr. Fletcher. I think that's really good. I think thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
James Strausser, Northport, Warm Mineral Springs. Some quick notes I want to run through is it appears that we have 4 commissioners that go with the flow and that one stands up and asks the tough questions so that we can get to the facts of what is actually happening. I would like you all to put yourselves in the positions of citizens and young citizens and children of how to inspire us to want to be in your seats when we get older, to be commissioners, to be a city manager. Think about this as your decisions as we go along and move forward. If you believe you or anyone else is coming from distrust, work to rebuild these. What I've seen here today is all of the I's that we discussed. I didn't hear anybody in that agenda say, why does Mrs. McDowell feel this way? What can we do to find that middle ground? It was still the blame game. Now, with interactions, even in the hall, Mr. Fletcher does not even acknowledge my presence as a human being. No eye contact, no smile, nothing. Even with a witness that's walking by. That was today. I may not agree with his actions or ideas, but I stand up as a leader to treat each other as another human being to another human being. Here's just one example of holding a grudge, of a conflict. Maybe Mr. Fletcher doesn't agree with the things that I've said here. In the same 10 minutes, I can shake hands and laugh with the commissioner that I may not agree with, that I may not agree with his ideals or votes on the dais, but yet still we can have a valuable personal interaction. I ask that as a team, you recognize a member has asked for your assistance with finding the exact details of why these actions took place. Ask the questions, please, to rebuild the trust and establish the proper procedures that need to be clarified by the city staff and commission moving forward. Regardless if you personally believe it is right or wrong, you are a team working for the citizens for this issue and many future agenda items. I want to thank you for allowing this to be a public workshop. I have learned more about each of you as individuals in your role and how you may or may not handle conflicts in the future regarding agenda items. Each one of you has your own ideas and values that you brought to this dais. Allow your questions and inquiries to shine for your citizens that you represent. The only dumb question is the one that's not asked. I would support each one of you individually or collectively if you would all allow your abilities to come through to the forefront so we could see it as citizens. I'd also like to know what is your goals for the city and the overall model as a whole commission, and share this publicly of how you're going to get through this and move forward. Because it's not just today, it's not tomorrow. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commission. I have numerous concerns regarding the appointment of City Manager Jerome Fletcher, but I'm only going to state several. City Manager Fletcher may have exceeded his administrative authority as City Manager of the City of Northport. City Manager Fletcher may have implemented policies and procedures off the dais without proper review. City Manager Fletcher may have interfered with the ethical leadership of the Northport City Commission. City Manager Fletcher has allegedly sought to control the policymaking intent of the Northport City Commission. City Manager Fletcher may be directly involved with an ongoing dispute with a seated Northport City Commissioner. City Manager Fletcher may have shown favoritism towards select members of the Northport City Commission. City Manager Fletcher seems unable to resolve disputes that arise between his charter office and the Northport City Commission. City Manager Fletcher's political activism no longer advocates for ethical leadership or good governance. City Manager Fletcher has allegedly violated the public trust and leveraged his charter office for the advantage of others. City Manager Fletcher has refused to serve the best interest of all stakeholders, most importantly, the taxpaying residents of Northport, Florida. City Manager Fletcher has created an environment of suspicion, mistrust, and secrecy that is unresponsive to the residents of Northport, Florida. In my humble opinion, it is presently unclear as to where City Manager Jerome Fletcher's administrative authority lies. And now the city manager wants to move on. Well, guess what? The self-inflicted quagmire is of your own doing, as is the working environment that does not promote ethical leadership. Your refusal to come clean, moving public policy behind closed doors, is a direct violation of Florida State Statute, Chapter 112, Title 10, Public Officers, Employees, and Records. The penalties for violating the ethics laws in Florida are extensive. They are found in Chapter 112, Section 317, for your information. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Commissioner McDowell, go ahead with your motion.
Vice Mayor mentioned that in my complaint, I used the phrase, "in my opinion." And I did, because it's my opinion. The only way that "in my opinion" can be removed is to have an independent, outside investigation to either confirm or deny if the actions taken by the city manager have been a violation of his employment contract or the charter. This is something that the city manager and his HR team do probably on a daily basis with their staff, with their high-level directors. It's not uncommon to have them placed on leave pending an investigation to make sure that the allegations are either founded or unfounded, to remove that "in my opinion" statement from the complaint. So with that, I make a motion, Mayor, to have an independent, third-party investigation on our city manager, Jerome Fletcher, working in tandem with the city attorney to determine if there was a violation of the charter or his employment contract.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner McDowell to have an independent third-party investigation of Jerome Fletcher working with city attorney to determine if there has been a violation of his employment contract. Do I hear a second? And that motion fails for lack of a second. City Clerk, we are on to general public comment.
Ursula Kubrak. The city manager has overstepped the bounds of his position, and aside from Debbie, the other commissioners have allowed it. City commissioners, wake up, do your job, and do not allow to be manipulated. In person, we have Connie Bruni, followed by Jasmine Bowman and Jeffrey Scott.
Connie Bruni, Northport taxpayer. You're all entitled to your opinion. Yes, you are, indeed. Commission shirked its responsibility just now. That's okay, but guess what? You forgot one part of that equation: the voters. You have forgotten the voters, but I and others like me will make sure that Northport voters are fully informed about your dereliction of duty to us, to them. The way forward, based on your lack of action and abject lack of ethics, is to remove you. That's our choice too, and that's okay. The voters have the power to do that. You've left us no other choice. As to the city manager, you and the consultant may find the charter inconvenient or restraining, but there's a provision for citizens to petition and remove the city manager. I see that as a last resort, not first, but I think we've exhausted all other remedies available at this time. So the citizens need to act, and we will.
Hello, I'm Jasmine Bowman. I live in Northport. I wasn't able to be here for the whole thing because, unlike what one of the commissioners said, we don't just come here for sport and entertainment. We do have other things to do. We don't just want to be here for fun, but this is important because our government is supposed to represent us, and these commissioners are supposed to represent the people of the city. So if we don't show up ever, then I guess we never get heard. So it's better to show up and get it recorded, and then y'all can ignore us, and then, do whatever you want, but at least it's on the record what we have to say. So it's not just for fun that we're here, But the reason why I'm here is not because of people's personalities, because I'm not like your friend. I don't really care about your personalities and, whether you get along and everything. That's not important. But what is important is that all 5 of the commissioners voted for the Outstanding Springs designation for Warm Mineral Springs and Little Salt Spring. And then it was pulled without a vote. No vote at all. If you really want this to not happen, if you really want it to not be an outstanding Florida spring, it should come to a vote again. Both of those springs, I believe, are outstanding Florida springs and deserve to be outstanding Florida springs and deserve all the protections that come with that. But if you don't believe that, it should be brought to a vote again. It should not be handled, as the mayor indicated, just with a conversation behind closed doors or via emails or private memos or whatever. That's not how we do things. That's not the rules. And you can't just change the rules because you feel like it all of a sudden when you've told us that we all have to follow the rules. How is that integrity? How is that not hypocrisy? If you guys really want to pull the springs, you need to bring it to a vote.
Today's elected officials, are known and pretty much expected to manipulate the truth, if not outright lie. But even using that low standard, the Northport Seated Commission Chair, Barbara Langdon, has taken deceit and dishonesty to new levels. Our city is under the influence of an appointed commission chair who has no intention in serving the public good. The taxpaying residents of this community have had enough of your ongoing effort to move public policy behind closed doors. Your ill-advised approach in addressing the people's business does not represent the best interest of this city's tax-paying residents. There is no known scenario that I'm aware of where a city commission chair ignores the rule of law, state statute, and then has the gall to abuse the power of her elected office without thought or consequence. Please reference 2018 Florida State Statute, Title 10, Public Officers, Employees, and Records, Chapter 112, plus the Florida League of Cities essay entitled Ethical Behavior in Office. Know the law, trust your conscience. I don't think you have one. To date, the wanton manipulation of the people's business behind the scenes is riddled with inquiry, and that's putting it mildly. We all know, Chair Langdon, that you are in special interest pockets. True or false? I'm waiting. If anybody needs further confirmation, just request a public record or records which highlight her betrayal of the public trust since her appointment as ceremonial mayor. You're unelected. Under Chair Langdon, she has solidified the inner workings of a banana republic right here in Northport, Florida. To be perfectly blunt, Chair Langdon, you take your marching orders from City Manager Fletcher and other unelected city staff to include former city-seated Commissioner Jill Luke. It's not that complicated, Chair Langdon, or is it? The status quo is no longer acceptable as it has failed time and time again in order to protect it. If this betrayal of the public trust is outlined in state statute, chapter 112, section 317, penalties, you need to read that, does not raise some eyebrows, then we as a city of 80,000 plus residents are in worse shape than any of us can imagine. Thank you.
James Strausser. Yeah, so coming from the heart, I believe Mrs. McDowell has some of the longest term on the commission that could be looked at upon as a senior advisor. And the senior advisor is raising questions and red flags that have dictated a pattern. It's not just one occurrence. Yes, some of them may be old, but it's a pattern of things that have happened. As I have, as a personal citizen, regarding emails and such that I have received. Just something to think on your own personal accounts, and if you bring it to the topic of agendas or items, then that's your choosing. With the Florida Freshwater Springs Act for Warm Mineral Springs, that was a bit of a shock as well. And knowing that it may incorporate up to 300,000 acres and multiple counties for the watershed, be the steward of that land and set forth that as the city of Northport that's leading that charge for all the other counties and all the other cities to save face, that you have the most recreation and green space for your citizens to use and utilize. Push forward to get that place a state park so you can generate another 10 million out of that being a state park to add into the Myakka State Park and the Oscar Shear watershed. Be that leader within this state of Florida. Allow them to be there for generations to come and your children's children. When at a Northport United event, I asked Mr. Fletcher, how long are you going to be here? Jokingly, he said, we just bought a house when my wife decides that she doesn't like it here anymore. I don't believe any of you guys are just going to up and leave if you get upset or not like being in Northport anymore. You're going to stay here, as am I. You're going to see me here for years. Maybe you'll see me up on the dais someday, and you'll be out here in the crowd commenting to my choices and votes. So think about that, like over the long-term scheme of things. What are you going to do to inspire us to build that trust back up with us and within your own team? And that's coming from a place of my heart, that I want the best for the city. I want the best for the citizens. I want the best for you guys all to be able to rest easy and sleep at night. And know that you've done the right thing and you've made the right choices in the decisions. And yet again, I can make eye contact with every individual here, but the gentleman at the end, Mr. Fletcher, will not make eye contact with me, will not look at me. I don't think I'm saying anything that's offensive or directed personally. Thank you for your time. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you for that, City Clerk. It is 5:53 p.m. and I adjourn this City Commission special meeting.